Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA, the Tuesday edition before Christmas. So, quick Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all you fine people out there. Hope you guys are having a good holiday. This is my first holiday without my mom around, so it's been less of a holiday. Actually, I kind of said this, that the Charlie Brown tree really is a perfect encapsulation of how I'm feeling. But yeah, as I said, hope you guys are having a good one. Yeah, we are live today. And because we are live, we get to cover some of the breaking Epstein news. Just so you guys know, this is probably going to be a Epstein Files episode because there's been a lot to come out. So love the tree. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I honestly do too. You know what? For something low key, like I didn't really feel like doing all my decorating this year, so that was perfect. And I made a joke on my other stream that if this was my only tree, it was going to be super depressing. You know, might be there, but yeah, as I said, thank you for joining us today. Also, if you guys can do me a solid, hit that like button on the stream, really helps. Also, I'm gonna have a special request here. If you guys can go over to my channel and just kind of leave a comment. You can even say for the algo. I don't really care. I need a little bit of a boost over on my channel. I did the cardinal sin of looking at the analytics, and yeah, I apparently that is one of the things that would help. So if you guys could help me out there, I really appreciate it. Also, check out my shorts content. Got some new shorts coming out and also new membership content. So, without further ado, let's get into it. All right, guys, we're going to be doing a little bit of Twitter reading today. Actually, hold on. I should probably make that the bigger part. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So, this just in, and I mean, like, this just happened right before I apparently, well, okay. It happened at 6 in the morning. So, it happened when I woke up. I had my coffee, saw that Brian Krasenstein, who, if you guys do not follow, I highly recommend following. He is he's a newsbreaker, if I had to label him as anything, because for real, man, this guy, he, as you can see here, he usually covers AI and technology, but lately he's been on all of the not just the Epstein stuff, but the Charlie Kirk stuff. Like, he has been giving us some wonderful reporting. So yeah, this is massive, guys. Massive breaking news. Dataset 8 of the Epstein files showed that a victim stated that Trump and Epstein had raped her, and that a limo driver heard Trump in the back speaking to Jeffrey about abusing girls. The victim then committed in God, I hate YouTube. I mean, I love YouTube. I love YouTube, but come on, we have to. Can I just break the news in a serious way? She committed self-immolation, and in July of 2000, after reporting the incident, not sus at all. Police didn't believe it was an S-side. Yeah, so here, let me actually pulled up the screen here, so give me 1 second. Remove this and then add this. Start sharing this. Okay, I don't know why the oh, there we go. For some reason, this doesn't like Adobe. It's just like, no, you will not show Adobe on your stream. Okay. Let's strap in, folks, because we're going to read the entire thing. It's only 3 pages on this, but it's a doozy. All right. And obviously the redactions. So redacted, date of birth, blah, blah, blah. cell phone number to report potential information related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Blank provided the following information. So Blank obviously being the victim. Blake reported that around 1997, he made contact with, actually, this might be the limo driver with Blank again. Or wait, we should say redacted because this is just heavily redacted. All right, so he made contact with redacted, date of birth redacted, whom he had known from he had known from 6 or 7 prior as they had a son together. Wait, date of birth, whom he known from 6 or 7 as they had. So this is his. What? Oh, I'm confused. Blank and Blank ended up dating, as Blake explained she was having money issues and problems with her daughters. Blake noted they were friends from before. During the contact in 1997, Blank asked Blank how to spell Ghislaine numerous times. As Blake noted, she had taken her daughters up to see one of them, one of the supposed fathers who lived in Niagara Falls, New York recently. Blank reported she had met a lady who invited her daughters, Blank and Blank, date of birth, Blank and Blank, jeez, to a fancy hotel and met Donald Trump and some of his friends in 1997. Blank continued asking how to spell Ghislaine, implying Ghislaine had given her money and would give her additional money if needed. On Christmas Eve of 1999, or the day prior, Blank was over visiting his son, who he had with Blank years prior. Blank began talking to Blank as she seemed to be acting strange. So all right. So it's the mother of the victims. The two victims are the daughters here, which the mother seems to be a massive piece of shit. She seemed to be acting strange and asked if Blank if he needed a ride home. Blank asked Blank about his time during a limousine. Driving a limousine for 2 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. During Blake's time as a driver, he met Donald Trump. Blake noted he picked up the president in 1995 and took him to DFW airport. Blake reported some of the things President Trump had spoken about during the ride while on his cell phone that were very concerning. He reported he was a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying. As caller chose not to. Blank noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone, and he made references to abusing some girl. Blank was unsure who he was talking to, nor who he was referencing. As Blank talked about his time meeting with Donald Trump, Blank immediately, Blank demeanor went stone cold as Blank stated he raped me. God, I hate it again. Although, I don't know. I've been seeing more and more channels just saying it, so I don't know. So, Blank said, what? As Blank replied, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein. Blank noted some girl with a funny name took me into a fancy hotel or building, and that's how it happened. Blank advised Blank to call the police regarding the incident, as Blank stated, I can't, they will kill me. On Christmas Day, Blank contacted Blank, stated she had in fact called the police about what they had talked about. Blank told Blank she had done good. Blank did not hear from Blank until 01/10/2000. So literally like the month after. No, it was only like 20 days. Blake reached out to Blank stating he was dead and noted. Blake reached out to Blank stating Blank was dead and noted she was found with her head. In Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene had stated that there was no way it was an S side. Coroner stated it was an S side. Blank later stated from committed suicide S side because Blank had gotten drugs from a Mexican truck cartel. I said the word anyway. Blake feels the murder is a cover for Ghislaine. The last contact with Blank was after Blank posted this information on Facebook a couple of weeks prior. Blank called Blank yelling that he had put the family in danger. Blank explained Blank had a third daughter named Blank and date of birth Blank. During Blank report, he mentioned that John Doe number 2 was actually John W. Nicholas, date of birth. Okay. Well, now we got a name who tried to originally set Blank up for the bombing in Oklahoma City. Nichols worked security for Bill and Hillary Clinton as Blank ate at a place where Nichols worked security at the door. Hillary walked up to Blank drunk and began yelling as they asked Blank to leave and fire Nichols, which that led Nichols to attempt to set up Blank for the bombing. Yeah. Lots to unpack there. Number one, yeah. The redactions. This one seems to actually be in line with what they were saying with protecting the victims. But notice how there are other names blacked out there that seem to be the perps. This is crazy, guys. You understand what the implications of this are? That there was a girl, or a woman that allegedly and maybe unknowingly pimped out her daughters. And then there was a limo driver who overheard the conversation with Trump and one of these victims in the car. So, yeah. Needless to say, this is huge news, and it's kind of nice that the mainstream media is not being complicit in burying all of this, surprisingly. I still can't believe that this was also one of the ones where leave it to Twitter and leave it to Twitter reporters to get to it first. Millions of dollars thrown around these news agencies. They can't report worth a shit. That's just an aside on my part. Like, I've noticed just how feckless all of these networks are right now. Wait, this is not it. There we go. Trump's name appears in the latest set of Epstein releases. Here we go.
The Justice Department has now released a big new batch of documents in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and these include new details about Epstein's one-time friendship with President Trump. Look, there is a lot to go through. We said it's like more than 10,000 pages, so we are digging through this. But this is what is seen so far. In a 2020 email, an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York wrote that Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet, quote, more times than previously has been reported, at least 8 times between 1993 and 96. Now,
I barely knew the guy.
On a flight in 1993, according to the email, there was just 3 passengers, Trump, Epstein, and what's described as a 20-year-old woman. Being mentioned in a trove of investigatory documents does not demonstrate criminal wrongdoing, a reminder, and Trump has not been accused of being involved in Epstein's crimes.
Cool. Keep repeating that one, because
on Monday
it really is selling the idea that him just being part of this, that's not him being implicated in any crimes, even though that was totally implicating him of crimes. So way to report the news here, CNN.
The president did seem
somehow I just did better reporting and more in-depth reporting than them.
Dismayed that the release of any and all of these files, though, could harm the reputations of individuals he said, quote, innocently met Epstein. Now, remember, he is the man they also signed into law last month.
Okay, then they can explain themselves in court. They can prove their innocence.
Requiring the Justice Department to do just this, release the files.
God, can we just admit that, like, you're complicit in this? You are. Like, I know that, like, this person right here who's married to a billionaire, and again, it always seems to be that where it's like these faces on the news, they already make more money than God, but then they are married to somebody who has more money than them. Like,
a lot of people are very angry that
yeah, definitely no conflicts of interest there.
pictures are being released of other people that really
I think news reporters should be paid the same exact salary as teachers.
had nothing to do with Epstein, but they're in a picture with him because he was at a party, and you ruin the reputation of somebody.
Dude, my hero Howard Stern. Well, if you can even call him a hero anymore. But the guy that I looked up to most as far as like trying to build a career and trying to emulate, he was pictured with Epstein and Trump and Ghislaine. And now I look at him a little bit differently. Like, I would love to ask him what the hell went on there. Also, he was at Diddy parties too.
As we speak, CNN has a team working through the documents just released. We are going to bring you the findings as they come in. CNN's Caitlin Polans is live in Washington this morning. A lot to work
What is it? Today is a pink day, apparently.
through, and we're just getting started. Caitlin, what do you have so
Also, check it out. Got like the sickest hoodie ever.
far?
We're just getting started, but the
Thank you, sis.
headline here is quite clear. Donald Trump is all over these documents. In that first trove that the Justice Department released on Friday,
God, look how nervous they are to report this.
there were just a few very
This is the fun part where it's like, oh, okay, well, you guys sold your souls to the GOP to just make sure that, oh, well, we don't report anything that might be a little too hurtful to us because then we might have to sue you.
mentions of Trump, including in a picture collected with a bunch
I have a character that I don't think this specific stream would understand. Maybe a few people in chat would.
of other pictures. In this one, there is already one very illuminating email that was sent during the first presidency of Donald Trump while prosecutors in the Southern District of New York were working on the case against Epstein.
At the risk that they don't read this, for situational awareness, wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled to Epstein's private jet. Traveled on Epstein's private jet more times than previously had been reported or that we were aware of, including during the period we would expect to charge in the Maxwell case. Not sus at all. In particular, he is listed as a passenger at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present. Man, not only can I not read, I can barely see this. He is listed as having traveled with, among others, and at various times, Marla Maples, his daughter Tiffany, and son Eric. On one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 listed passengers. On another, the only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old redacted. On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would possibly be witness in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want this to be a surprise to anyone down the road. U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York.
Co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. This is
If you listed your position, why would you even need to redact the name?
after Epstein's death. And one of those prosecutors
Wait. Yeah, so who was the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York in 2020?
was right.
Let's
I'm
see.
going to read from this letter because it is what was new to the prosecutors at the time and what is new to us now, receiving these documents now in the public sphere from the Justice Department. The prosecutor, unnamed, an assistant U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York, wrote on January 8th of 2020, the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported
Jay
or
Clayton.
that we were aware. That's the Justice Department in 2020, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell
Well, I just did the extra work.
case. On one flight in 1993, Donald Trump and Epstein are the only 2 passengers listed. On another, the only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and a then 20-year-old. On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. And then the assistant U.S. attorney concludes this email by telling his or her supervisors or superiors in the Justice Department didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. That's a direct quote. Now, Donald Trump, he has not commented yet on this particular revelation in the Epstein files coming out overnight and this morning that we are now surfacing for you here. But Donald Trump has downplayed his relationship with Epstein in the past. And of course, this is something that is documenting his connection to Epstein traveling on that private plane in the 90s. So many years ago.
God, that's creepy. That's just a creepy photo. Just knowing the context of everything that's going on.
But Trump even yesterday was saying that everyone was friendly with Epstein. He was all over Palm Beach. And Ghislaine Maxwell, this past year, has said in an interview with the Justice Department talking about Trump that she never saw him do anything that wasn't.
Yeah, then she got moved to a fucking, again, the fact that if any Democrat did this, and I hate doing this what about stuff, but for real, if Joe Biden did this, like we're still talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. You understand how good they are at messaging, how good they are at this shit, just by repeat. It doesn't matter if it has any merit. They just repeat. That's the thing that like the Democrats are just so bad at. They do not know how to get ahead of a story. They do not know how to get any pressure put on these people. That's why like you can almost claim complacency through them.
Gentlemanly that was any sort of impropriety at all. That said, this is a document that shows the possibility of Donald Trump having an intersection with Ghislaine Maxwell and the criminal case against her in which she was convicted for sex trafficking of minors. Clearly, this did not come out in the trial, but it is a pretty revelatory document. And Kate, it's just one page right now.
Yep.
This is the one page.
Literally, there are hundreds of thousands at 100,000, this is like 110,000
that I've walked you through. There are many more documents that we are piecing through this morning to see what else may be news here. But Donald Trump is in the latest batch of the Epstein files.
Yeah, much more to come, as Caitlin's laying out very clearly. Caitlin, thank you so much for jumping on. I really appreciate it. Sarah.
All right, joining me now is Sarah Kristoff, a former U.S. prosecutor for the Southern District of New York. Thank you for being here. Look, the DOJ has said they are releasing these documents more slowly because...
When will CNN stop trying to softball this? Never, because David Zucker is still in charge, I think.
They are concerned about exposing...
At the very least, one of the Adelson guys still owns it. So, like, now how much of it... like how much editorial control do they actually have? That's the question.
Victims.
It seems pretty fucking obvious at this point.
But in some of the emails that were released Monday afternoon,
like I'm gonna be honest, I'm not expecting them to be like every other commentator, like me or Kyle Kalinske or anybody online, where it's what the fuck. Like, as much as we would love to see that, they still are newscasters, but it's the way that they add these little asides to like protect Trump, and then they kind of like fluff the story a little bit. That's the shit that they don't need to do.
By Monday evening, some of those documents were taken down. We now know a victim's name who wished to remain anonymous was not.
Let's be real. If they really wanted to be like more in Trump's corner, then they wouldn't even report on this. Like CBS is kind of starting to do that a little bit.
Not redacted.
Which,
we also know President Trump's
wonder if
name,
they're
as
getting
you
in trouble
heard there
for
from
that.
Caitlin, appears in several places in the latest dump. This is the second time they've released documents only to remove them again. From what you have seen so far, is this just sloppy work from the DOJ, or do you see this as being more calculated?
Like that. I mean, that's the part of journalism where you add your own question, or like that was obviously just an editorial board that was just like, here, this is what you're gonna, and you could kind of tell that she's even like, huh?
So it is a hard job to redact these documents appropriately. The law set forth sort of categories of material that could be redacted. The DOJ has to go through these very carefully.
You're telling me that all this money that you guys like invested into AI, they couldn't do something that could also help with this, like an AI tool that could help redact, like
make calls about, really page by page about what needs to be redacted or not. But
oh, your screen's not broken, by the way. This is them just redacting full pages. I know that we've all seen it at this point, but take this all in.
Have all of the resources in the world to do that. I mean, they have thousands of lawyers, top lawyers, who could be working on these documents, following a protocol.
That's literally Nazi propaganda playbook, repeat ad nauseum until people believe it. Yes. And the thing is, at some point, you got to either play the game or you lose. So Democrats need to play the game. They need to start they need to start doing the bombardments. They need to seriously, where the hell are they? Like, you got Ro Khanna going on all these podcasts, but he's not really getting any repetition. They're not repeating any message. You're not getting any viral clips of them being on message. So
In making
what's the actual what's actually going to happen here? You don't have anybody challenging this. And again, I have this theory that they're not going to challenge it even past Christmas here. Like, they're just waiting on the Christmas break for people to start kind of dipping off. Like, this is what, the fourth time that the Epstein files have been in the news in a way where it was just like, holy crap, this could be it. Oh, it's still not it.
decision. So, I mean, they certainly should
I know that that Trump is just doing that to knowing that the appetite for this is starting to just fade away.
be moving quicker than they are. And
He wants the normal person, specifically, not even his supporters, just your average independent, to go, oh, you guys are still talking about the Epstein thing?
we shouldn't really be seeing mistakes, particularly mistakes regarding victims' names. But this is a human process and a very laborious, time-intensive process.
And as we go through these, of course, other organizations going through these, the Washington Post saying that the latest tranche of Epstein documents, there was a subpoena sent to Mar-a-Lago in 2021 for records related to the government's case against Ghislaine Maxwell. What do you glean from that?
Yeah, I mean, some of the juiciest stuff really is going to be in internal DOJ emails, right? That's where the prosecutors are talking about the case. That's where they're sort of hashing out the evidence that they're seeing. So we're going to see some good stuff in there, as we already talked about this morning. The other place I think you're going to see really interesting material is in FBI reports, 302 reports, to the extent those are released in unredacted form or partially redacted form, because that's really going to set out the nature of the investigation. And
This is where I have to give credit. This is where I like the Midas touches lawyers. At least they give us, they break the news the way that we want it, where it's like, you'll get Michael Popak coming out here and just be like, this is ridiculous. As a lawyer, I would never even entertain bringing this to the courts. I don't know what they're doing.
the steps that were taken.
These are the feckless assholes that are being used. The fact that she's out here smiling, doing the media smile. Yeah.
Connection with the investigation.
You just mentioned this. There were a large number of documents showing in this latest tranche the objections filed by Epstein's victims in 2008 after the U.S. attorney in Miami agreed his office would not prosecute Epstein.
Just remember what William Shakespeare said about lawyers.
On federal charges in exchange for Epstein to plead guilty to less serious state charges of soliciting prostitution from a minor. What will these documents expose? What will people see in these documents as they're looking at?
It's a war of attrition being waged on the public's attention. Yeah, and unfortunately, the Democrats are failing.
What happened there in Miami that a lot of victims are very, very upset with.
Yeah, I mean, the course of events here in terms of sort of the Florida prosecution or lack of prosecution and then the subsequent prosecution in the SDNY was sort of very complicated. And we're going to see more details uncovering that, more details about why decisions were made, why charges were brought or not brought.
Dude, it's 50 degrees outside. What?
And that, I think, is going to be very illuminating about whether there was sort of political pressure or external forces on decisions that were made internally in these prosecutorial bodies.
There is a lot to go through, and as you said, this is an unprecedented.
That's a whole lot of nothing.
An amount of information having to come out of the DOJ, but the law says it was supposed to be out altogether, and now it's coming out in more of a trickle. Sarah Krisoff, thank you so much. I'm sure we will be back when we see more of these documents.
The drip, 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 and the trickle, all this shit. Like that is targeted language, guys.
Appreciate it.
Because that's what they want. They want to be able to recycle that in the news cycles.
Jess Michaels is the lead writer of a new statement from Epstein survivors. This statement raises multiple concerns about the way the release of files has been handled. She explained to CNN that no one from the Justice Department reached out to survivors for their input.
To me, what we're seeing is just an incredibly sloppy and inconsistent and thoughtless
Man, he did 5 circles.
process that has been done to try to redact
He's thorough, if nothing.
names or leaving things haphazardly unredacted. I felt very strongly that this was a clear-cut, black and white moment. Friday, December 19th at 11:59. If all of the files had not been released
Then Pam Bondi should be held in contempt.
publicly, this DOJ had broken the law that took an act of Congress to pass.
Right. Shit rolls downhill. Pam Bondi, go after her. If you're not going to go after Trump, at least go after the people that are like obviously breaking the law here. But like this, her tone says it all. Guys, so it was black and white and they broke the law. We should really do something about that.
And that the president signed. And to me, that is a point we need to keep talking about. We want to see financial records. We want to see all of the long list of indictments.
I love how they're all saying this with like a soft tone and a smile. Not like, and this is where I will say, outrage would be applicable in this moment.
For Jeffrey Epstein back in that sweetheart deal, the Alex Acosta deal. We want to see all of that paperwork because it proves the negligence that we've been talking about all along.
I'm a dragon. All right. Yep, they really don't care. No, they don't. It's literally just the news cycle to them. They don't give a shit. And that's why it's gross. Like, it really is. Like, here, let's turn to Twitter for a second here. You gotta be kidding me. There we go. Tweets. Here we go. Oh. It'd help if I had the tweets. Okay. What up, Letterhack? How's it going, brother? Good to see you. All right, let's see. We're just going to take a look at some of what is being said on the Epstein files at this moment. So, quote unquote, he raped me. Quote, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein, and quote, she was found with her head. There was no way it was a S-side. Now we're starting to see why Trump was hiding the Epstein files, and it probably gets much worse. Yeah, this is 3 pages of the Epstein files. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it gets worse, guys. Like this idea that we have somehow entertained the official narrative of Donald Trump saying, you know what, I may not have been implicated. Virginia Giuffre, the dead one, said that I wasn't implicated. She said I was nothing but a gentleman. Sus as fuck. Like, you know what? Candace Owens gets 6 million. She has like 6 million subscribers. She gets 1 million per thing, and she's doing all the conspiracy things, just unashamed. There's a reason for that, guys. Like, I'm just gonna say it, like, blatantly. This was the global cabal all along, and it's obvious that Donald Trump is covering this shit up. Anyone feeling festive yet? Oh, yes. I'm feeling like a little elf here, going through all this. Earlier this year, Kash Patel testified under oath that the internal files contain no credible information that Trump or Epstein trafficked young women to anyone but himself. But today, DOJ released internal emails referring to 10 co-conspirators.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked.
Oh, shut up, you little fucking elf. Shut up. Like, God, I can't even watch that absolute buffoon. Like, do you guys understand, too, that it is scarier that they're not getting rid of guys like Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and just standing behind them? Like, everybody counted on this being like the first administration where, you know what? No, Trump's going to get rid of anybody that he's just going to scapegoat him. He's not even doing that. That should scare the crap out of you. He's trying to rename the Washington and the Lincoln Memorial as the Trump Lincoln Memorial. He's trying to put his name on everything in Washington. You don't think that he's doing this for a reason? Same with the ballroom? Like, guys, this whole fallacy that we are living through where it's just like everything's going to be fair, everything will go back to the way that it was, things will get magically fixed. I'm starting to feel less and less that that's actually the thing, the outcome that we're going to have. I'm sorry. I have optimism. I do. Where I do think that the left is going to definitely, we're going to see a resurgence. We're going to see a lot of people already, like we already are seeing it. We're seeing a lot of people supporting the left and populism. And this is where we can't shy away from that, by the way, because I've seen too many people just saying like, well, we can't use the populist language. Jake Uger ruined it, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, you admit that something's popular and then you say populism. This is, again, where the Republicans do not have any of this, where they don't sit there mincing words. They don't sit there thinking like overthinking. That's also probably like part of the problem is we're overthinking this all the fucking time. Like we have been gifted gifted, I will say, it's probably the wrong term, but we have, like, as far as a political movement, this is the biggest scandal politically ever. This dwarfs Watergate by tenfold, but somehow, some way, we're still kind of like, man, I don't know, this is really a big deal. Like collectively as a society, I feel like that's how we are reacting to this. You have the people on the right that just do not give a shit. Like they literally don't give a shit. If you want to see just how little they give a shit, I don't usually do this, but watch Parker Gets a Job or Parker over on the TPUSA. He covered it this weekend. Seriously, guys, like it will give you a little bit more of a perspective on what these young men are listening to and how they just there's no reaching these people anymore. Anyway, here's what mainstream Morning Joe got to say about this.
More chaos around the Epstein files. A new batch of tens of thousands of documents that appeared to be from the Epstein files briefly were posted on the Justice Department's website yesterday before then disappearing without.
He's allowed to desecrate those memorials. It will be a horrible day. Well, at least Sagar will cry.
Explanation.
They got this down, Willie. Cold, calculated, ruthlessly efficient. They have thought through this like for months.
It's incredible. The material included thousands of additional government documents and emails, as well as several dozen videos from the Bureau of Prisons. The files contain wide-ranging references to President Trump, but mentioned.
Oh, wait, Pinkerbell, you're doing Christmas tomorrow? Like you're actually celebrating Christmas, or you're just doing like your gathering and then you just have a chill day on Christmas? Because that's usually how I do it.
Of course, does not demonstrate criminal wrongdoing. The just being mentioned doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
Yeah.
The Justice Department did not immediately respond to questions about.
Fortunately, with the wife's treatment, we are having a very low-key Christmas.
Why the documents had been posted.
I will probably be on.
Apparently removed.
Did you see what Bill Clinton's spokesperson did yesterday? It was great. They're like, okay, yeah, all right. You want to show like a picture or two randomly? How about a little context?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just kind of
release everything.
Giving what we do.
Why don't you release everything? Why are you just like that? It was so clear they were trying to embarrass Bill Clinton. So out of all of the tens of thousands of documents, they released these 2 or 3 that'll get everybody talking about Bill Clinton. It's a whole.
Bill Clinton's not the fucking president, and everybody has collectively said fuck that guy if he's in the files. Do you not understand? Like that's what I don't get. Are they just that like la 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 la? We don't listen like that. I have to say, not great for like offering up opposition to anything. Like this is where I get so frustrated at this. It's like, how are they so good at their messaging, but they don't listen to anybody and they don't actually see what's happening. This is so fucked.
Look over there. Look at the bird over there. Don't look at the documents and see what's not in there.
Is anybody else kind of losing their shit at this? Because it really is infuriating.
This is Don.
I'm not trying to do like a shouty stream today, but oh man.
Donald Trump, all this stuff blacked out. Pay attention to Bill Clinton. So Bill Clinton's spokesperson comes out and says, I'll tell you what, here's a great idea. You are required under the law, which you're breaking, to release all the documents. Release all the documents. We're fine.
Well, yeah, you got nothing to lose at this point, Bubba.
That's what Bill Clinton said. It was a great, strong response.
And smart, right?
Or it's completely bad faith. Yeah.
Because they're trying to say we have nothing to hide here. And the rolling production from the Department of Justice doesn't seem to have a rhyme or reason behind what's being released first.
Start using cover up. God damn it. This is what I mean about language. This is what I mean about messaging. If they do not repeat cover up, cover up, cover up, cover up, cover up, cover up, it's going to be witch hunt, witch hunt, witch hunt, witch hunt. And that's what everybody's going to start listening to is Donald Trump. It's a hoax. That's why he repeats hoax, 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 like it's a fucking trance.
Second, third hasn't been released yet. And so I think they're calling that out in a pretty smart fashion by also saying that we haven't actually yet learned anything truly substantively new, right? We knew that Bill Clinton ran in this orbit. We knew that Donald Trump ran in this orbit.
Right.
We've seen pictures to that effect before. What has really been lacking is the underlying context. And again, when you see hundreds and hundreds of pages just fully blacked out, you have questions about what the redaction method actually is. And if
because we didn't know. Also, come on, you have to admit, you didn't think they were going to be that egregious.
there is some kind of new ongoing investigation.
We thought that they were going to Sharpie out pretty much everything. And we'd see they just were like, fuck it. Black page.
That will continue to stymie what kinds of documents are actually released going forward.
You know, it's a.
Oh, I'm saying cover up. This is cover up. Nah, like people have been literally saying, like, maybe they've been joking, but everybody's doing the conspiracy thing except mentioning the actual fucking conspiracies that are right in front of us. This is what I hate about conspiracy brain is it always has to be something that's behind the scenes. It can never just be what's in front of you. And this is the most obvious case where it's just like, you guys have been talking about shadow cabals and billionaires, you like using their power to exploit people. And here we are. We literally have the proof. We literally have the ability to lock these people up, to end this sort of corruption, to get some money back too, because I'd start saying garnishing their wages would be a great way to pay some taxes.
Preposterous. I mean, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump both hung out.
There's no national security threat to national security here. They're protecting pedos. Yep. No, because under their thought process, the threat to national security is by this gives the the opposition, the leftists, a bunch of ammo. They're not even talking about Russia or any other country.
Out with Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if Bill Clinton.
The way they talk about us already.
Never said he was a great friend like like Donald Trump did.
God, I never noticed how massive this guy's head is.
But they all hung out with him. There are all pictures there, and for some reason they think people are stupid enough.
Right, Letterhack? Like if we were going to do a caricature, he would look like the leader from Hulk.
That they can just release Bill Clinton's pictures, and people go, "Oh, that's a real big scam." No, not even Donald Trump's own supporters are buying this. Did you notice how muted it was? They understood what he was trying to do, what Pam Bondi was trying to do, what Todd Blanche, who actually, wow. I bet that was kind of humiliating. We took down the picture of Donald Trump because we wanted to protect victims who were in the pictures. Oh,
he looks like he hasn't slept. That's true.
Wonder how he explained that one on the way back to the Justice Department.
Yeah, kind of tied himself in knots there. Bill Clinton's office, by the way, said he needs no protection. He said clearly this selective release of documents, the photos of him, for example, is an act of protection for someone or something. That is the statement from the Clinton office. And he says, I need no such protection. Put it all out there.
No.
Let's see all of it. And we haven't seen that yet. Let's bring in MS Now legal affairs reporter Fallon Gallagher. She's
Sinestro.
Digging through the latest materials since they were posted and then taken down.
I think it's the hair.
Good morning. What have you found so far?
Yeah, Willie. So that material, I believe, is actually still back online. It went down and then it went back up. This is the largest batch of actual information that we've gotten since these files started dropping Friday night. And we're still not learning anything substantively new. So most of those files that we got on Friday and over the weekend were pictures. Some of them had already been in the public domain for a while. We had court documents that had definitely been in the public domain. Now we're starting to get some of those internal communications from the Department of Justice, but it's still not the ones that I was hoping to see. So I want.
Oh, you mean, well, I'm sorry that you're disappointed there personally. How about all of us? How about that we were all hoping to see? We all want this to just be transparent. That's the reason that it was just signed into law by the fucking guy that's committing the cover up. What is happening? Dude, I swear to God, is it Christmas? Like, is that what's rotting people's brains to just kind of go like, you know what? This is wild. This is crazy. I don't know what to, this is kind of, it's a little suspect, but we got stuff to do.
Want to make it clear, we're still going through this material. There's about tens of thousands of pages of documents here. But from what I can see so far in the batch that I've personally been going through, there's emails with the Department of Justice, but it's not about, should we charge this high profile person or this high profile
That's the appropriate reaction to this. Thank you.
person. They're planning their travel to go to Los Angeles to interview victims. This is like very
This is the tale of Jeffrey Epstein.
mundane sort of procedural stuff. There's certainly no smoking gun. There's no new evidence of
That, again, so disappointed. I am so disappointed in Michael Bolton.
any wrongdoing from anybody who's not
Can't be able to listen to that song anymore.
named Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, and really not a whole lot of new information yet. I want to caveat though, we are still going through this information. This is the largest amount of information that we've gotten yet, because if you've gone through the files, when you saw them on Friday, it's like a JPEG here, a JPEG there, and they're mostly pictures. They're mostly pictures of his Manhattan home and his Virgin Islands, his island. This is singular files of like email PDFs. So every single document.
Damn it, I should. That's the point we're at with this, guys. I can't hear that and not laugh.
Here is at least 5 pages, sometimes more. So
I mean, come on. Can we admit that the fact that, the abbreviation for like the PDF?
there is a lot to go through, but the headline at this point is that there's no new information.
How many PDFs did you find?
And there's nobody
That's no surprise with this.
else who has done anything wrong, including President Trump.
All right.
So,
Sorry.
Fallon, is there an expectation that this entire trove of documents, as was promised, as is required by law, now you have Chuck Schumer saying they're going to sue the Justice Department to release all the files. Is the expectation that at some point the public will see the Epstein files? Because that's not what we're seeing to this point.
No.
Yeah, and this is really tricky because they are objectively breaking the law. The law was abundantly clear that Friday night by 11:59.
Yes, objectively means factually. So that means that, yes, that means that they can be held in criminal contempt. Like, why? What is Congress doing here?
They needed to release these documents.
You guys voted on this with one dissension. How in the fuck are there not calls to have hearings?
In full.
Like, what is happening?
They have not done that. They signaled Friday before 11:59 that they were not going to be able to meet that deadline. So they're not in compliance here.
Yeah, and that means that they are held in contempt. That's how the law works, unless there's this two-tier justice system. Which, seriously, at what point? At what point does the average American just kind of go like, okay, so could I do this? I mean, you guys are showing that I don't have to. Like, why would I have to when the government isn't?
I know that Schumer has floated suing. It seems like nothing would happen there until January when Congress is back in session.
Don't recommend doing that, but
yesterday the House floated inherent contempt, which is a very rare procedure that basically allows one chamber of Congress to bypass not only the other chamber of Congress, but also the White House.
Well, you would think that they'd agree on this one. Why would all of a sudden there just be these votes of dissension to actually release this stuff?
House and the judiciary to do anything, but really the enforcement there is also thin. They can fine Pam Bondi every
This is why I'm saying Ro Khanna, Jamie Raskin, Chuck Schumer, all of it. It's fake. It's all fake.
single day that they don't release, but they've already signaled there too that they're willing to give her
Yeah, it's for the victims. Sure. It's not for you guys to go get a little airtime.
a 30-day grace period. So it seems
If it was about the victims, why are you not giving the victims your airtime, or I don't know, asking them to join you on these appearances so you can tell it, like you can have them say, hey, we are the ones being ignored in this. But no,
seems like there's no enforcement
nah. We have to just take it on the assumption that you're doing this in good faith.
here, but at the end of the day, that's up to the Department of Justice, and they're not going to prosecute themselves.
Ridiculous.
All right, and it's now legal affairs reporter Fallon Gallagher. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. David Drucker, anybody pleased with this? Anybody pleased with like hundreds of pages?
Damn, that's how early it is in the morning for this guy. It's still dark out.
Completely blacked out. No idea whose identity they're hiding, because it's certainly.
Can you imagine getting ready at like 3:30 in the morning to do a media appearance like this?
Not 100 or 200 or however many pages were redacted. Those aren't all victims or alleged victims. Are Republicans just as upset about this as Democrats?
What?
Well, some are, but you know, Joe, leave it to the federal government to create a conspiracy where there is none, by mishandling a document release and ignoring the law. But that's to be expected with this administration. Look, there are Republicans that are upset about this. Additionally, this really makes no political sense because it's one of those issues where the party.
Yeah, it's crazy, guys. It's almost like this should just be like open, shut, but why would dude, they are scrambling so hard that like the gymnastics routine should just be a utter failure, because last time I checked, even when you're doing gymnastics and you don't have time to prepare, you're likely going to fail.
It has been divided where Donald Trump has.
It's been a lot of time since the Olympics. When are they? Like, I mean, oh wait, no, they're coming up here, aren't they? Like a month.
Fomented infighting
right
among his typical allies on
shit.
Capitol Hill. And this is just more of the same.
How the hell is? Wait a minute. There's been no publicity before the Olympics,
right? And so you give Democrats another tool with which to, from a political standpoint, divide House and Senate Republicans. You give House and Senate Republicans who have some disagreements about President Trump another issue with which to disagree about him, disagree over him publicly. Right. And this is the last thing they need heading into midterm elections. It also serves as a distraction from the number one issue, affordability. I think you'll see some action to try and do something about this.
I thought they're in even years. Yeah, it's going to be 2026.
Around
winter.
The edges, probably from the usual suspects, Thomas Massey, and Republicans like that. But look, there's a pattern here. The Republicans on Capitol Hill can support.
I'll be honest, I only care about luge and hockey.
A law, as they did.
Oh, curling. I also care about curling.
With the TikTok ban, and then allow the
yeah, more people care about the TikTok ban in the news than this. Like, I don't know, guys. We have more information at our hands than ever before. We have the trending topics. We have all this shit. But somehow, some way, it always comes down to the most superficial fucking stuff. Like, more people are probably talking about the Nicki Minaj slip up, which was objectively hilarious. But the fact that that gets more attention than this story, like where blatantly you have people implicating Donald Trump in the actions of what Epstein was doing, blatantly against everything that he has said.
President of the United States to break the law, to ignore the law. They don't do
February 2026.
Anything about it. So what has he learned over the past year? He doesn't have to follow.
Wait a minute. How am I not asking the letter hack?
The law.
Yeah, and that's what the Wall Street Journal editorial page is saying this morning.
Especially the Winter Olympics.
Morning, he broke the law on TikTok, just like he broke the law on the Kennedy Center. The Wall Street Journal editorial page saying, Ali, we were thinking about just ignoring this because this is just so
awesome.
Trumpy.
Yeah, it is.
Just like Donald Trump trying to name a class.
Fun, too. If you've never done it and you have the opportunity to, you really should.
Of destroyers or battleships after him. Now the Wall Street Journal is saying, we were going to ignore this because this is just so dumb. This is so Trumpian, but we can't do it because.
Dude, oh my God.
Wait a second.
I can only laugh at this. They really are just so comically corrupt. It's insane. I couldn't write a comic book with more cartoonish villains.
He's breaking the law.
What am I doing? I just need to start doing that. I just need to start transcribing everything that these idiots say, put it to a comic book. Letterhack, I think I got a project for us.
And there's a congressional law that he is breaking. The question now is, will Republicans in Congress allow him to continue breaking the law like they did with TikTok? Or are they going to step up and try to force him to actually follow the laws of the land?
That is actually the open question. It has been, though, for the entire.
Okay, Joe, good question.
Last year, right? Because it's stunning to watch the way.
Again, we're talking about him rebranding the Kennedy Center like that. It's fucking maddening the way that this guy, this absolute fucking buffoon, is able to just skate every time. It's crazy.
These Republican
and we just accept it.
Members seem perfectly.
I'm the Teflon Don. That's come on, guys. I gave myself the nickname.
Fine.
No, he did.
Ceding the power spaces that they have always had, whether it's on appropriations and rescissions or something seemingly silly as changing the name on a building that you know is not going to last and that some Democratic president is going to come in and take off as soon as they come back in. But it really is that balancing act.
Yeah, but that, again, the game is given away. They don't expect that to ever happen.
Of what to point out.
They are not going. If you think he's leaving, I got a bridge to sell you, folks.
As completely contrary to the norms and completely disruptive to the way that Washington ultimately works. And so,
okay, are you actually going to show some form of alarm when they actually do the hostile takeover of the government?
it makes sense that the Journal is calling it out. I think when it comes to the Epstein of it all, there is a question of when they come back in January. Enough of them voted to compel the
American exceptionalism, just accept it. Yep.
release of these files because
Well
of the
said.
political
Shut up,
pressure.
Hermit.
When it
It's
actually
like 427 to 1.
Oh, yeah. Just the one, Clay Higgins in Louisiana, was hanging out there as the lone person. Two interesting dynamics. One, all
Yeah, also, can we focus on that more?
House Republicans, except for Clay Higgins, voted for it. Why wouldn't they compel the release of the thing that they said should be released? That's an open question.
Right.
Two, the Senate never actually voted on this. And so when Chuck Schumer says he's going to put forward something that tries to compel the release of these documents, we actually might see people have to put their names on votes, which is not what they did when they compelled the release of the files. They did it by unanimous consent. They said, this is good, just send it to the president's desk. They didn't want to get bogged down in putting their names to something. So maybe we learn something in January about where people actually stand.
Well, again, I just wanted to
Again, and now it's going to do the thing where it's just like, oh, so I have to choose between making Trump happy and the people happy? Oh.
And again, that there has been reporting from this network and others that there's nothing in the files that prove Donald.
Oh my God, I cannot unsee his comically large head.
Trump broke the law. Nothing. So the question is, why does
Somebody
Donald
who
Trump-
has a pretty big noggin himself?
Why does the White House continue to drag their feet? Why does
In my 7.5-inch head
administration continue to drag their feet and keep this
God, these
story
news talkers are so insufferable. I know. This is why we do this together, though.
alive? This is number one.
You guys don't have to watch it alone. You got Pep to walk you through it.
Law of like crisis.
And we can laugh, cry, get mad. We could go through the gamut of emotions, and then we could feel like we had therapy together.
Management rule of crisis.
He's got a 5 head. He really does.
Get it behind you.
Big forehead. Like you just want to give it like a lick and then a slap.
Get to what you admit to, and get it behind you.
That's a lick the paw moment. Bah!
Let this story continue to drag on and on and on over the
It'd be like an anime where you just you slap.
past 6-9 months, and it's their own base that they're pissing off the most. Here's Don.
Really? That was a weird clip on that. Well, perfect timing. I can start wrapping up the program here. What a freeze rate! Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, guys, real quick. Here, let me remove this, and I got something to show you here. So buried in all this shit today, this came out while, funny enough, I was promoting this the show here, and I saw this from Krasenstein again. Breaking: Hunter's laptop was allegedly fake. This is what I have been saying for the last 5 years. The Hunter Biden laptop was fake, but much of the content on it was real. They manipulated files and put them on a random laptop. Now, I have to say, it's like, well, if they had the files, then why not just release that? Like, if they had all the content, then why, like, to go by the logic that the Trumpers are using with Joe Biden not releasing the Epstein files, then why wouldn't they have released all the content that they had? Like, if this was already widely, known and available, which I do genuinely think that story was fake. I think it was a giant nothing burger. I think that it would, like, the way that you even have people on the left and like the Democrats that are just like, yeah, that was a little fuck off. Like, seriously, this guy's out here committing so much corruption, and we just have to be like, yeah, you know what? There was a little sus. I don't know. It's the same with Biden pardoning himself. Before I actually cared, but now I'm kind of like, I don't know. Like, he saw that he was going to, like, they were like, Trump was going to come after him for whatever the fuck, but to do the pardon, you had to be guilty of something. So I don't know. Like, there are questions there for sure, but I leave with that. But if you guys enjoyed this program, please consider hopping over to my channel. I really appreciate the support. Let me link that real quick. And then if you guys can hit the like button on the stream as you guys stick around to hang out with our pal Jake, so you guys can find out what you can do in these crazy times. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody that I'm not going to see. And yeah, I will catch you guys on my stream.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
One second, I'm doing a joke for just one person. And it wasn't even that good. I don't even fully get why it was funny, but I had to complete it. All right, welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do, and we're starting with a correction. With apologies to Diana Ross, we're going to be discussing the Epstein files and just generally the state of things. Look, I'm talking to what is arguably the most educated audience in the world, short of specifically Sandy Shellis's audience. I've recently been grappling with that. I've noticed that, you know, I've been trying to talk to other communities, spread our message of how people on this side of the aisle or this general circle think things ought to be run. But I am noticing that I can't conduct myself the same way with anybody else as I can with you. With you, to some degree, I know that if I'm wrong about something, or if I give you a piece of advice that I could later discover might have a downside I didn't consider, I can be reasonably certain that you'll take it with a grain of salt, that you'll understand that I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a geologist. I suppose that would also be a kind of doctor. I'm not an expert on any of the things we talk about, except for, you know, banging MILFs. But apart from that, I don't have any sort of expertise. That first thing, and talking into a microphone through pure accident. And even then, I only know the very basics. So, why is that on my mind? Because we have to now. If earlier plans of the progressive community had worked out, we wouldn't need to make deals with any of these devils. And it puts a bad taste in my mouth to think of the kind of conversations I'm going to ask you to have. But we need them now. We need MAGA voters to start helping us instead of working against us. And the reason we need these things is because as of 2025, we need to pass, or we've been put on a course that means we will have to pass the kind of legislation and take the kind of actions with Congress that are going to require 2/3 votes. In other words, we're going to need to impeach people. We're going to need the threat of impeachment to be a serious one. We're going to need to pass sweeping legislation quickly and with certainty. That means this system where we take on all of the responsibilities for any decent thing happening in America, it's dead. It never really worked, to be honest, with just progressives and only progressives trying to stop the bleeding, deflect the knife, and sew up the wound at the same time. I mean, we just kept getting stabbed over and over, stabbed in the back by corporate Democrats, stabbed at least straight up in the front by everybody else. Never worked. We did not get much done except, to our credit, I think, some healthcare reform, and that's it. Oh, gay marriage. Hey, gay marriage. That's not nothing. But, you know, in this era, as of Trump, us going it alone just hasn't worked. What makes me sad about this realization is that the kind of show I do will only ever truly work amongst you. The just talking into a mic, giving my earnest thoughts about politics, that'll only work amongst you. And it requires you to have a ludicrous amount of education, even to understand the jokes I'm making most of the time. It requires you to know who the head of the FBI is, who the vice president's wife is. The kind of things that Americans didn't used to have as just common knowledge. It's sad, but it's got to happen. So let's get to it. Why do we need 2/3 votes? We need to be able to impeach the president. I'll tell you, I'm of the belief that Donald Trump is going to pass away before 2028. I suspect he might even be out of office by February. I think he is crashing hard. I think his mind is turning to soup in front of our eyes. I think he fell asleep something like 6 times in 6 days. Is that correct? Maybe it was 6 times in a week. I don't know. 6 times in 10 days, whatever. Is falling asleep at even one meeting would rightly be international headlines for a U.S. president. The amount of times this guy fell asleep is the only reason it's not the main story where we're constantly talking about, is he dying? Can he be trusted with the codes? Does he even know what the football is? The only reason these are not constant headlines is because, you know, he's also engaged in piracy, because he's also installing misspelled plaques that he wrote himself as an insult to other presidents, that he's ripping apart the East Wing, that he's kidnapping people off U.S. streets with militias that are not identifying themselves after left-leaning politicians were killed by people who were pretending to be cops. But the fact is, his brain is just about cashed out. I think Sam Cedar of the Majority Report deserves credit because, well, let's go full screen. Why not? Deserves credit because he identified the likely regimen of healing that Donald Trump is on, where he gets injections at the beginning of the month, and that sort of keeps his brains together through close to the end of the month, but more and more it's become late middle of the month, maybe just around the 15th. It's working less and less. Tinkerbell. I'm so ready to not have a soup-brained president. It's been a decade now. Yeah, easy to forget. A full decade of soup running the Oval Office. It'll be nice to have at least a regular villain back in there. But yeah, he's getting less coherent. And the reality is, we should be prepared to deal with the corruption outside of the personalities connected to it. All this is to say that we need, no, maybe needs the wrong word. It's in our best interest to have conversations with MAGA voters. Develop that skill. Don't worry about winning these conversations. You will be achieving a victory if you talk to a MAGA voter and you never let them get you angry. If they say something racist, say, well, I disagree with that. Anyway, back to the thing we were talking about. They use your frustration. They use anger. They use that as an escape button. When they want to flee a conversation because they realize they're talking to somebody who knows their business, who actually knows what they're talking about, they will try to say something to get you angry so that it can end with a fight and they can save face. If you're just having an argument where you're yelling at each other, well, then you both look foolish, and they'll take that over them looking foolish in front of you. They'll take a little bit of power away from you if they make you angry, if they get you talking about that. Your power is coming from the fact that you do stuff like this for fun. You listen to dry political content. I'm sure you don't only ever watch educational content. But the fact that you do from time to time means that you're going to be very scary to these people. And they're going to be tempted to hit that eject button from the conversation. Don't let them. If you start arguing, you are letting them escape. So what should you be talking about? Where should you always be steering the conversation when you're talking with these folks? Economics. King understood. Everybody who's ever fought for civil rights in the United States eventually came to understand the same thing. What is the purpose of racism? What is the purpose of all of this cruelty? I understand why people would be willing to be cruel if they are evil. But why would you go out of your way to be cruel? Because that is the means by which they launder an economic crime. If you look at somebody like Candace Owens and say, how can she support these people when they're attacking people that look just like her? Or you look at Milo Yiannopoulos and you think, how can he be helping these people when they're attacking him and people who are attracted to the same sex? How? Why? You're not wrong. And I feel the same way. But it does leave out something crucial. Tucker Carlson is betraying people that look like him. What's another one of these devils? Megyn Kelly is betraying people that look like her. They are selling out their religion, at least their professed religion. I actually think these people are atheists, but the religion they claim to be from, at least their cultural religion, Christianity, they're selling that out. They're selling out white people, Christians, and Americans, the very people they say that they're trying to help. They are no different than Candace Owens. They are no different from any of these motherfuckers. If you think exclusively that Candace Owens is screwing over her people, by which I mean black folks, but also Christians and also Americans, you are missing the greater point, which is that all of these motherfuckers are selling out their people. Because all of them know there's a difference between being a watcher of Fox and a creator of the content on Fox. There's a difference. Apologies if you work there behind the scenes. I know things are hard, but it is what it is. If you are working in that industry, then you know, because you have to prepare your arguments for a national audience and not embarrass yourself. Like, say, when your guest points out the obvious flaws. So you have to be prepared to have a conversation about economics, knowing that these people that you're going to be talking to regularly watch folks that are lying to them and selling out their own people and laundering the economic crime that is U.S. conservative politics. Here's how you can be incredibly persuasive over the next year of your life. The next year of your life is going to be the most important time for you to be charismatic, educated, and very, very persuasive. If you were saving up your good cologne, your nice shirt, if you were saving up your mental spoons for being gracious and lovely in conversations, I'm letting you know, January 1 through December 31st of next year is when to use all of those resources. Because we need a massive change in the government. We need a massive change in voters, and also Trump and MAGA, and therefore the Republican Party, are currently bleeding out their most swayable voters. It will be easier for us to sway radical MAGA types than it will be for us to sway a centrist Democrat. To me, the attention of a radical MAGA type is of more value than the attention of a centrist Democrat. A centrist Democrat will agree with everything we have to say about the injustice of it all, but they will never agree to doing anything about it. That is harder to work with. The NIMBYs of the world, they're harder to work with than somebody who has agreed that we need radical change and is trying to do a different type of radical change than we are. If we're simply agreeing that MAGA's radical change is not good, we'll find that we can agree with corporate Democrats. Yeah, MAGA's radical change is not good. But then what? On the strength of that, they get a useless corporate Democrat past the primaries. And then our reputation has to carry the burden of their mistakes. However, if you can convince MAGA types to try your radical change for your specific candidate in your town, you can have a massive effect on how your whole state goes. You have a strong progressive win, a mayoral race, a state representative seat, even a couple of wins on city councils that will affect not only how your actual the laws are voted, because you have a progressive in power, on the way in which your laws are voted for. I don't know how I was meaning to phrase that. But anyway, not only will it affect the actual votes that they take, but it will affect the way all other candidates in your state run their races. It will affect the rhetoric across the board. It will change the Overton window that is huge right now. I'm not sure, says the letter hack, corporate Dems are opposed to MAGA. Maybe. But I'm talking about their voters. The sort of people who voted for MAGA versus the sort of people who regularly vote for corporate Dems. I think we have more value in conversations with MAGA. Because even if you don't, I think the value you're going to get out of the corporate Democrat is pretty much set. You can rely on them for their vote in the general election. You cannot rely on them for their vote in the primary. But MAGA, these are people who fundamentally believe the power in America needs to change. And even though they are wrong about basically everything else in their lives, we actually are trying to radically change the power in America. Like, that's the whole thing we're trying to do. And I think we can get them on our side. Yeah, and we have to be preachers. I don't like this. I think we're going to have to get really used to higher rates of cancer amongst progressives, because we have to swallow all the things that we want to say. And it won't feel good. And we got to take those fair and righteous emotions and just push them deep down and let them become the cancer that will kill us. Because the world needs us to be evangelicals right now. The world needs us to go around preaching the good word of economic sensibility. Still haven't issued my correction. I should probably get to that halfway through the video. But before we get to it, let me end by saying you will need to have an understanding of economics to have these conversations. It is actually not hard to become Berkeley level educated anymore. Robert Reich, Bill Clinton's former labor secretary, father of Sam Reich, who runs Dropout TV, founder of Dropout TV, out of the bones of college humor. He put his last course that he taught up free. Wait, let me try that again. He put up for free the last course that he taught at UC Berkeley. I have watched it all. It's on YouTube. It's right, y'all. I've watched it all. It's fantastic. I think most of the concepts taught in there you will already know. But this is perfect because it tells you the specifics of why it is so. And he also does a great job of arguing against the things he believes, against the things he's teaching. Why would you want that? Well, you ought to know the weaknesses of your own beliefs. You ought to know ways in which your beliefs will be challenged. And you ought to have the ability to challenge your own beliefs yourself. It is a great course. It is called Wealth and Inequality. Should have had this. Excuse me. It's Wealth and Poverty. And you can view it for free on YouTube if you just type in Robert Reich, R-E-I-C-H. But yeah, Wealth and Poverty. Very enlightening. I would recommend, if you have the time, if you're just looking for podcasts to listen to, just save the playlist somewhere, and every once in a while, listen to one of his classes. I went through the whole thing in about a week because I listened to socialist policy in the same way others enjoy conventional pornography. But you don't need to even listen to the whole thing. You don't need to certainly binge it. You just need to have some sense of the real nuts and bolts mechanics of how the economy works. When somebody asks you what your reasoning is for why, for example, you think the rich should pay more in taxes, you should be able to give a coherent answer. So if you want to be able to do that, UC Berkeley, Robert Reich, you can also test yourself. You know, you watch this content, good. The people who respond in the comments may not necessarily represent everybody who's watching right now. I happen to watch a lot of stuff and just stay out of the comments because I like to be anonymous, or often, like when I'm watching Sandy's stuff, I don't understand the topic well enough to voice my opinion. But if you want to test yourself and find out, how much do I really know? Well, UC Berkeley is arguably one of the top schools in America, period. It is certainly arguably the top state college in America. If you listen, and Robert Reich is one of the most respected lecturers of all time, any country. So, if you can take one of his classes and understand it, I think you'll all find that you can, and I think your confidence is going to increase massively. But it'll also give you some surprising things that you didn't know you might have needed. Like, for example, if you're looking to make some ground with MAGA types, one thing you can do is establish that it's okay for us to hate politicians from our party or to disagree with politicians from our party. So you can cite Robert Reich, Bill Clinton's former labor secretary, as a reason why you don't like Bill Clinton. Not everywhere, Donald James X, just some streams. And that strip club, they won't let me in the front door anymore. But not everywhere. And I don't harass the dancers in the parking lot. I get up by the dumpster. I try to look in until Steve catches me, and then he chases me. It doesn't matter. The point is, I fucked up with Diana Ross. I have to get to the correction. So after the first batch of Epstein files came out, I saw that Diana Ross was in one of the pictures. Probably should have had this up to begin with. Just to, oh no, refresh your memory. It was, yeah, that's appropriately blurry. It was the one I'm going to put on screen right now. Yeah, that right now. What? One second. Hold on. There we go. That right now. You know, the one where it definitely looked like Diana Ross's, in my opinion, titties were out. They weren't. In the unredacted version of that file, what was blacked out were her kids. Here's why. So I acknowledge I was incorrect. I'm sorry, Diana Ross, that you got caught in the crossfire. But here's the other thing. Who the f are you hanging out with in that picture? Even Michael Jackson has the 1,000-yard stare. What did he see on the island? See, I don't feel that bad for associating Diana Ross with the crimes of these fucking diddlers because she was hanging out with a bunch of diddlers on a private plane. All of these evil sons of need to be punished. Now, it can't all be legal. Diana Ross, no, there should be no legal punishment for being in the vicinity of a criminal. But these folks that regularly hanged out with Epstein, like, for example, people that flew on a private jet with him 8 times, those folks, they saw things. If nothing else, they saw things. They knew things. They saw children with this guy. Even if, oh my gosh, oh, it's more. Oh no. Hold on a second, gang. I'd rather just find this. Huh. Okay. We'll play this in a moment. So even if these people didn't directly partake in the diddling, it would take a massive amount of ignorance, stupidity, to see all these kids around Epstein, to hear about what he was doing, and to not know that every piece of business he did with this guy was supporting a child molester. As far as we can tell, he recruited children out of Mar-a-Lago. He was not subtle about it. And I hope I have the right clip, because now we're going to show what somebody who hung out with Epstein thought about the guy.
From 1992 from Entertainment Tonight, which is owned by CBS Television. In it, Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Soon.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Yikes. That's not even the right quote. Sorry.
You can
That
hear
was
him
evidence.
say, I'm going to be dating.
That was more evidence that Trump is a diddler. But, and I'm sorry I don't have the exact video, but Trump famously said, actually, I don't believe it's a video, it's a quote, but Trump said, Epstein, let's take out YouTube. Yeah, house.gov. There we go. Donald Trump said this of Jeffrey Epstein. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy, he said. Wonderful guy. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. Let me say that again. Even if you don't believe that Trump was diddling children, and by the way, new Epstein files dropped in which Trump is accused of diddling children. But even if you don't believe that Trump knew this or did this with children, it's hard to deny that he knew what Jeffrey Epstein was doing with children. And by the way, what I'm telling you now, try to memorize the way this is done for when you talk with MAGA voters, because this is one of the things that MAGA folks are going to break off over. Maybe we're not going to have an avalanche where everybody goes all at once. But, you know, we talked with Portable Orange, and he had one moment in his journey where he was on the far right and he was willing to leave. There's going to be, every time one of these things drops, there is going to be handfuls, swaths of MAGA folks that that say, I'm ready to leave, or maybe I'm ready to leave. Those are folks you should talk to. And when you are talking to them and you're discussing things like this, just be prepared to get ready to throw out your own trash right alongside them. So even if Donald Trump wasn't diddling kids, look, he clearly knew. He knew Jeff for 15 years, during which he saw many of the things there's photographic evidence of him seeing in the Epstein files. And yet he thought he was a terrific guy. He was willing to tell the press anyway. He was willing to keep the world thinking that he was great. Apparently, he had a lot of fun with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a lot of fun to be with, says Donald Trump. This is, by the way, in 2002, when he's talking to New York Magazine. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. He knew. He knew. Even if he didn't partake, he knew. And he ran cover for the guy. Now, when you say that true thing, that even if he didn't diddle, he did know. Also accept that for the Democrats that you see, for the famous supposedly left-leaning people that you see. Don't for a second hesitate to say, if, for example, they accuse Bill Clinton of being a diddler, it looks like Clinton was a diddler. But don't be hesitant to say, hey, we might not have evidence yet for Clinton actually diddling, or whoever, Noam Chomsky, God help us, actually diddling. But you would be hard pressed to say that that guy didn't know what was going on. So damn him too. None of these people deserve our alliance, our allegiance. And what MAGA will be looking for, and rightly so, is for us to try to deceive them, for us to try to win them over to our side with a lie, with a twist of the truth. Do not do that. Be very willing to sacrifice every last one of these miserable pricks who flew on this guy's plane, who hung out around him, who let themselves be photographed in a room with him to be used as propaganda. If they were blackmailed into it, I don't care. They made a deal with evil. They sacrificed children for money. Which brings me to something else. QAnon. They warned us about child sacrifice. Literally did. They warned us about a ring of powerful pedophiles protecting each other and torturing kids. We had good reason not to believe them. But if you want to make a ton of inroads, if you maybe even want to take some of these people and return a measure of their sanity, we can acknowledge that they were onto something. And we should also take a moment to ask ourselves, amongst, trusted opinions, why is it that when wild things happen in America, they are accompanied by a right-wing conspiracy theory? See, I think those conspiracy theories, I'm sure they bubble up naturally, as happens with everything, but I think the flames are fanned by people who have an interest in diluting our knowledge, by people who have an interest in making sure that serious folks don't take such accusations seriously. That's you. Look, it's not just with the Epstein situation. It's not just the Epstein class. During the early 2000s, I worked with people who believed that 9/11 was an inside job. And here's the wild thing. There ended up being some truth to their suspicions, not their claims, but their suspicions. Because 9/11 was not an inside job, other than the incompetence of our FBI and CIA, but it was earnest incompetence. What was the scandal, what was the lie the government was telling us, is that they were doing anything about 9/11. They weren't. They used it the same way Israel is using the October 7th attack. They used it as an excuse to do violence against another country. That's all. Yet that conversation was not had. Instead, there was people talking about how jet fuel supposedly can't melt steel beams. That's what we were talking about, not Colin Powell is lying. Not there's whistleblowers saying that they're lying about Iraq. We weren't talking about that. It was crazies on one side and reasonable people obeying a rogue government. Again, it happened with Epstein. QAnon made accusing a Democrat of sexual wrongdoing into something that only silly people do, only ridiculous people do. And I think, frankly, progressive community, I think we reacted appropriately given the accusations. But that's twice now in my lifetime that major government scandals have been accompanied by a right-wing conspiracy that makes questioning the basics of the scandal seem ridiculous. Now, this doesn't mean that we should start listening to right-wing conspiracies, because they are wildly, cartoonishly off. They are, the very point of them is to not, I think, to not be correct. I think it is running cover for the bad guys to participate in this. I think we should get people to not participate in these things. And yet, we got to learn. We should take it seriously. We should say, this is a sign. This is a sign that somebody right now is covering up something like this. The next time they're ranting and raving, next time they say there's blue bears coming in from Canada and they're going to eat us all, they're blue human-eating bears, we're going to have to listen to that and try to decipher what is actually happening from the rantings of these madmen. Because something is happening, usually, with this stuff. And they're usually all up in arms about it, I think, because the craziest amongst them are getting signal boosted to stop any conversation from happening. Those Charmin bears are coming, man. Oh. Space lasers are real. They're just non-denominous. Yeah, we have non-denominational space lasers, folks. I know they think it's Jewish space lasers controlling the weather. That's ridiculous. The Jews don't have that kind of budget. There aren't that many Jews in the world. It's non-denominational space lasers that are being rented out to various religions as they need them. Drop bears are real. Do we have another fan of the One Shot podcast here? My word. Or is that just straight up Star Wars? Oh. All right, I got... I'm sorry, I really never got around to... really even the main stuff I want to talk about. Look, a couple of things before I forget. Let's start with T-Bone. Hey, gang, I think this is really healthy. I've been following T-Bone for months now, and he is doing something that I've asked members of the audience to do as an experiment. He's using YouTube the way I used to use Facebook. He's posting pictures and text, because YouTube has that function on the community tab of your account. If you want, you can make posts just like it's Twitter, and that will go into the feed of folks that follow you. I'm going to ask y'all to do this, what T-Bone is doing. Make no mistake, this is propaganda. And we are engaged in a propaganda war. And whether or not you think we ought to be does not change the fact that it's happening. There is already Republican messaging everywhere you can turn your eyes. Counteract it, because they have money to pay people to post things. We have people who hopefully we can convince to post things. That's me. That's you. If you are one of the This Space hosts, I don't know that I would extend this to you, this request, because I think you might have more value in being a pure video channel. I wouldn't want you to risk losing a subscriber because of your posts. But if you don't like post videos regularly, or you know it's not a major source of income that you're relying on, then help us spread propaganda. Join, for example, the General Strike US. Go on their media team, and occasionally they will produce things that they ask you to repost. Repost it to YouTube. And I think the kind of thing T-Bone does is perfect. He writes essentially an opinion column. Sometimes it's just a paragraph. Sometimes he'll write something that's like 600 words, you know? He'll accompany it with a photo. Look at that. He's even got a watermark now. And hey, he's growing in popularity already. In the couple of months I've been watching, he's gone from having only one person, your old pal Jake, liking his posts to, it looks like about 5 people now pretty regularly get in there. And I'm hoping it keeps growing. I'm also hoping you all make a habit of occasionally posting on YouTube. This is an underutilized section of a whole social media platform. You can use it to redirect people to live streams that you think are important, but you can also use it to practice some of the rhetoric I was talking about today. Clinton is bad, and so is Trump. Toss them both out. It's another line we can put in the water. And no, don't expect to get paid for this. You won't. Don't expect to have a post that gets 1 million shares. You won't. But if you can get a handful of people over the next year to vote differently because you put up a good piece of propaganda, you could literally change the course of human history. Truly. We're at those kinds of margins right now. If you can get a handful of people to vote in a way that is useful, do it. It costs you nothing. And it's a great way to practice rhetoric. It's a great way to practice formulating your thoughts. Yeah, for the love of the game, baby. Also, yeah, I do genuinely enjoy his posts, but of course I do. He's T-Bone watches this content. We all are thinking similar things at similar times. Of course I enjoy his content. But the interesting thing to me is that other people do as well now too. And he's getting better at it. As he posts, he is developing the skills necessary. We need people like this, by the way. We will eventually need, as this space itself, but really all progressive media grows, we are going to need people who are familiar with all aspects of social media. And if you start now, consider this an independent internship in social media posting. If you start now and you learn what is a good post, what is a bad post, what was popular, what was not. If you can do that in this low pressure version of things, then you will be ready for a high pressure version of things when we need you. And we will need you. All right. I truly did not even get to all the things I intended to talk about. So we're going to just jump to we're going to talk about this actually instead. We were going to talk about CVS. By the way, I'm going to host a pirate radio stream where we watch the forbidden CBS 60 Minutes clips. We had a viewer who is a wonderful human being, who I actually am not going to identify just now, who provided it to me. from the great nation of Canada, and I am going to play it for you because fuck Barry Wise. Yar har. Stream more, maybe, but stream with intention. Yeah, I don't want to contribute to slop, but you're right. I should stream more, but that also means I have to be better. DJX, I just wait for people to come to our side. I feel that's all I can do. All right. I get it. I do. But there's waiting and there's preparing. And I think you can prepare. Because you're not wrong, by the way. You're not wrong even to conserve your energy. If you don't have to go burn yourself out on trying to convert somebody who says they don't want to be converted. But what you can work on is helping people on board. So I actually think you in particular, DJX, are going to be really good at this. There's going to be people that show up at our doorstep, so to speak, in the rain, dripping, sad, having just recently realized that Donald Trump was lying to them. In fact, all of MAGA was lying to them. In fact, they've been living a lie for the last 10 years. In fact, they gave up their family and friends in order to follow somebody who they thought was going to make their life better and instead just wasted 10 years of it. When that person shows up, you can be very ready to be welcoming. Again, you don't have to have actively done anything up until that point, except for think about ahead of time what kind of person you're going to be. In other words, run in your head. The only work you have to do to prepare for this is run through in your mind the sort of things you're going to say. And for that, you should know what you want out of them. Do you want them to stop listening to sources that lie to them? Do you want them to start listening to sources that you think are good for them? Do you want them to just think about it a little bit? I don't have an answer for you now, but think about it. Because that's how you prepare. And just if you need a guiding light, imagine the situation were reversed and you were showing up to them feeling morose and saying, I don't want to fight. I just want to admit I was wrong and ask you, how can I be right? And be as kind to them as you would want them to be to you. And given the fact that you are one of the kinder and stronger human beings I know, I think it'll be easy. Okay, last thing, I'm going to just rush through it. Yes, 100%. Welcome with empathy. Yeah, and you can play a musical instrument, which goes a lot longer. What's up, Nadia? I am going to check out that video you sent. One last thing. I suppose I'll do more of this in a separate stream. Hey, Nicholas, would it be of use if I went overtime at all? Probably not. I'll just rip through this really quick. You must right now, with the rest of your day, decide what do you want out of the Epstein files. Pretty soon, we're going to get to a point where demands are going to be made. The Trump administration is so incompetent, they are actually getting people more angry about the Epstein files than they were. We should direct the conversation, because otherwise the conversation will be directed somewhere useless, somewhere that spares these creeps. So you progressives, you direct the conversation by knowing where it ought to go. Here's what I recommend to you for what we want out of the release of these Epstein files. Who was there hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein? Why were they there? Did they know what Epstein was doing? And why were they not charged? For redactions, it's simply this. Why was the person redacted? And if they were not a victim, why were they not charged? If they were a victim, were they only a victim of Epstein, or was it somebody else? And why was that person not charged? If Epstein was a sex trafficker, who was he trafficking for? There are too many girls, too many children that got trafficked to just be for the personal use of one pervert. Think of the simple questions you want answered and be prepared to ask those questions to people who you want to be appropriately angry. That's all the time I've got, gang. Yep, that's all the time I got. Thank you so much for joining me today. Merry Christmas, by the way. And Happy New Year. And what am I talking about? I'm going to see you tomorrow night for Left Past 10. But we got other stuff still going. It's this space. I don't have a gentle exit. So this is WYCD Wiki that says where you can do. My name's Jake.
This is 102.3 WHIV LPFM in New Orleans. We are Radio Null HIV with programming. That's right, programming dedicated to human rights and social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with a radio station, and that is to end all wars. Let me toss it over to my more than capable, very good friend, Austin. How are you?
I'm doing good. This is, I think last time we talked, the major story that was going on was that we were all kind of being held in limbo with the government shutdown about whether this awful budget was going to pass, and of course now as we're reconnecting, it has. Of course, it took some Democrats to decide to make that, to take a bad deal. And now the stalemate is ended. So on one hand, people are able to access things like SNAP again, but now we're looking
and federal workers are going to get paid.
Yeah. Yeah. And now
for the work that they're doing.
Yeah. But now, of course, we have to grapple with what we know was in this budget. Of course, it's going to affect eligibility for health insurance. And so I think some of these stories kind of cascade off of that. I think there's a lot of relevant things here. The first story I wanted to mention was just it it just kind of caught my attention. There's nothing in this story that immediately mentions, the war on trans people in this country, but it's an interesting one because the FDA has decided that they're going to be lifting the black box label on hormone replacement therapy for menopause, which is something that had, it's stemming from a research study from 2002 that suggested that
I was a practicing physician. I was just wrapping up my residency when that study came out. And I can tell you, and I didn't mean to interrupt, Austin.
Please.
Just for those of you, like I was a physician at that point. That had a chilling effect. So what Austin was going to say, there was a study that basically showed some noise when epidemiologists, or when we refer to something as having some noise, that means that like there is a signal in the data that suggested, right? It wasn't definitive, and it's never been replicated at all. But that women on hormone replacement therapy, there was an increased risk for breast cancer. Literally overnight, any woman who was on hormone replacement therapy was pulled off of their treatment. Two things. One, it's never been replicated, so it's unlikely that is the case. And this should have been repealed, or this idea should have been repealed, really, quite frankly, decades ago. Because two, what's ended up happening is that women have been suffering with the effects of menopause needlessly when they could have easily been on hormone replacement therapy. Does HRT for women who are menopausal or perimenopausal, postmenopausal, can it cause some adverse effects? Yes, but that's a very small group of people, especially people who've either had previous breast cancer or at risk for breast cancer, but that's not a majority of women. So, but I can't press upon you, Austin, how it sent a chill down the spine of all physicians. The other thing that's relevant too, that I bet you none of the articles mention or whatever, is that it was the early days of the internet. So information was transmitted much more rapidly in those days.
So it was going like viral.
It was before where there was a word for viral. Before we just got the information all at once, and it was just like collectively as a medical entity, we acted in unison, and nobody thought. It's so funny. I'm like looking back, and it's almost shameful. Nobody thought to think maybe we were wrong, and instead we just let millions and millions of women suffer through the effects of menopause symptoms. The symptoms of menopause, when the study should have been immediately replicated or what have you, to notice that. Anyway, please continue.
Yeah. So this label, this black box label warning, is like that one of the highest kinds of warnings that the FDA can issue for a drug for potential adverse effects of that drug. And it's been over 20 years since that study came out. Only finding ourselves, interestingly now, in 2025, I think it's interesting that this is an interesting move for the FDA for me I'm trying to think of where this angle is from. This is not an FDA that particularly cares about women's healthcare. So it's a great thing that this is, now being lifted. Hopefully this brings some more access for patients who are, suffering from symptoms of menopause. But when I see things like this, it's just seems kind of like incongruent with how this FDA.
There's an angle.
Yeah.
There's an angle, right? Have you tried, because obviously you and I are similar. This is why we do the show together. We think very similarly from that perspective. Do you have any sense of what that angle is?
I mean, when
Or do you
When
think they're
you-
just throwing? Do you think they're throwing crumbs? They're throwing a little chum just to like keep the populace happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it could be, yeah, I mean, something to get, you know, to get maybe cisgender women who, you know, on board, or who feel like they might have been like alienated by this FDA. But when you search or you look up anything in the news about this kind of treatment, HRT, the majority of discussions in news and government is around trans people. That is where policy is being made around HRT everywhere.
And Austin, just remind me, what's the population of females in the U.S.? Just roughly. Let's just make a guess. 50%.
Yeah, that
50%.
seems
Yeah.
likely.
Yeah, seems likely to me too. Maybe rough around maybe 47, maybe 52. Who knows, right? But around 50, right? And remind me the population number of people who are of trans experience.
Far less. far less.
Less than, you mean far less than 1%, or far less than 50%?
It's definitely far less than 50%. Unfortunately, I think there's a lot more trans people out there than we, made.
Fair, but the rough number that we recognize is roughly like 1%, right?
Yeah,
1% of the population, roughly, is basically what identify as being people of trans experience, right?
Yeah.
And so what you're saying to me then is because it almost sounds like it's a purposeful ploy. It almost sounds like they're doing this purposely. And it would be funny if it wasn't, so hurtful if it wasn't the truth. But you're saying politicians are focusing on the 1%, in this case being people of trans experience, and creating hateful policy geared toward them while ignoring 50%, because it looks bad on both sides. Like they're hateful toward the people of trans experience, and at the same time they're just ignoring in a misogynistic, paternalistic way the suffering that women have to experience in and around the menopausal period they're experienced during menopause.
And I also think, a lot of the policy that's being passed around HRT is potentially damaging for people who are not trans, making it harder for them to access HRT. So I could also see this as being sort of a reaction to maybe ensure that, like, at least, some of their constituents who do, of course, use the same, use HRT, the same medical technology, are still able to, get that. It's a really interesting time for this Black label to be going away, when it seems like one of the hottest political conversations right now is in healthcare is about whether people in general should be able to access HRT, and whether minors especially should be able to access HRT. That's where laws around HRT are being passed. That's where political debate's happening. So I can't imagine that this is unrelated. Where exactly that lies, it's kind of hard for me to, I don't know yet.
Yeah, it's in the end, it's shameful because it's losing out on two things. One, you're hurting two populations essentially, or at least previously you're hurting two populations. One previously was you're hurting the trans population, and understandable, because that's who they are. They're hateful people, and the pain is the point, trying to make people's lives miserable who do not fall in line with their hateful white supremacist anti-LGBT perspectives, worldview, but also the misogyny of it as well. And so you started this conversation with what gives, what's the angle, and in the end is the angle that we are going to become less misogynistic in an effort to become more anti-trans? I don't know what they're trying to do. They're doing the right thing from the science perspective, but and maybe they recognize that 50% of the population are women, and they're voters, and in the end, that's what they are all transactional, and what they care about is power, and what gets them into power are people's votes. So I don't know. It does strike me. It strikes me as weird, and I've thought about it since I read about it last week, or whenever they realized this, or whenever they announced this, and I just don't. Usually, I can find an angle with something, and I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're even recognizing some like over legislating around HRT that's happening right now. That is, maybe they're like, oh, we don't, it's like we want to make sure that our conservative, conservative women voters, at least, like, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. In the effort to become less misogynistic, they're becoming more trans.
Yeah,
it's weird, right? It's hard to. It's weird. It's also trying to follow the logic of the conservative mind.
Yeah,
there is none.
There's no
hypocrisy is built into conservatism. Hypocrisy is a tool for white supremacy. You and I, we go to school every day. We learn 2 + 2 is 4, and it's always going to become 4 forever. And all of life's greatest philosophies are based on logic that follows very consistent and predictable patterns. But when you are a fascist, when you are just power for the sake of power, and when you're trying to destroy, in our case, a very weak democracy to begin with, but that's easily going to be, can easily be broken under sustained pressure like this, using the tools of hypocrisy are valuable, because you don't need to be logical. You don't need to have consistency of thought. You can just lie. I mean, how many, like, here's something. So today, the day we're recording is what, Monday, November 17th, right? So all of last week, we heard Epstein Files is a hoax, a hoax. It's a hoax. It's a hoax. It's a hoax, a hoax, hoax, hoax. We know all that is BS. It's a lie, whatever. Okay. But here is another clear example of what I'm saying. Today, on the 17th, what did he say? Oh, no. I want all the Republican House members to vote for this petition that they're going to vote on here, and vote in favor of releasing the files. Okay? Well, 2 things. 1, if you really wanted to release files, you could just release the files. Okay, forget about that. 2, last week, didn't you just call it a hoax? Like, why are you telling you're releasing your Republican Congress people to go ahead and vote for something that's a hoax? That's what I'm saying. They can do that. They can lie. They can hold 2 opposing thoughts in their brain at the same time and go to sleep at night. It doesn't bother them. They're not bothered by shame. So I don't know. So maybe they are looking to lessen the misogyny a bit on one side, and then double down on the anti-trans side on the other. So let me just do a quick station ID. If you are tuning in, this is from ID. This is ID from X to Z. That's Austin Wallace, who is our Z. I am MARKALAIN DERY. I'm your X. This is 102.3 WHIVLP FM in New Orleans. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. Austin?
Yeah. Going, talking more about, a population that represents about 1% of the population in the U.S., trans people, who to me, it seems like going from, I'm trying to remember when I was a kid of I remember when marriage equality passed, and I remembered when after that, slowly there became more trans people in the news.
There was hope, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was people
we were just talking
very
about
outly,
offline.
openly trans, that were on magazine covers, who were
Well, there was Orange is the New Black was also really popular at the time. And is it Laverne Cox? Is it Cox who's a person of trans experience? Who is who was in, so right around the same time, I think there was some really high profile celebrities who were trans as well.
Yeah, and it was the zeitgeist around trans people has shifted a lot. It's shifted, the line of progress has like turned around in a way that, like, I guess it runs counter to like the revisionist like history story that you learn when you're a kid going to American public schools, public high school, where you learn, oh, you know, we've had these problems in the past. We're on this forward march of progress. You know, we're always moving forward. We're always progressing. We fought for equal rights, and now we're going that way into the future. I think that kind of has been that idea has totally been blown out of the water for me. I mean, trans people and queer people and have had different moments in history where we've been more or less, on the line of being like scapegoated. And right now, trans people are in like such a hot seat that, of course, now you have, Catholic hospitals. This next story is referring to last week. There were Catholic bishops met to make an official stance, like an official vote. I'm not exactly sure how Catholic hospitals policy works between them, but this article did mention that every day about 1 in 7 people who are treated in a hospital are being treated in a Catholic hospital. So there was this meeting in Baltimore where it was decided that Catholic hospitals will now formally no longer provide gender affirming care. And they do the Catholic thing that I've heard, from my experience going to a Catholic school, where they, in the same breath, they mention, we are open to, we're always going to treat trans patients. We're always going to treat them, but they're not going to treat you're not going to do gender affirming care for them. But they feel the need to say in the same breath that, we're always going to treat them. We're going to treat, we'll treat everybody. And it's just like such a two-faced like thing to say. Because in the same meeting, they've also wanted to, double down with their commitment to protecting immigrants. It's another population that is, now in like a very hot seat in the U.S. But it's just this, it's like a blow, that they try to soften with all of these other things. But, everyone's falling in line. That's one of the most disappointing things I think about this year is how much falling in line with trans hate there has been. Not that I was like super expecting Catholics to, be vocal advocates for trans people, but I am expecting hospitals to be. And
isn't this in a long line of just Catholic? I mean, it's funny because this weekend, wasn't there just a bunch of priests that just came out and like spoke openly about, pro immigration policies, and the Pope spoke out against Trump, and particularly JD Vance, because JD Vance fashions himself a Catholic, and so was kind of speaking, I think, directly to JD Vance. But as somebody who is, who grew up in the Jewish world, you're going to have to help me kind of navigate some of these kind of issues in terms of, obviously I'm familiar with the tragedies and the horrific things that the Catholic Church has done. In fact, one of our previous guests, who's actually, starting today. Richard is actually starting, the trial actually starts today, by the way. So he definitely wants to come back and finish, talking
Yeah.
about the tremendous harm that the Catholic Church has done to him through issues regarding sexual abuse. And please check out that that previous episode to hear his just harrowing tale. But I mean, to a large degree, religion and Catholicism particularly, but just religion has always just been very bifurcated or hypocritical. Again, hypocritical. Here's this word coming up again. In one sense, you love, the strangers, you love your neighbors, you love your community, or, this idea of helping the poor and all these things. I'm sure if Jesus were alive today, I probably would be friends with him because he seems like he's a pretty cool dude, right? I'm sure you and I think very much, in terms of, serving the poor, helping immigrants, making sure people are fed and what have you. But to then now have Catholic hospitals just come out and just openly state that they are not going to be participating, even though they are aware of the science in gender affirming care, is so disappointing. It's so just bootlicking. It's so bending the knee. And there will be a reckoning. There will be a reckoning for these people who do this. I have to hope against hope that there will come a time where in 20 years and 30 years, hopefully, inshallah, it'll be sooner than that, maybe 10 years, maybe 5 years, where we are going to have our own ability to look back to see who bent the knee and to, frankly, cancel them. Just can't. They are no good for society. Canceled. And maybe that's what the Trump administration becomes. Maybe it becomes, I think we've talked about this, it facilitates, maybe just everything just comes crashing down, and then we just rebuild from the ashes what America was really intended to be, which was a place where we govern ourselves rather than being governed by the elites, in a place where all people are created and treated equal.
Yeah, and I mean, on what rights or basis do bishops have a say on what's medically necessary? It's become, they've transformed something that is a medical practice, gender affirming care, and have fallen on the side that it's not, for them, it's not medicine, it's like spiritual warfare. And that's the way that it's being, that like HRT, that rights of trans kids are being construed in the US, is that this is this is a moral, spiritual warfare. And these are leaders of hospitals that are
Hold on. Leaders. Just want to like make sure we're clear. They're leaders, okay?
Yeah. Who are in a seat in a position to make policy.
Yes. They're very powerful people. 100%.
Yeah. So I mean, it's no. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, I'm really not sure exactly who these bishops are. I'm pretty sure that they don't have a background in medicine, but they.
Let me just say non-journalistically, I could guarantee that.
Yeah. So, I mean,
because you know why? Because I guarantee you, if any of them were a doctor, that would be in the article. Yeah. They'd be the one talking. So it would say, oh, these bishops all happen to also have extensive medical training too. They've reviewed. No, they don't. No, I guarantee you, it's all, listen, even the Catholic Church is a hierarchical entity, isn't it? And you have to fall in line if you want to, basically, if you want to continue to succeed and have a job, right? I mean, these guys all need to kind of quasi fall in line. But what's different is that the Pope is different, right? Like, I don't know where the Pope stands on gender affirming care. I would like to hope that he stands with us
He basically echoes the same thing. He's like, we need to respect and care for all people, but also it's a sin. So, and that's just like the same, like it's the same BS. It's the same BS. Like it's like no one wants to hear that.
Okay, so one is, and the reason why, for those of you that are tuning in or whatever, the Pope, in fact, Austin lives right now where Austin lives. I don't mean to try to sell you out, bro, but like you are living literally in the same neighborhood from where the Pope is from in New Orleans, okay, in the lower 9th ward, right? Like, or at least in the 9th. Just like, so we kind of see as New Orleanians as the Pope, and again, I'm an atheist, what do I know? But like, he just strikes me as a cool dude. He's into the White Sox. Who's into the White Sox? Whatever. Anyway, I just think it's cool, like he just strikes me as like like these two popes, the one previous to him and this Pope, just strike me as just decent entities, and I just was hoping that we could get a little bit more clarity from him. Not that I take my clarity from anybody, religious oriented, but just still, he's from the 9th ward. He's from New Orleans, and I was just hoping for something a little bit more.
Yeah, you'd think that if you spend some time down here, I don't know. I think like living and being around and living in New Orleans, you're living around a lot of trans people, a lot of people, all different kinds of backgrounds. It's just I don't know. You have to be if you're in that position, I don't know, you're leading one of the most like, powerful entities that has a lot of money behind it. It's also not surprising that there's a lot of a major funding source for the Catholic Church is in the Latin world, who's now being attacked. So they're trying to play, all sides here, to figure out how the church is going to survive into the future. How they're going to survive under, if this is the new way that the world is going to be under extreme fascism. How does the church save itself? That's what I think this is going here. That's what the neat ending is.
Well, it is a shame, and I take heart in the fact that, and I appreciate that America is becoming a less religious entity. You have less pews that are filled every Sunday. Churches are kind of freaking out. Congregations are kind of freaking out. And hopefully in the end, people will recognize that all it is just a big scam game to separate you from your money. And it's all about mind control in the end. That's what it is. If you're tuned in, this is ID from X to Z. That's Austin Wallace. I'm Mark Allen DERY. You are tuned in to 102.3 WHIV-LP-FM in New Orleans. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. Austin.
Yeah. Our next story is from KFF Health News. It is titled "The Quiet Collapse of America's Reproductive Health Safety Net." This goes right in line with the quiet collapse. It doesn't seem quiet to us.
Yeah, I was going to say, is quiet the right?
It doesn't seem quiet to us because we're like in this.
We're on the forefront. We're living
this is our world. But I think it is one of the reasons we do this show is because it is quiet for a lot of people. And part of the way that they're using quiet here is the way that health in this country is being dismantled. Is a lot of it is, they can't just, for federally approved funds, they can't, that's harder to legislate away than to just like, cut people's jobs and make those funds unable to be allocated, and used, and distributed. So this article is talking about Title 10, family planning program, the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Population Affairs, which is down to that office, which used to have 40 to 50 people, is now down to one person. It's and so it's unable to do anything that it was previously able to do. And the things that it did was administer family planning programs for clinics across the country to have family planning for people to, because when that came about, when Title X came about during the Nixon era, this article goes on to talk about how in that time there actually was like an idea that an accepted idea that it's important that people have the ability to control when they have a child, that's a major health that's a health need, that is a public health need for not on any moral basis, but on a health basis, a public health basis. So now, of course, being able to choose when you have a child is now it's a moral conversation. And so a lot of these clinics that were relying on Title X programming are unable to work, and populations that normally would be able to go to their local like family planning clinic, be able to access contraceptives.
Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood. Are now having to seek those things elsewhere, because people are going to seek ways to plan their pregnancies, or have abortions, or find contraceptives, or just get help through trying to get pregnant. Anything on that whole spectrum are now moving into federally qualified health centers are now taking more of that. They're being over where once some of that work could be spread out, are now people are scrambling to find that those resources anywhere they can.
And the net effect of that is what, Austin? What is the net effect here? They're trying to create chaos. They're trying to create
chaos.
They're trying to, like, if you take an office that had 50 people and you reduce it down to one, you're trying to create failure. Shame on that person who's in that office of one. Maybe they think that they have the moral obligation, but you need to resign and just let that office fold, just so that that's what they're really trying to do. What's going on here is the people who have money, resources, or are rich, or in the 1%, 3%, or 10%, or what have you, they're going to find the way to get their contraceptions. They're going to find ways to get their abortions. It's not an issue, okay? They're making it difficult for everybody else. Why? Because they want people to be burdened with pregnancy. They want people to be burdened with having families. If you have families and mouths to feed, guess what? You're not on the streets protesting. If you've got to be caring for children, making sure they're in school, making sure that they're going to be clothed and fed, and you've got paying the heating bills and what have you, that means that you're going to be an obedient worker working in a factory or working in fast food restaurants, and you're willing to accept more BS. You're going to tolerate more BS because you are desperate, and making you, and what the American experiment, which Project 2025 should have also just been called in the byline, which is the plan to make America sick, weak, and feckless. Now, this is probably not right. Sick, weak, and powerless. That's what the word. Project 2025 should also be called the Project to Make America Sick, Weak, and Powerless. That's really what it comes down to. And that's what the American experiment is. As you were explaining it, I was in my mind's eye visualizing what would it be like if we came as time travelers and came back, you know, if you and I lived in the future and came back and saw what, you know, in 20 years, what America has become, that we could take a snapshot, you know, look at what the way is things were like 10 years ago, and then the way things are in 30 years. Because, you know, the frog boiling in the water is, you know, it's going to happen gradual. So we're going to get used to these things. That's why I said 10 years ago, not today, because we're already used to be, as all the Planned Parenthoods in Louisiana are gone. We had, that was not a thumbs up. There's a thumbs up now that was not intended to be a thumbs up for that comment. That should have been a thumbs down. I wonder if it'll take a thumbs down. The fact that Planned Parenthood, we had a very good Planned Parenthood, very strong Planned Parenthood in New Orleans. It's gone. There was another one in Louisiana that also has been eliminated as well. And just exactly what Austin was saying a moment ago, these are being systematically removed, eliminated, because the net effect here is to keep people poor, to keep them sick, and to keep them powerless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, you know, it's I can see why, you know, the Catholic Church has had, as we were talking about before, also been invested in.
Perfect tie-in. Austin,
Yeah.
wow. Brilliant tie-in. 100% correct.
Yeah, has been invested in that too. It's a really convenient thing for them to be on the same side for keeping people obligated to lose their power, to lose their independence, because they're going to be taking care. You're going to be taking care of families that and children are going to continue to suffer from that. The children that are a result of that, not going to be fed.
Probably not be vaccinated if they live in a state that doesn't give vaccines.
Not going to be vaccinated. Going to, you know, be suffering from, you know, all the health issues that come along.
All the generational trauma and mental health issues that persist.
So yeah, 30. If you're time travelers 30 years from now, 30 years, thinking about what's the population as a result of family
these
planning
policies,
being eliminated, a very sick population who, you know, suffered, you know, so many of the social determinants that happen when you're a kid, of being, you know, raised, you know, malnourished, not being vaccinated, those things that spiral off into like lifelong health issues 30 years from now, that you know, those 30 plus year old people who are now being born because their families didn't have access to family planning are going to be a very sick population.
And easy to control. So let me also just kind of take us back to the family planning and my memory of this. Leon and I used to be a big advocate until I realized that they were never going to do anything about it. For being an HIV doctor, I really cared about comprehensive sexuality education in Europe, Western Europe. The WHO has declared age-appropriate sex ed to be a human right. It's a human right that the WHO has declared. So in third grade, you're not learning about sex per se. You're learning about ed, right? You're learning about, make sure if somebody touches you here, that is inappropriate. You tell an adult, you know, stuff like that. Then they lead into consent. And I think that that's why people in Europe have a much healthier perspective on sex than certainly Americans do. But let's think about where this all came from. In the 70s, and again, we're thinking about it, it was the Nixon administration. That's how low we've gone, is that we're looking up to Nixon when they started this idea of family planning. So Leon and I were very much into studying comprehensive sexuality education, and we were the first that published a study that showed that states that do not have comprehensive sexuality education have higher rates of HIV. It's like duh. Like it was just a matter of just somebody needed to publish it. We were just the first ones out there. Our studies also were consistent and showed that states without comprehensive sexuality education or that lied to their children and told them that, wait until you're married or what have you, also had higher rates of teenage pregnancy. Duh. That's already been shown, right? So in the days that in the 70s, there was, it was before Reagan coined this idea of the welfare queen, but there was still this sentiment, extreme racism and these racial tropes of Black women having multiple kids to game the system. It was terrible. I mean, it's terribly racist. It was racist then. It was certainly when Reagan, coins this welfare queen and how it has stuck for all this time. I mean, variations of that idea of the welfare queen has stuck, but the idea was let's make family planning as available as possible, and let's make sure that women have access to contraception. And you know what? It worked. Their plan worked. And you know what happened? Women were able to control when they got pregnant. And there has been a significant shift as to when women first start families. They're starting families much later than they were in the 70s and certainly before in the 50s and what have you, certainly earlier than that. But they have shifted now. Families, women are starting families in their 30s now or in their mid 30s, right? Certainly a lot different than it was in the 70s. But what happened at the same time, Austin? At the same time, women were gaining control in society. Were able to exert themselves in a monsters recognize, well, let's get rid of it because it made women too strong in our society. And that's essentially what the situation is here. And that's how I interpret that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that makes makes a lot of sense. Yeah, when you have the ability to control when you get pregnant, you have
or not get pregnant.
Yeah, or not get pregnant. You have the control. You have control about
your body.
And
which is what other countries who are industrialized democracies, much more than us, are able to do. And this is why there are higher happy quotients or satisfactions. People live longer, healthier in other countries that allow you to have access to things that allow you to control your own body. All right, let me just do our last station ID. If you're tuned in, this is 102.3 WHIVLP-FM in New Orleans. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. You are listening to from ID, or God bless it, ID from X to Z. Austin Wallace is our Generation Z. I'm MARKALAIN DERY. I'm our Generation and Resident Xer. And Austin, the microphone is yours.
Yeah. So our last story is feels really relevant right now. In this past week, we've learned that the Trump administration plans to send ICE Border Patrol to New Orleans. New Orleans is now, just like LA has been, is now a new target, and we are expecting a significant increase in Border Patrol ICE presence here.
Because we're on the border of what? Of the Gulf?
The Gulf of
the Gulf of America.
Yeah.
Have you seen any yet? I've been gone for a couple days. Have you seen any?
Not personally, but I've.
Wasn't there a big raid in Kenner, like at a boat launch or something?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
there was like 100. There were like 100.
Yeah, I did just read that today. I haven't. Yeah, I mean, I expect that we're going to see more of that here, and I know at least like among people I know, now we're starting to, we're we're having conversations now about how to brace ourselves for the impact, how to keep each other safe.
What are those conversations that you can have here and share with other people if they find themselves in the same situation? Or
it's the same. I mean, it's the same tactics that you see all over the country with leftists that are fighting this.
So we're all going to get dressed up in like as giraffes and unicorns and zebras, or
I think the
big blow up and the blow up things, or because it worked in Portland, and if it worked in Portland,
I think
where is weird if not weirder than people in Portland. So
I think I think the most important takeaway that I can think though is actually the not talking, is the not incriminating yourselves or your neighbors. It's really easy for people to
they're looking for a fight, is what you're saying.
Yeah, to not to
not engage.
Yeah, or don't draw any attention to anyone. I mean, I've known well-meaning leftists who have jeopardized people, well-meaning white leftists who have jeopardized their neighbors before because they're feeling like energized about this, but are not having a lot of foresight about how they aren't going to be suffering the same kind of consequences. Right now it's like keep under the radar.
And also sorry, and we're also living in a state where the powers that be, governors, mayors, not necessarily in Orleans Parish, but certainly around us, they are going to guide ICE exactly to where they need to go. To make those arrests. They will tell them exactly, it's like if you're a thief, you're just a no good thief, you're going to break into somebody's house and then they're going to just tell you exactly where they need to go or you need to go to find the money or the jewels or what have you. And that's what we saw in Kenner, which is one of the communities outside of New Orleans. It's about 2 communities outside of New Orleans, which has a very, very, very large Honduran population, has a very large immigrant population, but a very large, certainly Honduran and Latino population. And in an area where there was I thought it was a boat launch or whatever. I'm not really sure what the business was, that there were so many people there that they made 100 arrests of American people or people that were living certainly in the U.S. Of so-called immigrants. We don't know, but it was very sad to see that. And as you say, Austin, we're starting to see more of this kind of percolate in the streets of New Orleans now.
Yeah, so it's don't make their jobs don't make their jobs any easier than they are, to do this. Yeah, it's really difficult right now. I think one of the best things for me about being off of social media is when you're at like protests or anything, do not be posting. I'm really against posting anything at protests. That's just people feel different levels of like, oh, there's some level we need to get, awareness out about what we're doing. But I really think that security culture has to be so much stronger right now when you're actively being surveilled.
Do you bring your phone? Do you bring your phone to?
I would never bring if you're going to be protesting, I say don't bring your phone. Don't put your I think that if you're don't bring your phone. I think it's a good idea to keep to not be definitely don't take pictures. Because of course like that can be taken away for that can be used. You can do all these little things, even just like a very small clip of a video on your phone that you post on Instagram can be used against someone, and it has been. Don't ever put people's faces on the internet from a protest standpoint. I know there's a resurgence of people It's one of the I guess critiques I have about some of the more modern like protest movements that are happening there on like the national level. With I like to see the energy of people coming out for like No Kings March and all these things, but it's a lot of people who are really energized who don't have a background or know about like security culture concepts like that, and are potentially putting people at risk when they take a social media element to what they're doing. There's something to be said for like getting awareness out there, but I think a lot of people are very aware. But I don't know if it outweighs like the danger of like putting something on the internet of what that can do.
Austin, did you hear or did you read stories about like Palantir or Palantir-like technologies being used at ICE protests so that they could identify who's protesting and be able to kind of engage with that individual to make their lives difficult or identify who they are? Or did you see that story or read about it, or what did you think about that?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they can take,
Facial recognition and stuff like that.
You know what? Yeah. I mean, who do you think? I mean, when you think about who owns your major social media platforms,
Right?
Zuckerberg. All these. We willingly incriminate ourselves so much. We give for free. Actually, it's what we're doing is when we're really on social media is we're doing free labor. We're creating. They make a platform that makes us feel dependent on it, dependent for like our social connectedness. But what we're doing for them is we're generating them data about ourselves to be sold. So we're doing work every time we go on. We're creating labor. We're creating value with labor that we're not being paid for. So that should already anyone who's on the fence
be a deal breaker right there.
Deal breaker.
But Austin, to a certain degree, just to be honest, and for us just to remain honest, what we're doing right now is also that, right? We're sitting here creating content that's going to be posted on social media, of which we're not going to get paid for, but also at the same time, we enjoy doing this. We enjoy the back and forth. This is our time that we get to spend together. Also, kind of intellectually gut checking one another and sharing with the community things that are important to us.
I think what more I'm talking about is like every time that you engage.
Sure. Understood.
Anyone who's out there who, when you're watching this video, when you're, I think it's just being aware of like anytime that you're interacting with anything like this, you're creating data about yourself. That, it's not as much as they're like singling you out right there, right? What they can do though is look at your like bigger network of people. They're buying data in these like aggregate trends. When you're out at a protest, they can see who might else be out at that protest by tracking, usually you're on Instagram every day at this time. Why weren't you on Instagram at this time? And actually you are usually, through social media, we've built out a map of, here's all these people who share similar political views as you in your neighborhood. Some of these people also similarly weren't on social media at this time. And so those empty spaces of data are now built, that
they're just as valuable as
and it can build a case. It can build it. Only can it build a case against you, but it can build a case against anyone else that you're connected to in your social network. So what I'm saying is just be very, very careful about the way you use social media. That's what I'm thinking about as ICE is starting to move deeper into our community here in New Orleans. That whole tangent is I thought was a little bit away from what I was originally planning on talking about, but similarly related. We have ICE we're talking about privacy, ICE, our agents, we have cases of ICE agents going into, bringing people they've detained into hospitals. And now, they're pushing the boundaries of what they're able, of patient confidentiality. ICE agents are remaining in the rooms of people that they've detained and are now, are being able to listen in on
protected
medical conversations between patients and their doctors. That's protected no matter what, whether you're a citizen or not. That's regardless. You have
you have those rights. That's medical rights. Patient bill of rights. Patient bill of rights.
Yeah. So there's a case of a Salvadoran woman in California that the article that I'm referencing is talking about. But I worry about with the amount of brutality that ICE agents engage with, they could smash your head into concrete, then bring you to a hospital, and then get, as you're talking to your doctor to get the medical treatment that you need, might be able to take, all sorts of private information away from you to further incriminate you. And that's a tactic that I'm worried about.
Yeah, and we've seen just kind of last week in Chicago, the way that they broke through windows, they pulled a guy out of the car, they are using a pepper spray. They pepper sprayed a priest a couple weeks ago. Just last week, there was a bunch of religious kind of leaders in Chicago who went to an ICE agent, or they went to an ICE facility in Chicago to peacefully protest, and then they were attacked by police. Now, that to me seems weird because Chicago's a blue city. I don't know who in the police actually, how that actually, because I know the mayor of Chicago seems like he's a very good guy. I've seen him interviewed a number of times, and he says all the right things. But why the police ended up attacking these peaceful protesters, I don't know. But in the end, I think the point that you're making is that we are going to see more ICE in the streets. And while I do not have my finger on the kind of the pulse of what the activist community is doing right now, Austin, like you do, I'm glad to hear the message, and I hope other people here in New Orleans hear the message that you're putting out, which is don't engage. Do not engage. We have to start wrapping up here. Austin, we got do you have any final words in the last 5-10 seconds?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. You are tuned in to 102.3 WHIV-LP-FM in New Orleans, Radio NOLA HIV, with programming dedicated to human rights, social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with a radio station, and that is to end all wars. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. This is ID from Ecstasy. We'll see you guys next week.
Good morning, Comrade. You listen to WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. You can also check it out live on this space. Jeff is here on the show, and we have a returning champion, a very special guest. What is up? Alex from the Devil's Advocate. What's going on, my dude?
How's it going? What's going on? Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year's to everybody.
Yeah, look at this. We got a little hat on a hat situation going on here. We got
green
the legendary Luigi hat, and we got the Mario. Oh, we got Mario. I actually found a video or picture of myself a couple of years ago a friend of mine actually asked me to be a Santa Claus at
Really?
yeah, it was at like a sort of like an immigrant sort of church space or whatever. I'm not religious and I don't speak any Spanish, so I was basically just like this white Santa running around and running around like I can't speak to any of these kids, and it's just, ho ho ho, like over and over again. It was
You're
fun.
just basically a prop.
Yeah, basically. I mean, whatever. The kids loved it. The kids were into it, so
That's
all
awesome.
that matters.
That's awesome. But yeah, man, it is Christmas week. There's been a lot of happening, a lot of news dumps because it's Christmas week. They think people aren't going to be looking at the news. And,
I want to talk about something fun first.
Okay.
Because like we don't have enough fun on this show.
I know. I agree.
Obviously, like I understand. Wait, you agree? Wait,
No,
you
I
agree
mean,
we don't have to finish? What
I'm
the heck?
saying
Come on.
I've been getting burned out.
I
I've been getting burned out on the news. So later on my show, we're gonna play a game. We're just gonna play some games.
Yeah, but no. So one of the things, and I know this is like obviously like the lowest of the low, the bottomest of the barrel slop. Like I know that I'm getting had in this situation. I still don't care. I love the fact that Jake Paul got his jaw broken in 2 places by Anthony Joshua. Like I know everything that he was doing in this run up to this. I mean, I'm not it's like there is a history in boxing of freak shows, and this is just like in that grand tradition of boxing, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like call it out for anything like that. I'm not I get it.
Yeah.
I'm smart to the business. I'm smart to the grip.
Yeah.
I'm smart to how it works. It's a show. I get that part. I'm also aware of the fact that Jake Paul is walking away from this with $92 million.
Wow.
He is the promoter of MVP Productions. He definitely is like he's laughing his way to the bank. He might have a broken jaw as he goes to the bank.
Yeah.
He's laughing all the way to the bank. But like watching him try to stand up with look, I'm not going to call Anthony Joshua like a washed up fighter or whatever to his face. I don't think he is. He hadn't fought in 15 months. He got knocked out 15 months ago in his last fight. He is a world-class former world champion, and not in the way that like Mike Tyson, who was 58 or 59 years old, was a world champion.
Mm-hmm.
But you step into a ring with a real fighter who is, in a real serious part of his career when he's not on the downside yet, I wouldn't say. And you're gonna get this
is a warm up for him. 15
it's an
months
F around
that's it.
Find out situation.
Yeah, like
Anyway.
again,
Did you watch it?
I didn't watch it, but I saw the images going around when it was happening. I was like, wow, this is great. Same thing with Andrew Tate. Apparently, was fought somebody. Now I don't know anything about fighting or like boxing or any of these people. I don't know if they disagree with the views of Jake Paul or Andrew Tate. I remember a couple months ago. Was it this year? Man, this year's been a long year. Where there was a former like IDF soldier doing UFC, and there was an Irish dude who was like punching him in the face hard on the ground, just being like, "Free Palestine, motherfucker!" And like
that's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, in that instance, that's someone who like knows and is making a point. I don't know if these guys are just like it's boxing, it's fighting. We're trying to win. I don't care, But it just the fact that they both got knocked out in the same like fights card, and
it wasn't the same fight card. It was 2 different events. One was in the one that Tate was on was in Riyadh. He didn't get knocked out, but he got brutalized.
Yeah.
Paul, on the other hand, got and I will say this too: the guy that Tate fought was nowhere near the caliber of Anthony Joshua, who is a very serious fighter, former world champion, like I said before. But like the guy that Tate fought was a little bit lower in the ranks. Hi, Flick. A little bit lower in the ranks. And I will say this, I'm definitely no fan of Andrew Tate. but he was a world-class kickboxer for a lot of
Yeah,
years. or
right.
MMA
That was
fighter.
his thing
And
for
so
a
like
long
he's
time.
stepping into the ring for traditional boxing. That's that's part of
a
the
whole half of your
Yeah.
move set is like gone.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're good at kicking,
You have
if you're-
4
if
limbs
you're-
and 2 of them are eliminated. But
I did
yes,
want to
Johnny,
also point out another thing too, because like again, I know we're the ones getting worked here, and he's getting, and Logan Paul is laughing his way to the bank. Like and this is what I do find interesting about this, and like I'm talking about this and whatever because people are going to say, "Oh, you're giving him a platform." Blah, blah, blah. This is Jake Paul.
Sports.
He's got he's like got a bazillion followers on YouTube.
Yeah, he's a public figure at this point.
Walking away from $92 million. Me watching this on Netflix sitting JJ.
If he reacted to this conversation, that would be
come at me,
big
bro.
for us.
Debate me. I will.
Let's debate Jake Paul.
I'll step into the ring with Jake Paul. I'll step into the ring with Jake Paul and run away from him like he ran away from Anthony Joshua in the 6th round. This is a challenge. But, but one of the things that I do like see that he's doing, like it's very clear. And his brother is literally a professional wrestler right now. Logan Paul is a professional wrestler at every event. He's actually really, really good at it. But
It's hard for me to tell them two apart. They look so
similar. Jake Paul is the one that's got the really fat roid belly and the
like I
really
can
bad
tell when they're
hair.
standing next to each
Yeah.
other, but like they're interchangeable in terms of awfulness.
Regardless of that, like what Jake Paul is doing with this, and I do think this is important just to sort of like understand and point out what the grift here is that he's not a dumb guy entirely.
Mm-hmm.
He knows how hated he is. He knows that everybody in the building that isn't on his payroll or isn't dependent on him for like Ariel Helwani or whatever, the guy who does he does a lot of wrestling media, does a lot of fight media.
Mm-hmm.
He got to work this job. He's not necessarily on the payroll for Jake Paul long term, but he essentially got to be a part of this as like the in-ring interviewer.
Right.
So he's not going to be like, oh, he's going to say, oh, this is great. This is awesome. All the people that are on the card, including Anthony Joshua, who are getting paid for this, are going to essentially like not going to be able to like badmouth, or probably wouldn't feel comfortable badmouthing or calling out what Jake Paul is doing here. But he is stepping into the situation where he knows he is, in professional wrestling terms, he's the heel, right?
Yeah.
And when he steps into a ring with somebody like Anthony Joshua or even Mike Tyson or even whoever it is, and he runs away from them, what does that make the crowd do? That makes them hate him more because he's talking all this trash. He's saying, I'm going to knock out Anthony Joshua. Insane that he said this.
Right.
And he's stepping up. He's walking into the situation, and then he's running away from him.
And this is all the showmanship leading up to the fight, right? Where they're like dissing each other back and forth.
Yeah, and again, like he's like just dialing it up, working. He came to the ring literally in Hulk Hogan gear, like he had like was all the Hulk Hogan style. He had like a jacket that said Hulkamania or whatever on it. Like he is doing professional wrestling in combat sports. And like
because they're not that different.
The dumbest thing in the world. It's a smart thing to do because people are gonna watch it and people are gonna be into it. But I don't know, like that. This is the thing that I noticed. And when he gets knocked out, everybody goes crazy. He gets a broken jaw. He'll be wired shut. It probably hurt him for the rest of his life. He's gonna.
Yeah, and that's I think what's more interesting to me is like because I don't follow this stuff, so I wouldn't know. And of course, I know he's making a big bag always, no matter what, win or lose, you make a bunch of money. But like, I was surprised when Tyson lost to him, even because in my mind, it's Mike Tyson. You
remember when Mike Tyson in the 90s when he just killed everybody,
right?
You remember they would have on ESPN,
and I'm like, how much of this is just like, oh, we're just gonna put on a good show for the audience, and we're not really because I'm a celebrity at the end of the day. Like they're not like athletes, I guess, like regular boxers would be, I guess. This is celebrity boxing. That's what this is.
Remember celebrity boxing?
That's what this is. It's celebrity boxing. I think Logan and Jake are really just competing with each other, mostly just trying to be like, I'm the best brother. Whatever. Like that seems to be their life trajectory. And yeah, I think just the excitement though that I even heard about this is what's breaking through. Like with like a Luigi, where more people are paying attention to this than we thought. Like the media class thinks, and then like seeing Andrew Tate or Jake Paul go viral because they got whipped in the ring after putting on this performance of I'm the masculine guy, I'm the alpha, you got to listen to me, I know what I'm talking about, and also we don't like minorities, and then getting beat up by minorities, brown people. Is just quite the spectacle. Much like, Charlie Kirk, the last words out of his mouth are blaming gun violence on black people, and it was a white guy who snipes him through the neck. Like it's pretty.
Are you talking about gang violence or non-gang violence?
Right. Like it's pretty just glaring to an extent where like people around the country we're sick and tired, man. We're sick. Like it feels like Trump's reign never ended in 2020. We just took a break.
Yeah.
While he was like in Florida tweeting and yelling and screaming, and then Biden's not doing anything, and Russia's doing what they're doing to Ukraine. Prices are minimum wage doesn't get increased because of a technicality with the parliamentarian. Yeah. And people are just feeling dejected, and this whole like again, the last 4 years, you tell me, didn't it feel like just in the background, like they're just gathering their forces? Like there was no bulwark against this. There was no like, we're prosecuting you all now, and or we're gonna stack the Supreme Court and get what we want and help the people. Like entrench people in like, you voted for Biden, maybe suburban moms and Republicans who regretted voting for Trump or whatever. You voted for Biden because you thought this is too bad. I was wrong. Republicans don't have the answers. We got to go with this. And you could have entrenched generations, multiple generations in the Democratic Party for a long time.
If you do something,
anything, even just, we're not going to do the minimum wage, fine, but we'll prosecute these people. You make you feel better. Like that could have done maybe something.
At least let a couple of heads roll, right?
It just felt like we were waiting for the next, like we came up for air in 2021, and then we were just waiting to go back down under the water. And now we're here again. And it's only the end of year one. So that's what we're doing. That's why I feel, again, it's the end of the year. There's been so much news. I'm like, I just want to like I'm working also all week this week, and I work in news, so it's like I can't get away from it. But I want to enjoy the Christmas time. Some video games and movies and whatnot, and like watching Jake Paul get his mouth, rocked. It's pretty awesome. Broken in 2 places. Like that's satisfying. That's a nice little Christmas present.
Yeah, I know, right?
Actually, it was the last night, or it was during Hanukkah, so it's
It was on Friday. So it was like the last night of Hanukkah, I believe. I want to say one last thing specifically on Anthony Joshua. I do want to talk about like some of the stuff that Trump is doing with UFC and trying to turn the Kennedy Center. But before we get to that, super last thing on this, there are people out there, and some people that I like, some people that I respect, that are saying this, that like Jake Paul, when he stepped into the ring with Anthony Joshua, a very serious fighter. This is WHIVLP New World 22.3. Good morning, comrade, by the way. When Jake Paul stepped into the ring with Anthony Joshua, you have to give him credit for being a tough guy or whatever. But like, I sort of look at that and I think about it for like half a second, and then I'm like, no, I don't. I literally don't, because what he's doing is he is going into a professional fighting environment.
Yeah.
He wants to be viewed and judged as a professional fighter. And when he steps in the ring, he wants to essentially get credit for simply stepping in the ring.
So like, I didn't see the fight. He ran away the whole time.
He spent four rounds running away, dodging, and like Anthony Joshua was just sort of like lumbering forward slowly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there were a couple of like chances where Jake Paul got a couple of like overhand rights. And if you haven't seen the fight, I recommend you do watch it. It's a terrible boxing match, but it's like very
on Netflix.
It's on Netflix.
Okay.
But like there were a couple of like overhand rights that Jake Paul would land here and there because he's dancing, and you know, he'll find an opening and he'll just throw a right. Anthony Joshua just sort of like barely even registered it. Like this is like all he's got. He's throwing it like the biggest, hardest punch he can do. And you know, Anthony Joshua just like, what was that? He like not even and then
like,
in the fourth round, essentially that was when Jake Paul got tired, essentially, and Anthony Joshua knocks him down like 3 times. And then in the sixth round, rather, it was the fifth round, he got knocked down a couple times. And then the sixth round is when he gets the big right hand shot that everybody saw on social media.
Right. Okay.
But
like,
the point is,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, the point is though, like if you're going to be in a professional boxing match, if you want to be taken seriously, you have to try to win. And he didn't try to win. He thought, or he thinks that a victory is stepping into the ring and lasting, you know, a couple of rounds or going the distance. I'm just like, that ain't it.
I mean,
that ain't real. That's not boxing. That's not fighting. That's not combat sports.
Like
you fight, you step in that ring, you step in to win.
You give like maybe like Johnny Knoxville credit when on Jackass they would have like a professional boxer, you know, they would go up against them not knowing anything.
And it's not
the whole
point
point is just to get punched in the face really hard by a professional whose job it is to do that. Then okay, you give him credit. Wow, that was a crazy stunt. I can't believe you did that. But like you're stepping in as like, no, I can win. If your strategy to win, because I know there's various rules of boxing that I don't know and strategies and whatnot, like grappling and pulling away and purposefully, like maybe his strategy was, I'm gonna tire him out. I'm gonna run around. I am more dexterity points. I have more dexterity points. I'm a video gamer. I have more dexterity so I can outlast him and he'll get tired and then I'll win. Or there's like points that you get for this move or that. I don't know. Maybe that was the strategy, but after the fact, being like, well, I'm cool anyway because I got in the ring. It's like, well, you're that would be cool if you were Jake Paul, the YouTuber influencer. But if you're Jake Paul, I think I'm a real boxer and I'm trying to pitch myself as a real athlete. Then you take criticism like any other athlete. You got your butt whooped. That's it.
Yeah.
You lost. Everyone's laughing at you. Screw you. Now, sometimes, Ethan mentions Butterbean. That was the boxer they had on Jackass. But like, if you're like, I don't know what it goes into this larger right wing pathology that they want to have succeeded at something. Right. And I think
he wants a participation trophy.
They want participation trophy. All of them. They love them.
But they want to complain about him all the time.
Just got that girl who wrote like a terrible essay in Oklahoma school, and the teacher just got fired today. They were like, "Yeah, we're not going to renew her." The fact that she got suspended at all is ridiculous. But now this is a victory for this girl, and now she's going to go on Fox News and do her victory lap. She'll speak at the next Turning Points event, like Riley Gaines did.
Riley Gaines just dropped. Yeah, exactly.
Right, new Riley Gaines dropped. That's what I said. And the day it happened, I was like, Riley Gaines better watch her back. This girl's going for her spot. Ben Shapiro wanted to be a writer, screenwriter, and like that didn't work out. So now he has the Daily Wire. And when I have enough money, I'm going to do my fantasy project of making TV shows and movies. And they don't do very well because I'm only selling it to my people. And my people don't care that much to watch a movie that I made or that I produced. Like they don't. Oh, how are you going to watch it? On your laptop? On your Daily Wire app? Like, what's the audience?
If you're gonna watch it, this is how I watched Lady Ballers, and yes, I did watch Lady Ballers. Stuff you pirate it. Like I had to watch it because it was so like overwhelmingly like promoted. It was horrible. It was
I've watched like reviews of it.
It was like the worst movie I'd seen of 2024 or whatever.
But it's like that, like the same kind of thing of like Sydney Sweeney, right? Where she maybe thought, oh, if I just don't comment and I let the right wing believe that I'm on their side, I'll get all this money and success for the movies that she has her own production company. She's putting her own money behind some of these movies, and they're not driving people out to the theaters because they don't care to see the movie about the lesbian boxer or the movie, the rom-com or the not as good First Omen movie, a horror movie. Like, they want to see you half naked. The end of their interaction with you, and they want you to champion their ideas or just stay silent, and they'll project onto you.
For you speaking about for the audience that she's cultivating, which is the right wing audience, right? Like a more general audience, if she was like not going to essentially alienate normal people, and I do think that normal people are not right wingers. Normal people are just sort of like apolitical, right? Kind of not even in the middle. They're chaotic. They're all over the place. When she finds herself in this very specific narrow way, then like people who are just like, well, that's weird and that's gross, and whatever she's doing, by orienting herself towards the right wing is something that I really don't care about. And then so the only audience she has remaining is this sort of like insane right wing audience, is what you described.
And I don't think, like, particularly with her,
they don't want to see the lesbian boxer.
They don't particularly with her. I don't think in the zeitgeist it was as big a deal. The jeans ad, like the Levi's thing. I think maybe it was very online. It was kind of just a thought experiment for a lot of people. But like, I think after the movie, the thing that told me that she was watching this, she was cognizant of it, was she did an interview right before that movie came out. Christie, I think it's called. And the interviewer, it was at GQ. The interviewer was, gentle and doing more of like a promotional interview, but also felt the need to bring up the jeans ad and was like, isn't it weird that the president and the vice president are like promoting this ad of yours and saying what it is, and you understand the criticism? She was like, I don't know, I just like jeans. People were like, is she just dumb? I remember watching Hassan and like FD talk, like, is she just dumb? People were like, is she just not aware? But like, after the movie came out and the box office wasn't good, she said something about it. She said something like, oh, I disavow like white nationalism, that's bad, or like something about ICE. I don't remember, but it was some kind of like, hey, like left-wing stuff. Like, don't attack me anymore. Please stop. Like, trying to stop the bleeding of like what was an open, vague question. And then she was like, we're going to see how the movie does. Oh, it didn't do well. Okay, let me just like reaffirm, hey, I'm on your side. Like, Euphoria 3 is coming out soon. So like, I don't want any beef with Zendaya.
By the way, and I think that like a lot of left-wing folks, and cook me in the comments or whatever if you think that this is like, a bad take, but like, if somebody decides that they want to venture out into the right wing, signal the right wing or whatever, and they get disciplined for it, or they find out that there are sharks in their waters or whatever it is, and then even if it's disingenuous, they try and come back or whatever, or they try and like distance themselves from it. That's a dub. That's a dub.
That's a dub.
That's a win.
Back.
You're woke now.
Varying degrees. And whatever.
Like, it's not like we're gonna like elect her to Congress or whatever. She's just
I mean, hopefully not the way things are going, but like, I think
it's just one of those things where it's like, you tried to do the bad thing, you got bonked on the head, and now you gotta eat some crow,
like, to throw her grace, which she doesn't need because she has plenty of money, is like, think of the position she's in. There are, and as you've seen, I'm sure everyone listening has seen, there is an it girl every so often in Hollywood that Hollywood gets excited about, whether it's producers who want to sleep with them, whether it's just they become a director's muse or something. Jennifer Lawrence, Emma Stone, Mia Goth now, Sydney Sweeney.
Why does Mia Goth sound like the woman character from The Sims? Bella Goth. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. But like at some point, they have to, and it's unfair because this is the dynamic of patriarchy and the Hollywood system. You have to decide what route you're going to go down. Are you going to be bombshell forever? Or are you going to try and be like, well, I can do classy movies and like high, win an Oscar? The Rock tried to do that recently, try to break out of his like action man mold. Didn't work. But like sometimes, she was already getting pigeonholed, right? From being popular from Euphoria and Handmaid's Tale, I guess. She was getting pigeonholed as like the bombshell, the sex object, whatever. And then was in a rom-com with Glenn Powell. She could have tried to avoid that. Now, I think something like Immaculate and Christie were moves to try and be like, look at my range. I can do horror movies. I can do, dramas where I play a character and like do makeup and stuff. But the Dr. Squanch ads where she's selling her bathwater, which was a very online thing a couple years prior with some streamer girl doing the same, like that's targeted. That's targeted from that ad company, first of all. Like she shouldn't be getting
Belle Delphine.
Yeah, right. I think I muted that name on Twitter because it was getting so much. I was like,
she's gone now. She's like disappeared again.
And that's a thing that happens to a lot of women now. It's going to happen faster and much more rapidly on the internet with internet personalities. But like actresses, their hotness has a timer on it, according to like the industry, and you better make a move before that timer runs out. Or keep getting plastic surgery so you look like that forever, and then that's just your role forever is going to be bombshell, whatever. Just I don't know. It felt like she was trying to cash out kind of too fast. Her star was still rising, and it was like, well, now you're cheapening what your brand is already. It's not like, someone like Jamie Lee Curtis doing Activia ads, even
she's like way in the mom zone now.
That's what I mean. It's like, her career was like 30 years ago. And that's like, those are all movies where she was really trying hard to like win awards and like be taken seriously as an actor. Now she's fucking,
or just make good movies. I don't even necessarily be taken seriously. Like just make good movies. Like True Lies is never going to win an award. She was awesome in that movie.
That's
You know what I
on
mean?
my list. I haven't seen that.
Oh, you gotta watch it.
It's on my list. It's on my list. But like someone to take it back to what I was saying before, like her trajectory, again, she started out as like actress taken seriously enough by the industry to keep getting parts. Someone like Ben Shapiro is seen as a pundit, a political pundit. What did Pinkerville say? The Rock's slowing down to play. Yeah, right. That's the Pebble now. But like people are Ben Shapiro's audience goes to Ben Shapiro for a specific reason, and it's not to watch movies. It might be to get movie reviews. I remember one of the first videos I ever watched of his was Black Panther review. I was like, I know you from the news. Why are you doing a Black Panther review on YouTube? Like, okay, I'm gonna watch this and see how racist you make it. But
it was very racist.
It's he does that occasionally because he knows he's self-aware enough, like you're saying with Jake Paul, bringing it all around. He knows that people like to see him like be cringe to an extent, So when he Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion put out WAP, he's gonna read the lyrics on his show because he knows it's gonna get a clip and people are gonna make fun of him, but more people are gonna see him, and he's gonna get more numbers. it works like that.
Crazy thing too.
That's why I made my channel the way I did, where I'm just like, I'm making trailer reactions, I'm making album reactions, I'm making movie reviews and video game playthroughs, because I want to get in that algorithm. And then when you click on that video and you hear me analyze Nas talking about police brutality or whatever, it can lead you to the left, maybe a little bit, instead of to the right. And, and I saw that happening on YouTube, and I was like, maybe this is a lane I can dive in. Maybe not Ben Shapiro, because he to his credit, reads and does research on history and whatnot.
That's his biggest problem, quite frankly.
Yeah, but like Asmongold or like Geeks and Gamers and Nerdrotic and like those people, like
the people that are taking over.
Yeah, that's my lane where I'm like, I can push back a little bit, I think, maybe.
So like, and on that sort of thing too, with Ben Shapiro, like when you get, I mean, you basically just said like something I strongly agree with, that he's just essentially a clown who, like, literally, like, I don't mean like, oh, he's a clown in Hong Kong, whatever. No, he is doing, like, going on his show and saying wet ass P word to like to get a reaction, to go viral, to be cringe. Right?
Yeah.
He's doing a Superman review and just talking about how woke Superman is or whatever, and how
it's definitely not about Netanyahu. Please don't pay attention to that part.
and he's doing that specifically because that's his bit, that's his shtick, and that is not at all uncommon in the like conservative realm. Like that goes all the way back to Rush Limbaugh, to freaking like all the way back, right? That's just what the thing is. And then what ends up happening is you have these liberal organs, these like New York Times or whatever, that come in and say, oh, he's actually an intellectual gladiator. He's really good at bringing up the debate. When he is, going on to college campuses, and Charlie Kirk,
like,
we carry the flame obviously for Charlie Kirk. Fight for the gospel. We'll remember his name, but like Charlie Kirk essentially just like yeeted his bit. He yeeted that other Steven Crowder's bit.
Yeah,
just,
I
like,
love that. One of my favorite things
on college kids. Dunked on college kids, and then you have the New York Times and Barry Weiss and these people writing about, oh, this is the intellectual dark web. These are the people that know the deep dark secrets of like what's important, and they're the real like smart people within our society. And it's like, no, they're not. They're friggin' morons.
Yeah, I think the problem is, I think the problem is that they only get outed like later. Like, what incentive did the New York Times have to write about Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and these people and elevate, or the intellectual dark web? It was because it was Barry Weiss. It was people who kind of tangentially agree with some of this stuff, or at least the idea of like, we should be able to debate like all these ideas and it matter for society because we're such intellectuals. They're academia. Like these are the coastal elites, dude. It's Jordan Peterson, it's Brett Weinstein, it's Ben Shapiro, it's Matt Walsh, who think like, I remember Matt Walsh got dragged into like a local Tennessee he lives in or something, like congressional hearing, because one of the Republicans brought him in as an expert on trans issues, and the Democrats just dismantled him. Just dismantled everything about what he was saying because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. Even on Rogan was like, how many trans people are like using these bathrooms? He's like, oh, it's like millions of people. And then the guy who looks up facts is like, there's actually like this many people in the country.
Yeah, there's 37 people in North Carolina.
Like it was insane. It was insane. And it's just so what I was saying is like, someone like Barry Weiss was taken seriously, like by the institute, these liberal organs that you're talking about, these institutions. She worked at New York Times, Washington Post, and then eventually made her own blog, and then is now running CBS into the ground on purpose. Now, Hollywood and the media and like the news is like, oh, you were always on his side, on Trump's side. We didn't recognize that because we're in community with a lot of these same people who are donors, the donor class, essentially, like Bill Ackman and whatnot. Like, they don't recognize, like, Tucker Carlson started his media career on MSNBC and then CNN. And then it was Fox News, where it's like, okay, I'm here. I'm openly on Fox
And he
News.
was racist ace every step of the way.
Right, exactly. It's like him never, it wasn't that, oh, he got less liberal over time. It was like, no, this is what MSNBC wanted on TV. They wanted him out there promoting the Iraq war and all this, debating with Rachel Maddow, who was like, she's the crazy lefty who's like on this radio station and clearly has learned a lot from watching Rachel Maddow. Like, if you watch Fox News and MSNBC back to back at a certain point, and you could see both their shows, like, they are very similar in the way that he articulates a story. Yeah, exactly. Structures the conversation. So I think something like, again, that's the difference. That's where it sticks out. Where, like, oh, Barry Weiss is like so obviously now turning CBS into some right-wing station that even people like my mom are like, why is this Erica Kirk person on like my 60 Minutes show that I watch every Sunday? And it's changing, and now it's obvious to people who maybe weren't paying attention that much. And I think it's helpful, like, you know, Trump being so blatant and out there racist, and, like, you know, Charlie Kirk, people got fired for just being like, here's something that Charlie Kirk said. Here's a video of him saying something racist or bigoted. I don't agree with this. And they got fired. Like, people see the blatant hypocrisy, especially with that Rob Reiner thing. Like, oh, you can't make fun of someone who just died, and then Trump just does it
immediately,
like 2 months later. It sticks out in a way that breaks out of, like, the online cycle that we exist in, where normal people are just like, this is terrible.
On the Reiner thing, because I thought the Reiner thing was really interesting. When, I mean, obviously it was super sad, but that he died. Like, I don't have, you know, strong alignments or agreements with him. I loved a lot of his movies. Princess Bride is one of the best movies ever.
I only watched that like last year or the year before.
What did you think? It was a great movie, right?
It was good. Yeah, it was
fine. But anyway, like, yeah, there was this sort of like hypocrisy, I guess, of like, oh, you can't, you know, Charlie Kirk is a saint, but you can just dunk on Rob Reiner like before his body's even cold. My question, and people were mad about that. Conservatives were mad about that. They were calling into like I think it was Emily Jashinsky. It was like doing a post show for Megyn Kelly or whatever, and she's just like fielding all these calls of just like, oh, we're really, you know, pissed off at Trump for this. And it's just sort of like, I think that kind of stuff really only it doesn't stick like long term. It only is there for the moment. And it never really like actually sets in to the point where they're just like, we have to essentially abandon the, you know, Trump political project.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not going to be something like making Charlie Kirk a saint, I think, is going to have a lot more lasting effects. The Trump saying something, and it's mostly because people forget everything all the time. And like, Trump is going to do 69 different, you know, insane things by the end of this year. You know, people have forgotten that the, you know, one of the wings, the east wing of the White House, is destroyed right now. He wanted, you know, to create a triumphal arch. You know, he literally last week just decided to put himself, you know, his name on the Kennedy Center. Like, he's acting in these kind of insane ways where, like, again, it was the strategy in 2016, and it definitely seems to be part of the strategy again, of just flooding the zone with BS. But like, I do think that a lot of these things of like trying to create a ballroom at the White House at this point, or or having a UFC events at the, you know, in the White House lawn or whatever. Which, by the way, if I could score tickets to that, I would absolutely go.
That would be awesome.
But like, regardless, the crowd would be horrible. But like, I would,
oh my god,
like, regardless, like when he does that kind of stuff, and this is maybe you can push back on this or whatever, but like the sense that I get, because everybody, when Trump was stepping in, and I'm not even necessarily like saying this is a great thing or whatever, or it's even a sealed deal, but like when Trump is having these kind of like, I'm going to make my mark on the architecture by creating a Trumpal arch and creating a ballroom or whatever the hell. Like, that's the kind of stuff that somebody wants to essentially, I want to stamp my legacy for when I'm gone.
Yeah.
And that is not what somebody would do if they wanted like a third term or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not seeing that as like a danger as much anymore. I'm not saying that it's definitely not going to happen.
I mean,
that's just like some tea leaves that I'm reading. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fingers crossed, knock wood. But I think Erica Kirk at the Turning Points thing, in the middle of her speech, just being like, and we're going to like, in 2028, we're going to win the midterms in 26. And in 28, we're going to get my husband's good friend, JD Vance, elected. Like she called it. She gave it away. Oh, that's your candidate. Okay. Can't start campaigning now. Again, Democrats against him. Like, and also just like, I think it goes back to like, honestly, I've seen a lot of focus on, people who they think are going to be the Democratic candidate, like Newsom or Pritzker, but also Tim Walz. And I think they really hated when he started just calling them weird, because he's such a normal guy. Like Tim Walz seemed like such a normal, like he's a grandpa. He's just like, hey, I'm the coach of your kids' baseball team. Of course I am, because I'm Tim Walz. And just him being like, pointing out this is weird behavior. It's weird that Erica Kirk is just like on every show that media is covering it. It's weird to see a grieving widow behaving like this. It rubs people in again, nonpartisan, in just like a human, what the hell is this kind of way. Same thing with like the valorization of Charlie Kirk. And if you look up any of his clips, you're like, oh,
I'm for that. I'm for valorizing Charlie Kirk, though. I'm carrying the point.
Years ago, there's this. I'm literally watching like Emma Vigeland here on a podcast, but like she says that in lieu of any kind of political action, people will take these like symbolic wins to an extent, though. Like if you are hungry, it's not going to make you feel better to hear JD Vance being like, you don't have to apologize for being white in America. Yeah. It's like, okay, but I need food to feed my family. And it just, I think it's breaking out of containment. Like it has already, like we already knew this, but you could kind of affix it to Trump. That's what the Democrats did. Pelosi famously, we need a strong Republican Party. It's Trump and MAGA. It's the MAGA extremist Republicans. The regular Republicans we like. They're our friends. Bill Kristol over here.
Insane.
Insane. But like Ben Sass today with the announcement that he has cancer and everyone, oh, Ben Sass. It's like, fuck Ben Sass, bro. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. And then like,
what kind of cancer do you have?
But I don't know. But I'm sorry for cursing. I know
we're
on the radio, but it is actually. I think it is, but just
pancreatic cancer.
This kind of, it's not. It can't just be attributed to Trump anymore. It's everybody. It's the Republican Party. Like you see them fight. You see them going on at CNN and CBS and all these channels, and just defending white nationalism, defending these talking points. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, whatever, and people are, I think, starting to really just get uncomfortable with it. Like I said, I'm watching this podcast with Emma Vigeland, and she's like, when it starts, like the Rob Reiner thing, when it makes you go, I support this guy, and he just said this after 3 months of you shouldn't say anything bad about Charlie Kirk. The day Rob Reiner dies, he's like, I was because of Trump derangement syndrome, and he made so many people upset, implying his son killed him because of this. Like, it makes Trump supporters
Trump derangement syndrome.
Trump supporters who aren't in the audience at TPUSA go, maybe I need to I think the fact that they felt, especially a lot of women felt the urge to call into that show, the Megyn Kelly show, and voice their discomfort is to like get it off their chest. Like they felt guilty, I think, for like supporting someone like Trump. Hey, Kristina, welcome.
I want to welcome Kristina to the program. What is up?
Christmas time is here. Happiness and cheer. I think I pissed off a deity because my luck just keeps getting worse.
Oh no.
My car won't start again. We don't know if it's the battery, even though the battery's new. We don't know if it's the alternator. We can't check. We can't even jump the car because it's stuck between two big SUVs, and it's like, So I had to walk all over town to get my mom cigarettes and do some grocery shopping. But I also when I went to Target, there was a man with a dog laying outside. So I used the other gift card my customer gave me, $50 gift card, to get him a bunch of stuff. And a lot of people were bringing like carriages full of stuff for him. So I thought that was really nice.
That's nice. That's good. That's the season of giving right there, folks.
Yeah.
And it goes again. That's something that also people are seeing and feeling and needing to do because of Trump's inflation and the tariffs and like affordability and whatnot is mutual aid. Like
bourbon, the biggest bourbon company is going on hiatus.
Jim Beam is going down.
I was like, ooh,
yeah. What do you know about Jim Beam?
And what was it, in Kentucky or Tennessee where they make the
Kentucky.
Shit.
And I like Jim Beam. I'm a bourbon guy myself, so this.
Well, you got to find something else to drink.
I have a different brain, but I think like. Again, like something like that. That's a news story that people go, oh, Jim Beam, that was around forever. Why is it going away? They can't afford affordability. Trump. It's this problem that they can't get away from. Also, the Epstein stuff. Well,
which is not good considering, the alcohol companies are saying this shit about this weed that makes people vomit or whatever the hell. And I'm like, oh, well, if some of the alcohol companies are suffering under the tariffs, people are definitely going to want to smoke some weed or drink or eat the weed.
Freshly rescheduled weed that is now Schedule 3 and not Schedule 1 anymore, right?
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, because Schedule 1 means heroin and cocaine. Like it's crazy. I was like, when I told my mom, she's
rare
like,
Trump W.
The rares are the rares.
Well, that's the other thing too. Like he's been sort of flailing. Like he has he's trying to name all these things after himself. He's trying to be trying desperate. That's part of why he was like so
that
chill.
Motherfucker. He is not leaving. If he's already putting his name on shit, good luck with the transition if a Democrat wins in 2020.
I don't agree with that. You heard my point probably from earlier, but what are the things that what are the things he wants to be liked so bad?
They all do.
And it's so easy. But here's the thing: it's so easy to be like, don't be a spiteful asshole. That's all he has to do.
But he can't do that. It's impossible for him. That's not possible. It's like the one thing he can't do.
Well, that's the thing. He was liked. He was liked. It's
I know, but he was a Democrat celebrity.
To like him. Exactly. The
when he
class
was
of people he
running
wanted to like him was above him and always were above him and always. It's the journalists. It's the media elite.
Yeah.
It's the.
I remember when he ran. I was watching on Netflix. I think it might still be on Netflix. Trump: An American Dream, and it detailed his first run for president for the American Party, and back in 2004. Whatever. He was going hard on Pat Buchanan for being a homophobic piece of shit. He's like, I don't like what he says about the gay people. They're just like you and I. Blah, blah. And I'm like, where's this guy at? What happened to him?
Dude, Trump always was a lib. Except for when he was being super racist about the Central Park 5 or whatever. And
even then,
I mean, quite frankly, that's not that different from libs.
Yeah, that was Joe Biden's platform back then when that was happening. But you're right, and I think he still is. I think that was the thing that Zoran was able to tap into. Is you're a New Yorker, bro. At the end of the day, you grew up here, you live here, you love this city. You don't want to see it destroyed by ICE.
Yeah, you made the city it is today with all your fucking apartment buildings and shit like that, and all the tax cuts that kind of made New York City what it is today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he couldn't care less if people are gay or trans. It's just you can tell these are talking points fed into him that he'll just
He
spit
goes with
out.
what the crowd likes.
Again, just
like
to
he's
circle
like,
back.
should we do this? Yeah. He's like, okay, and it's like he's
That's-
feeding into their ego, which is feeding his ego as well.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up because he's doing a very similar thing to what Jake Paul is doing, which is professional wrestling. He is a heel. He knows he's a heel, but he wants to be the good guy. He wants to be like John Cena or whatever. But he's it's really kind of like if he wasn't such a miserable piece of shit, if he wasn't just a horrible person from top to bottom, it would be sad. But like when you see it, like when you see him just like flailing, like having a random like 8 o'clock at night, here's all the dubs that I got, you're welcome, something that the Democrats would never do. He like will just like flail and try to like force the issue and make himself feel like or he'll buddy up to
And I think that's
Zoran Mamdani, or he'll try and name like a freaking triumphal arch. He's trying to build a triumphal arch.
It's gonna be bigger than Francis, but it's gonna be so much better.
It reminds me of this one. There's this one TikTok on Instagram dude that I follow, and he does really good job. Like he did one about Zoran and Trump meeting, and it's like Trump's looking up at Zoran. He's like, "Isn't this guy awesome? He's so good looking. Hey, do not insult my new BFF. Okay, get out." It was so.
Yeah.
He even did one about. You know what? Let me find it because he did one about Nicki Minaj. He's like he had it where it's like, where can we build that wall? I was like, oh God. I was like,
it does all come back to Jake Paul because again, this is also something that people can just feel instinctively when they're being
Vine
marketed
Star
to or
should have
told.
not
They're being
gotten successful after Vine ended.
They're being like told this is cool, this is culture, this is what you're supposed to like, and people don't do that. Like they don't work like that. And they've been trying to do that for decades. Like you said, Rush Limbaugh really was like, it's not you who's wrong, it's everyone else who's wrong. It's the society who's wrong. You should be anti-gay.
So boring. Politics used to be so boring, and that's something people talk about until the right started politicizing everything and making everything political. The left didn't do that. The right did because they've been trying so hard for God knows since like the 1970s to hold on to power, and look what happened.
Yeah, they keep bringing this stuff up. Mr. Potato Head, Dr. Seuss, whatever it is, Megan Thee Stallion. Now it's Nicki Minaj at Turning Points. Like she's cool. She's a rapper that you can listen to. Again, is this gonna boost her sales? Yeah, am I out of touch?
This is why Cardi B was better. Or was like Cardi B can't read. I'm like, just because she doesn't sound the way we view a smart person is. All of her teachers was like, oh God, she was government, history, economics. She was on top of everything.
And that's the implicit racism.
And she even said, she's like, I will never become a Republican. And I'm like, hell yeah.
And like,
that's why I love my birthday twin.
Also, she's a birdie bro.
Yeah, she's like, look at the nails.
Like before
Ariana.
I've made my first Cardi B reaction this year to her new album. I'd never really listened to her music before or cared to. And I was just like, whatever, you're pro Bernie, good for you. I like it because of that. After hearing her music, I'm like, oh, she's good. And Nicki Minaj, who I've also heard, not as good. I just think, again, this Turning Points audience of old people, old like moneyed people who could afford to go to this
They're
event.
not gonna like her music.
They're not gonna like Nicki Minaj's music.
They're not even gonna like the movie Sydney Sweeney does because they don't appeal to a right-wing audience. So like I'm like, girls, just stick to being like a blonde bimbo who also has her own production company, makes really out of the box movies. Stick in that lane because that can actually help you. Not do like be like what Marilyn Monroe was doing. Be our generation's Marilyn Monroe in that regards.
Well,
but she's not doing
wants
that.
To be, but it's clearly not.
She can't
working.
have it both ways.
It's not working because like you said, she has her own production company. This is her way of trying to promote these movies, and they're not coming out to see them. They don't care.
Meanwhile,
They
Amanda
don't
Seyfried's
care.
like, fuck Charlie Kirk. I'm glad that dude's dead. I'm like, wow, Amanda. Okay, Karen Smith.
Yeah, word.
What?
And they got a movie coming out together.
I
So
know.
it's like-
It's loosely based on like a story that happened to me when I was cleaning someone's house. I was like, because Forrest is like, did they like read one of your like stories about one time how you cleaned someone's house and this situation kind of happened? I'm like, maybe I need credit.
But I'm saying, like, how much does Amanda Seyfried care? How much does Sydney Sweeney care? Because if they're working together, like, they got to be cordial. You know,
Amanda's
I'm sure if
probably
they
like,
really
"You better
hated
not
each
fuck
other,
this up for me.
yeah,
You know?
right. I'm sure if they really hated each other, it would come out like it did with. I'm sure, Kristina, you remember this more. Was it Olivia? The
Olivia
Wives
Rodrigo?
movie. No, the movie.
Oh,
that was like
yeah.
Stepford Wives with Francis Florence Pugh, and like there was all this drama with like Harry Styles. and stuff.
Don't worry, darling. Love
Yeah.
that movie. A lot of people are now realizing, hey, that movie actually is kind of good and like kind of deals with what's going on today with the incel culture. I'm like,
Right,
I
but,
said
like,
this when it first came out.
When it came out, all anybody was talking about was, this
people
actress
like-
hates this director, and this person hates that person, and this and that,
We-
and she wore this to spite her, and this, and like,
Yeah.
so if Amanda Seyfried and Sydney Sweeney like really were beefing, I think we would hear about it in some way.
Yeah,
in the trades.
they're because they're
It's
two
more
white
like-
women.
Yeah,
Because they're two white women, they're not like concerned about like how people were like with Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. They're two theater kids. Of course they're like this. It's fine. It's normal. Let it go.
yeah. I think if anything,
Try filming two movies at the same time.
Sydney Sweeney is trying to like kind of again like retro, like, hey, I'm on this side. I'm okay. I'm in this movie with this person who said this thing. So
Yeah.
like, hey, Hollywood,
We're super close.
I can be anti-Trump if you want me to. I don't know. Like, I think that's where she is in her career. She doesn't know where to tack one way or another. And I think that's a failure on her team's part. Like, again, don't be doing these Dr. Squatch ads right as your star is going up. Do them, in between movies when you're already established. And not trying to promote your own production company.
Yeah.
This is a pocket square. It is not panties. Well, thank you everybody for watching Good Morning Comrade, listening to Good Morning Comrade. I think this will probably just go out on the podcast feed as well. So check that out. All of our stuff, goodmorningcomrade.com. That's right. This is Flick. But yeah, thank you everybody for listening. Thank you everybody for watching. Kristina's Corner is next. It looks like she's going to be reading The Grinch. Tell us about it.
Yes, it's Christmas.
Are you going to be
Melania.
singing? Are you going to be singing? That's the question.
Maybe.
Can you do the
Copyright doesn't strike us.
Can you sing in the Boris Karloff voice? Can you do it? Can you pull it off? I think you can.
I don't know. But I mean, speaking of Boris Karloff, we're going
Girl,
over Ed Wood tonight on Movie Night Extravaganza.
Ooh, what a
Solo
segue.
Ghosty famously did not say "fuck Boris Karloff." Just saying. He never said that.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching. Kristina's Corner is next. Thank you, Alex, for
I'm
joining
after
us. Empress Advocate. Yeah, check him out. They'll be playing video games. But yeah, thanks everybody. We love you. Bye bye.
Take care.
Hello, everyone. It's Kristina's Corner. It's also Festivus, where we air our grievances. I have a lot, so I don't got enough time to air my grievances, but apparently I'm very much cursed because my string of bad luck just keeps bad lucking. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, since it's Christmas Eve tomorrow, crazy, I know. We don't got anything else planned, but I thought I would read. I mean, I'm reading this late on my 24-hour Christmas stream tonight starting at 12 a.m. on my Twitch channel. We're gonna watch a bunch of Christmas movies, watch a bunch of Christmas-themed episodes of shows, Christmas SNL sketches, because oh my god, this past SNL with Ariana Grande was so funny. I love when SNL does like those sketches where it's like, you know, two random singers or celebrities, you know, auditioning for a movie together or doing like a Christmas duet or whatever. It was so funny. It was so funny. But I thought, and I got this last year. Look at this. My cat's already chewed it up. I wanted to be pristine, perfect. This is the full color edition. Yeah. Now I can't do a good Boris Karloff. Yeah, 24 hours. I need to catch up on getting subscriptions and tips because I'm broke as always. So I thought, why not read Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas? You know, because there's a lot that's going on right now, and I want to talk about it, but at the same time, it's like I need to kind of preserve my energy for the next 36 hours or so. So I got my humidifier going. Oh my god, y'all. My asthma, this humidifier and keeping my door closed. Oh my god. It's like the postnasal drip is disappearing. I'm not as stuffy as I usually would be. I know what you're all thinking. Your hair is hairing right now. And I have to say, yes, it is. All I did was put like those like long clips in my hair while it was drying. Did my makeup. Went with my diffuser and just, and then like flipped my hair forward and just put a bunch of hairspray in it, flipped it back, and boom, this is what I did. Nothing special. Can't wait for it to get longer because I'm tired of this, you know. I'm tired of it. You know, when you're growing out your curly hair, it looks like it's not making much progress, but it is. It was like short. It was like buzz cut short in February. It's not, yeah, it's not, it's like the Dyson, but it's I got it from TikTok shop, the wavy talk, because it's got a magnetic diffuser and a thing. So like TikTok made me buy a lot of stuff. I got even a steam straightener because a lot of people are like, you know, when you're straightening your, because usually during like the winter I would straighten my hair because it just to me looks better because, you know, humidity needs to really make my hair look nice, but you know, whatever. But this humidifier is nice. But so a lot of people are like, you know, you need some humidity in your hair so that it doesn't look staticky when you straighten it. So there's this steam. I gotta put some water in a steam straightener. So I'm gonna be tinkering with that. So humidifiers are a lifesaver. With my asthma, I barely had to use my inhaler. I still take my allergy med every day, or maybe twice a day. It just depends on how I'm feeling. But this humidifier that I got from Walmart for $30 had that thing running 24/7, unfortunately. So let's get to it. Let's read a Christmas classic. How the Grinch Stole Christmas by Dr. Seuss. Yo, if y'all follow the Dr. Seuss social media accounts, the Grinch is taking over, and he did some Backstreet Boys dance moves, which was so good. So let's do this. I would also remind you that I'm not good at accents, but I will try to do a good narration voice. I'm not Boris Karloff or anything, but you know, I'm gonna do my best. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. Okay. Okay. Every Who down in Whoville liked Christmas a lot. But the Grinch, who lived just north of Whoville, did not. The Grinch hated Christmas the whole Christmas season. Now, please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason. It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right. It could be, perhaps, that his shoes were too tight. But I think that the most likely reason of all may have been that his heart was 2 sizes too small. But whatever the reason, his heart or his shoes, he stood there on Christmas Eve, hating the Who's, staring down from his cave with a sour, grinchy frown at the warm, lighted windows below in their town. For he knew every Who down in Whoville beneath was busy now, hanging a mistletoe wreath. And they're hanging their stockings, he snarled with a sneer. Tomorrow is Christmas. It's practically here. Then he growled with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming. I must find some way to stop Christmas from coming. For tomorrow, he knew, all the Who girls and boys would wake bright and early. They'd rush down for the toys. And then, oh, the noise, noise. That's one thing he hated, the noise. Then the Who's, young and old, would sit down to a feast. And they'd feast. And they'd feast. And they'd feast. They would feast on Who pudding and rare Who roast beast, which was something the Grinch couldn't stand in the least. And then they do something he'd like least of all. For every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, would stand close together with Christmas bells ringing. They stand hand in hand, and the Who's would start singing. And they'd sing, and they'd sing, and they'd sing. And the more the Grinch thought of this Who Christmas sing, the more the Grinch thought, I must stop this whole thing. Why, for 53 years I've had to put up with it now. I must stop this Christmas from coming. But how? And then he got an idea. An awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea. This is my best Grinch. I know just what to do. The Grinch laughed in his throat, and he made a quick Santa Claus hat and a goat. And he chuckled and clucked. What a great Grinchy trick. With this coat and this hat, I look just like St. Nick. I'm not going to sing, by the way. All I need is a reindeer. The Grinch looked around, but since reindeer are scarce, there was none to be found. Did that stop the old Grinch? No. The Grinch simply said, if I can't find a reindeer, I'll make one instead. So he called his dog Max, then he took some red thread, and he tied a big horn on top of his head. Then he loaded some bags and some old empty sacks on a ramshackle sleigh, and he hitched up old Max. And then the Grinch said, giddy up! And the sleigh started down towards the home where the Who lay a snooze in their town. I'm not singing. And their windows were dark, quite snow filled the air, and the Who's were all dreaming sweet dreams without care. When it came to the first little house on the square, this is stop number 1, the old Grinchy Claus hissed. And he climbed to the roof, empty bags in his fist. Then he slid down the chimney, a rather tight pinch, but if Santa could do it, then so could the Grinch. He got stuck only once for a minute or two. Then he stuck his head out of the fireplace flue, where the little Who stockings all hung in a row. These stockings, he grinned, are the first things to go. Then he slithered and slunk with a smile most unpleasant around the whole room, and he took every present, pop guns and bicycles, roller skates, drums, checkerboards, tricycles, popcorn, and plums. Then he stuffed them in bags, and the Grinch very nimbly stuffed all the bags one by one up the chimbley. Then he slunk to the icebox. He took the Who's feast. He took the Who pudding. He took the roast beast. He cleaned out that icebox as quick as a flash. Why, that Grinch even took their last can of Who hash. Then he stuffed all the food up the chimney with glee. And now, grinned the Grinch, I will stuff up the tree. And the Grinch grabbed the tree and he started to shove when he heard a small sound like the coo of a dove. He turned around fast and then he saw a small who, little Cindy Lou Who was not more than 2. The Grinch had been caught by this tiny Who daughter, who got out of bed for a cup of cold water. She stared at the Grinch and said, Santa Claus, why? Why are you taking our Christmas tree? Why? But you know, that old Grinch was so smart and so slick, he thought up a lie, and he thought it up quick. Why, my sweet little tot, the fake Santa Claus lied. There's a light on this tree that won't light on one side. So I'm taking it home to my workshop, my dear. I'll fix it up there, then I'll bring it back here. And his fib fooled the child. Then he patted her head, and he got her a drink, and he sent her to bed. And when Cindy Lou Who went to bed with her cup, he went to the chimney and stuffed the tree up. Then the last thing he took was a log for the fire. Then he went up the chimney himself, the old liar. On their walls he left nothing but hooks and some wire. And the one speck of food that he left in the house was a crumb that even was too small for a mouse. Then he did the same thing to the other Who's houses, leaving crumbs much too small for the other Who's mouses. Should it be mice? Anyway. Dr. Seuss. I learned my ABCs with the Dr. Seuss ABC book. Remember the book? It was 15:15 dawn, all the Who's still abed, all the Who's still a snooze. When he packed up his sled, packed it up with their presents, the ribbons, the wrappings, the tags, and the tinsel, the trimmings, the trappings. That's the noise when the Grinch died. 3,000 feet up the side of Mount Crumpet, he rode with his load to the tip top to dump it. Pooh pooh to the Who's, he was grinchishly humming. They're finding out now that no Christmas is coming. They're just waking up. I know just what they'll do. Their mouths will hang open a minute or two. Then the Who's down in Whoville will all cry, boo hoo. That's the noise, grinned the Grinch, that I simply must hear. So he paused, and the Grinch put his hand to his ear, and he did hear a sound rising over the snow. It started in low, then it started to grow. But the sound wasn't sad. Why, the sound sounded merry. It couldn't be so, but it was merry, very. He stared down at Whoville. The Grinch popped his eyes. Then he shook. What he saw was a shocking surprise. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, was singing without any presents at all. He hadn't stopped Christmas from coming. It came. Somehow or other, it came just the same. And the Grinch, with his Grinch feet ice cold in the snow, stood puzzling and puzzling. How could it be so? It came without ribbons. It came without tags. It came without packages, boxes, or bags. And he puzzled 3 hours. That's not a movie. Till his puzzle was sore. Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't before. Maybe Christmas, he thought, doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more. And what happened then? Well, in Whoville, they say that the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day, and the minute his heart didn't feel quite so tight, he whizzed with his load through the bright morning light, and he brought back the toys and the food for the feast. And he himself, the Grinch, carved the roast beast. Wow, and that's the end of the book. Love that story. I do like the original animation, and I do love the Ron Howard Jim Carrey movie because no one could have played that role better than Jim Carrey. I mean, learning that he had to work with CIA operatives to deal with the, makeup is kind of crazy. So, Crazy stuff. But now Jim Carrey can't even do the face expressions anymore because the dude has gotten so much filler in his face that he literally can't, like, his whole face is like filler and puffy. And I feel bad for that one comedian, Heather Shaw, who I love. She's on TikTok and Instagram. She actually has a Jim Carrey face. Like, she's known for how she got famous was everyone's like, oh my god, she literally looks just like Jim Carrey but with longer hair. And it's true. Just look up Heather Shaw comedy and you'll be like, what? Actually, no, let me show you guys something. Let's see. Here we go. Woo boy. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, I feel bad now that Jim Carrey's getting all that filler in his face because she's like, I'm gonna be the only one with original Jim Carrey face. So, yeah. Whew, man. That is crazy. Yeah, I know. Crazy, huh? She's great. Funny. I love her. Like, people were so surprised when she said she wasn't a Trump supporter. She's like, I'm a gay, sober vegan. I'm like, yeah, that's about as lived up as you possibly can get. So, guys, this Epstein stuff, am I right? Oh, God. That ain't looking too good for shit's getting weird. Also, we gotta change the Streisand effect to the Weiss effect, the Barry Weiss effect, and see how that goes. Considering she tried burying that CBS 60 Minutes story, and now everyone and their mother has seen it. Does she not understand that if you already have it like on file and you send it to other like countries, they will release it? No? Well, she's an idiot. Well, what else is new? She's not a journalist. She's just an opinion columnist. Also, so I don't know why, but I read that as Sean Lennon for some reason. Sean Lennon's funny because he's like anti-woke for some reason. Like he went on a tangent about, gay and trans people. And then he's like, oh, I think people are, future generations are gonna not remember the Beatles. And I'm like, dude, there are TikTok edits of your father and Paul, like as if it's heated rivalry. Like, you don't understand the shipping, the fandom of the Beatles are very homoerotic. No one's gonna forget in future generations, dude. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. It's weird. Anyway, God, I wish we could watch some SNL, but we can't. Oh my god. That Christmas duet thing was funny as hell. But Ariana Grande once again killing it as a host on SNL. I love her. She could do no wrong. In my eyes, at least. But then again, I used to write to her when she was in 13 on Broadway, so of course I have a special connection to her. She probably doesn't remember me, even if I were to, just saying. So I have like Christmas stuff planned. I'm like in the zone also too, like, because we've been talking about Ed Wood, because we're talking about, we're doing our movies about movies, this month. And tonight we're going over Ed Wood, one of the, I think this is like the second collaboration between Tim Burton and Johnny Depp, if I'm not mistaken. Because it came out a few years after Edward Scissorhands, right? Yeah, I did. I just rewatched it. And there's a lot of things that Tim Burton like played with like the truth of Ed Wood's life, because he's like, this guy's very weird, so I'm gonna make his life even weirder type of thing. And his ex-girlfriend, played by Sarah Jessica Parker, apparently in the movie was not supportive of his cross-dressing, even though she was like, no, I was very supportive of him expressing himself. And She also wrote songs for Elvis Presley after they broke up. Also, Juliet Lanu, who is known for playing Drusilla on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, her and her father are both in the movie because Martin won a Best Supporting Actor Oscar for playing Bela Lugosi. Even though Bela Lugosi was not one to cuss, and he never said anything bad about Boris Karloff, because they did work together on like Dracula Meets Frankenstein or whatever. I mean, like, come on, man. It's just funny to me. So, oh great, my mom posted the little community local thing. Okay, so Bill Clinton, right? You just made 1 million Bill Clintons, you know. With all, you know, I got you guys see what old Billy Jeff said about the Epstein files? He's like, if I'm going down, I'm taking you all with me. And I'm like, where was this energy back in like 2015? Because even back then, the Epstein stuff was like, yeah, wasn't he trafficking girls and stuff like that? Like, what's going on here? And Bill Clinton was involved? Like, yeah, I'm very confused. So, like, I'm over here like, hell yeah, Bill Clinton, take everyone down with you, including your wife. Because she had to have known stuff was going on. She had to have known. Oh, God. Oof. Ooh, Anaconda debuts with 20% Rotten score on Rotten Tomatoes. Ooh, that's not good. I mean, they made a horror movie. They made that. They remade the old Anaconda movie with what, Jennifer Lopez and John Voight, and they made a comedy. And I'm like, I mean, Conan and I say this all the time. Remake movies that were not bad. Remake movies that, oh, they kind of missed the mark and make it better, because sometimes you can do that. You know, like, you know, even Invasions of the Body Snatchers has been remade how many times, and people still love the 1978 version over like the 1950 something version. But like, Anaconda should have been an easy like thing to remake and perfect, but I guess not. Okay, now I got Anaconda by Nicki Minaj stuck in my head. Yo, remember that VMA performance? Yo, you know what was so funny about Nicki Minaj being at Turning Points USA is she's like, to Erica Kirk's face, she's like, she's so, the thing with the thing about Nicki Minaj is she's so new to this right-wing grift that she hasn't been like coached on like how to, what to say. Oh, kitty. What to say or whatever. So she's like, you know, JD Vance, our vice president, is an assassin, right in front of Erica Kirk's face. And she's like, oh. I mean, I didn't say that. And I'm like, you're very new to this grift, girl. You don't know what to say yet. You gotta be media trained. I mean, you know who's media trained? Ethan Slater, Ariana Grande's boyfriend. I mean, he had to be, considering that situation. Anyway, that's just so. But like, I mean, when I saw that clip at first saying, you know, JD Vance is an assassin, I was like, you don't want to say that in front of a woman who, like, you know, is allegedly grieving her husband. You know what's so funny though? I remember, like, she's trying to do the Jackie Kennedy thing. Like, she's like, I want them to see what they did to Jack. Like, you know, wearing the bloodstained Chanel, you know, dress or whatever. But like, Jackie O rarely made like if y'all remember, Jackie Kennedy married Aristotle Onassis just to get out of America, to be on a private island with the press. No one could touch her, and I don't blame her for marrying him for that. You know, that's how she got the name Jackie O. But like, Erica Kirk is not. She's not. I mean, my mom still doesn't like going places, and my dad's been dead for like 4 years. You know, like going on 5. Sharon Osbourne made her first public appearance like not a few weeks ago, and Ozzy's been dead since like what, July? Yeah, July, August, something like that. And I'm like, you gotta retreat, you gotta grieve, I guess you just gotta grift. I mean, she's basically like Debbie from Addams Family, the second Addams Family movie. She's like, it's so funny. It's so funny watching her, try to, be like this. Also, can I talk about the Rob Reiner thing for a few moments? I feel like when it comes to Rob Reiner and his wife's murder, there's a lot of shit that we should not know about. Like we're learning so much stuff that even like 1990s and early 2000s tabloid standards would be like, yo, we are not touching this shit. Like it's crazy. I'm over here like, yeah, I don't want to learn that, Conan O'Brien and Bill Hader tried to do something or not do something. I don't want to hear it. Like, it's just so weird. It's like as if they're trying to shift blame on like Conan O'Brien, or they're following like Bill Hader and Billy Crystal everywhere they go. And I'm like, there's just so much stuff that we should not know about this situation. Like, just a reminder, guys, when Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper died in a plane crash, their families did not know until the news announced it, which caused Buddy Holly's widow to have a miscarriage. I think she's still alive. But because of that, loved ones are learned about the deaths, of their relatives. But guess what happened? Kobe Bryant died in a plane crash, and TMZ found out immediately, and that's how Kobe Bryant's wife and other kids learned that he had died, through TMZ. Like, everyone's like, how does TMZ know everything? I'm like, because they know everything first. I'm like, I mean, they knew Michael Jackson. They had the last photo of Michael Jackson, but when he was being sent to the hospital, knowing he was already dead, probably from cardiac arrest. It's crazy. TMZ has like no. I mean, like, yeah, cool, getting all this information out, but like, you should have some type of respect, Like, I mean, again, I mean, the fact that they're like, when they revealed that the ages of the people that were dead in Rob Reiner's home, I was like, that's him and his wife. That was him and his wife. It's crazy. It's sad. It's like a bloodletting thing happening. Also, the actor from The Wire and who played adult Eddie in It Chapter 2. So, man, it's just... it feels like the years are just getting worse and worse and worse. No, James Ranson. Yeah, he was 46 or something, 49 or something like that. He was known for The Wire, Sinister, It Chapter 2, and other stuff. Yeah, he was known for playing Ziggy on season 2 of The Wire. But yeah, I mean, we found out he committed suicide like Ziggy. He played Ziggy in season 2. I never watched The Wire. He also played Eddie in It Chapter 2. And he went through a lot in his life, so he battled heroin addiction. He was molested when he was younger by a teacher. Like, it was a whole... Yeah, I guess I've never seen The Wire. All I know him from is like the It movie. 46, yeah. It's so sad. Suicide by hanging. I don't want to hear that. But yeah. Man. And it's funny thing is, like, we found out about it right away, even before TMZ posted it. All my like horror movie groups that I'm in on Facebook were posting about it. And I was like, wait, we haven't heard any news about this. And they're like, well, they're about to release it. And I'm like, shit, man. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So, did you guys watch the clip of the Vanguard between Jordan Yule and Cenk Uygur on TYT, and Cenk defending that even though Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are anti-Semitic, they are very authentic when it comes to their support for Palestine. Jordan Yule's like, what? I have thoughts about that because you know me, I used to watch TYT religiously. I was friends with Anna and other people who worked on the show. So there are a lot of people who claim that there are leftists out there who care more about their hatred of Israel than they do Palestine. Here's how that can be a thing. People like networks like TYT legitimizing Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes for being pro-Palestine, but also like excusing their anti-Semitism and platforming them, legitimizing them, letting them watch their content. That's how you get there. That's how you get there. I was watching this and I was watching that whole, I was like, oh, I'm like, dude, you're smarter than this. I would not, excuse me, that there is no way that you can think that someone who's anti-Semitic still be pro-Palestine. I can't. I don't know. I can't have clips because again, we can't watch YouTube stuff on YouTube. On Twitch, we can't though. But I was watching and I was like, what the hell? Cenk's like, I mean, if we can agree and fight on this one issue. I'm like, but at what cost, dude? Their support for Palestine is riddled in anti-Semitism. And if you're legitimizing these people and sending your audience to these people, they're gonna go down the anti-Semitic rabbit hole. And you will have no one to blame but yourselves for that. Like, see, this is why TYT's fallen so behind. And Midas Touch and Zateo and If I've Had It, Majority, they're all doing so well because they know not to say stupid stuff like that. So, like, yeah, if you wonder how some people on the left could be anti-Semitic, is when you, as a homo progressives, legitimize right-wingers who are anti-Semitic. Like, I was telling people, they're like, oh, Candace, I'm like, no, do not. Candace, no, Tucker, no. I'm like, they are not, they do not hate the government of Israel. They hate Jews. There's a difference. So, like, when I was watching that video from the Vanguard of them going over that debate between Jordan and Cenk, I was like, you know what? It's amazing that Jordan still has a job at TYT as a contributor because he has said worse things to Cenk's face than Francesca has. And I think I know why he fired her. Sexism. That's why. That's why Jordan's like the only one who still has a job there. Because he's one of the only contributors who still argues. John Otterilla doesn't do it. It doesn't argue. He takes it. The other people who do like the Rebel HQ who come on the power panels, they don't. They know they have to keep their jobs because they make decent money doing like the Rebel HQ stuff. And it's like, God damn, man, no one has principles over there. Shit. Oh, what's that? Hey, McGraw, you want to say hi to the people? You want to say hello? Where you go? Come on. Come here. Where are you? Where are you? Come here. Come here, sweet baby. Here. Look. Oh, look. It's the fluffy boy. He likes to try to get in my blinds. Ooh, Jojo baby. We call him Big Monster because he's the bad boy. My cat Oppie's the good boy. This is the bad boy. He's bad. I think there's also something a little wrong with him. He's like a little, I don't know he's a little neurodivergent is what I'm saying. Plus he'll just stare up the ceiling and just stare at stuff like this. And I'm like, what's going on here? Like, what's happening? Hey, man, don't be laying down right there. I'm going to move my chair. Cats, man, I swear to God. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. So, I'm kind of mad right now. I mean, I'm not mad, but like, so as you all know, I love Wicked and Wizard of Oz and all that good stuff. And they've been doing a lot of, it's award season. They're all the movie, all the doing their for your consideration. Sinners better win everything. I'm gonna be mad when it doesn't. If I could bet money on Sinners, I'd probably be pretty rich. But I don't live in a betting state, so. Hey, I'm crazy. I'm psychotic. I could do it to myself. I know I am. I got borderline personality disorder. But that's just me. So, this cat's just laying right here. I don't want to roll him over. But so they've been showing like a lot of the behind the scenes stuff when it comes to making all these movies. And a lot of these movies are really trying hard. Like, who's trying so hard? A friend of a friend, Timothée Chalamet. You know what you're thinking? Friend of a friend. I'm friends with his mother on Facebook, so that counts. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, Boku. I am very self-deprecating and self-insulting, so I put myself down all the time. But that's how I am, because I was always, put down my whole life. So I'm like, I feed into that negativity. But Timothée Chalamet is this year's Oscar villain, and I have a video that I recommend, actually a YouTube channel that I want to post. Her name is Kayla Says, and her thing was how the internet fell out of love with insert celebrity here, and it's a really good series, and I'll post in chat. I don't understand why he's trying so hard. See, this is what happens when you're dating a Kardashian, because he's still fucking dating Kylie Jenner. And the one time he wins an award is when she didn't show up. He won the SAG award, and she wasn't there. And I'm like, don't have her there. Timothée. And so I'm friends with his mother, Nicole, on Facebook. Her whole entire Facebook page is like, I love my son. My son is so talented. I love him so much. Look at my son. But like, he is trying so hard to win the Oscar for this, for Marty Supreme. And I'm over here like, dude, chill out, relax. Like, I'm like, do you think Leo was trying hard? I mean, Leo wasn't. I mean, granted, Leonardo DiCaprio was lucky to get all these amazing roles that he should have won Oscars for, but they gave him a participation sympathy trophy for The Reverend, and I'm like, out of all the movies he could have won The Aviator, but Jimmy Fox won that year for Ray. So like, exactly, she's like the most supportive mother ever. Like, but the thing is, Leo is not try hard to the point where he's like posting on social media, doing all these crazy collabs, and like, it's crazy what Timothy's doing. I'm like, we get it. You want the Oscar so bad. He's like, I'm trying so hard. Give me a award now. And I'm like, listen. Leonardo is probably going to win for one about or another, because it'll be 10 years since he won his first Oscar. So I feel like it's like every 10 years they're going to award Leo an Oscar. You know who doesn't have an Oscar, who's been nominated 1 billion times? Glenn Close. That woman has never won an Oscar. She's been nominated almost as many times as Meryl Streep, which is fucking crazy. You know what's going to happen? They're going to do a movie musical adaptation of Angela Weber's Sunset Boulevard that she did on Broadway. She's going to be Norma Desmond. There's been rumors for years that he's working on this. She's going to win an Oscar for that role because they finally want to give her an Oscar. That is it. And I'm like, really? She could have won for so many other roles, but in my opinion, she should have gotten an Oscar and won for Cruella de Vil in the 101 Dalmatians, but nobody wants to hear it. Also, she's right. More women have been lost to marriage than war, famine, disease, and disasters. And I'm like, Yeah, exactly. Marriage ain't all that crap, you know. So with Timothy Chalamet, I'm like, dude, you are Gen Z's Leo DiCaprio. You're gonna get an Oscar. Like, you're not even 30 yet. I'm older than you. Like, dude, how do you think I feel? I haven't accomplished anything, but you're over here trying to still win an Oscar. I'm like, dude, you got time. You're probably gonna win your first Oscar before Leo did. Like, he's just trying too hard. Ever since he thought he should have won for A Complete Unknown, right? Is that the movie? Yeah, the Bob Dylan biopic. Ugh. So how does it feel? You know, oh my god, that shit was so funny with Katy Perry and Bob Dylan on the SNL sketch. Yo, whoever played Benson Boone in that like Peacock random Christmas duet sketch, are you okay? Are you okay? Because all they did was like backflips, and I'm like, I wish we could watch it. It was just so funny. Also, can I just say, when it comes to SNL, they need to bring back like Groundlings and like they need to bring back like sketch comedy impressionist type, because depending on like TikTok famous stand-up comedians they're going through a bit of a slump in my opinion. I mean, there's like 3 people that are doing really well. That Ashley, that Veronica, and the guy who does all the Trump impersonations. Of course, there's Keenan. Now with Bowen Yang gone, who's gonna be the fall guy to do all the most random stuff? Is it gonna be Keenan again? I don't know. Also, the cast hasn't been this white in like over a decade, and that kind of worries me. But there's a lot of stuff I've heard about Lorne Michaels. That's why a lot of people left for last season. So like when I'm watching like all this SNL stuff going down, I'm like, what the hell? I mean, Michael Long. I mean, there are people who are good at like the weekend update sketches. Like, I love Michael Longfellow. Great, cool, love him. That Jane Wickline or whatever her name is, who's basically a nepo baby, whose friend is Lorne Michaels. Like, her father is like best friends with Lorne Michaels. So she's not good at sketch comedy because she's like a Gen Z TikToker. But when she does like her keyboard random song stuff on like weekend updates, that's where she shines because she's so straight and flat. So she doesn't translate well to like sketches where you need to do impressions and voices, to the point where they even highlighted that thing that she's good at on the Peacock random Christmas duet sketch where she's singing with Little John and she's like, Christmas should be on February 10th. That's when I want to do stuff on the weekend. And I'm like, they're just sticking this one thing for her, and that's great. Cool, awesome. It could be a running gag that dries up really, really fast. Yeah, exactly. I mean, In Living Color was funny as hell. I mean, every time I'm reminded that Jim Carrey made fun of Vanilla Ice. He made fun of Snow, you know, imposter. So that was always funny to me. It was so funny. But like there comes a point where it's like, you know, SNL is going through a bit of a slump right now, and they need to figure out. Yeah, Sarah's good too. She's really good. But she's had a few seasons to like, you know, she's as funny as hell because she does anything. Like, if like she's like, I will do something gross, she'll do it. And plus she's pro Palestine and pro Zoran. What's not to love about her? Coffee, Michael. Okay, anyway. You know what's funny about that? He auditioned for SNL and didn't get it. A lot of people who auditioned for SNL or like had one season or barely went to like other sketch comedies like Mad TV. Oh, so that's so that was always, you know, amusing to me. But I mean, now I got that stupid Christmas should be on February 10th. Anyway, I know, and that works for her. You know, Sarah's really good. Also, the guy who does the Trump impression, he's like 3 years older than me, and I'm like, how did they make you look so old, dude? Also, I think the funny thing about that Peacock random Christmas duet comedy sketch is they had Stevie Wonder and Benson Boone, and Benson Boone does a flip on his piano. He's like, oh my God, Benson Boone did a backflip on my keyboard with a blue sequin suit. I mean, I didn't see nothing. I'm like, oh man, because the decades-long conspiracy theory is that Stevie Wonder is not actually blind, and I'm starting to believe that. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I'm like, oh man, they really went there. Oh God, that was funny. Sorry, I just wondering, whoever was the person who had to play Benson Boone in that podcast, I mean, not in that podcast, in that sketch, the backflips, those backflips were really aggressive. I'm like, are you okay? Also, the Andrea Bocelli, Celine Dion, because the thing about Ariana Grande, she's really good at impressions and singing impressions, and she did a really good job of doing Celine Dion. What's going on back there? Is there a cat on my tree? I don't know. I can't tell. But it's just, it's so funny. Wait, is there? Oh, there's a cap on my foot. But it's so funny. Also, I think Andrea Bocelli's pro-life because he's like, my mother could have aborted me, and I'm like, but I'm blind and a successful opera singer, and I'm like, cool, but that doesn't really mean anything. Oh wow, Neera Tanden hasn't tweeted in 5 days since Taylor Lorenz wrecked her. Ooh, thank you, Taylor. We love you. That's funny. Oh God, how can you fit into that thing? Okay. So also, we're working on it. Sorry guys, I'm so distracted right now. Oh man, I saw some coffee here. We're having breakfast for dinner. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Oh, I just can't wait for Christmas. I mean, actually I can because I got no other plans besides streaming and hoping to pay my bills. It's kind of cool because like she and I talk from time to time. I'm always like, girl, you okay? Are they bothering you? Want me to do something about it? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Me and Taylor Lorenz, we're kind of sort of friends. So, oh yay, she can move. I know quite a lot of different people in this space. Oh man, okay, so here's the thing, guys. Before I go, I'm gonna be showing on Twitch. We're about for like 24 hours. Do Christmas thing. We're gonna do all Christmas stuff. We're gonna watch a bunch of Christmas movies on Twitch, like both Home Alones, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Richie Rich's Christmas Wish, which is basically It's a Wonderful Life, but for Richie Rich. What else? What other movies do I got? Oh yeah, we got lots of Santa Claus too. Not the two, but also Miracle on 34th Street, the original. Yeah, I got lots. We're gonna watch a bunch of Christmas themed episodes of shows and stuff. It's gonna be fun after I stream talk about Ed Wood. I'm so excited to get me in the Christmas spirit, you know, because I have none. Oh, I gotta get the Muppets Christmas Carol. Oh, we're also gonna watch a Divas Christmas Carol. Remember when VH1 aired that with Vanessa Williams? There's only 2 versions of a Christmas Carol that are goated: a Muppets Christmas Carol and a Divas Christmas Carol, because it really hones in on like the ghost of Christmas Present is like a partying rock and roll star with a bunch of groupies in the Diva Christmas Carol. Because I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And like the ghost of Christmas the ghost of Christmas is yet to come or whatever is like behind the music, like whatever happened to what Ebony, what's her face, and she dies from a drug overdose or whatever. I'm like, damn, this is dark. I'm so glad that All I Want for Christmas Is You was getting hated, and Last Christmas has become like the go-to Christmas song now. I'm like, fuck yeah, Wham. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm friends with a guy who was in Jingle All the Way. Remember the scene with Chris Parnell and the other guy where they're talking about that the action figure, and like Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, "Where's your Christmas spirit at?" And the other guy, the dude, Patrick Richwood, I'm friends with him, who was also in that scene with Chris Parnell. I even told him about them. I was like, dude, what was it like doing a scene with the Arnold? He was like, it was a lot of fun. I was like, yeah. Yeah, so I know Patrick. He's cool. He was also in The Princess Diaries, Pretty Woman, and Adventures in Wonderland. Yes, Die Hard's a Christmas movie. Before I go, can I just say this? People who think Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, that it can take place any time of the year. No, it cannot. The guy, the screenwriter for Die Hard said, I wrote it as a Christmas movie. Unconventional, but it takes place on Christmas Eve. He says, ho, ho, ho. Like the whole point of the movie does not work on St. Patrick's Day. Now, Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin says Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. Home Alone can take place any time of the year. You know why? Vacation, summer vacation, spring break. Home Alone is just Die Hard for kids. Because the whole point of Kevin, now, Home Alone 2 is a Christmas movie. It has to take place on Christmas because he's trying to save Christmas for those kids in the hospital, But in the first Home Alone movie, he's trying to save the house. He's not trying to save Christmas. Ergo, Home Alone could take place during spring break, summer vacation, a fall break. Like, it doesn't have to take place on Christmas. And I want to tell Macaulay Culkin this to his face. Oh, yeah, I saw that video. So Macaulay Culkin, you're wrong. You're just mad that your movie's just Die Hard for kids. Home Alone is like my sister's favorite movie of all time, by the way. My older sister, oh my God, she's gonna be 40 next month. Oh God, that's not good. Oh Jesus. Anyway, sorry. I'm thinking about my own mortality now. Great. Okay. But yeah, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I mean, what line is he not? How is he gonna say ho? He says ho ho ho. That line does not work if it's not a Christmas movie. I'm just saying. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, But yeah, when people had the debate about it not being a Christmas movie, I'm like, the guy who wrote the screenplay wrote it as a Christmas movie. You're going to deny the guy who wrote the ancient text? Come on. Wait, Barbie? How come you never watched Barbie? That movie's not scary. Oppenheimer was scarier. Oh, you find clowns to be scary? Well, that's not pleasant. I'm not afraid of clowns because I made all my friends watch the It miniseries when we were kids. They all developed a fear of clowns, and they all were afraid to shower and bathe alone and be in a bathroom alone because of me. So when I asked them, like, are you going to see the Bill Skarsgård one? They're like, fuck no, you made me afraid of clowns. And I was like, hell yeah. So that shit was, I'm always reminded. Hey, that's what you get for making fun of me, even though you're my friend. I'm going to traumatize you for the rest of your life. Deal with it. Not my problem, you're pussies. Also, even they're like, I won't even watch the miniseries. I'm like, yeah, but it's so corny looking back at it. They're like, it's still scary. And I'm like, okay. Whatever you say. Oh, yeah. I mean, boys who used to make fun of me, I used to beat them up. And then they would say they liked me. And I'm like, go figure. You made fun of me. I used to slap you around. Enemies to lovers trope. I want that in real life. Like a Niles and Cece a la, the nanny. Like that's what I hope. I saw a TikTok of someone saying the reason why you haven't found your soulmate yet is because you're meant to be famous, and your soulmate is a famous celebrity. I'm like, who? Who? Aubrey Plaza? She's bisexual. I'll do it. I'm just saying, like, I'm like, okay, who's my soulmate that's a famous person? And I'm meant to be, I know, you know what? I'm so delusional. That's why. This is what, it makes so much sense now. I'm meant to be a famous person. And because who else is, I mean, I live in a small town with much older people that retire here. All the young folk are gone. Like, that's the only logical explanation. I'm supposed to be a famous celebrity and whatever. Anyway, I mean that is the only thing I can keep up. It's the only thing I could that I'm trying to rationalize that. But when that person said that TikTok, I'm like, yo, this is actually accurate though. Anyway, so I need to take a break for like an hour. Gonna have eggs and bacon for dinner. But that's all we can afford. Anyway, Alex is coming up doing some Jack in the Box games. And then 8 p.m. we're gonna be going over Ed Wood on Moon Extravaganza. I'm hoping we can change the camera filters to black and white. Hopefully that is a StreamYard setting. Because I feel like if we're doing a movie set that's filmed in the 90s with the black and white, saying we got to be in black and white just to pay homage. Anyway, guys, Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas. Merry Chrysler. Merry Christmas. Anyway, bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. On this space, I talk about movies, TV, video games, music, whatever I want to talk about, and politics on this space. Welcome, folks. I don't know how Kristina knew that I was going to play some games with y'all, other than I said it about an hour ago. Hi, folks. How you doing in chat? Welcome back. Thank you very much, Johnny. Boku. Thank you for the shirt. Compliment. Game time. Yes, indeed. Ethan, what's up? I just want to share with you a little thing that I didn't think I was going to make that many videos leading into Christmas. I just made this reaction to one of my favorite rappers that I've discovered this past year, Grip. He has several albums. Some of them I'm just saving to make reactions out of because I love him so much and I'm so into his stuff that, I got into it before I started making reaction videos. So now I want to savor these last couple albums that I haven't heard. So I did that. But then yesterday, the trailer for The Odyssey dropped. So I was like, hey, I'll just make a reaction to that. So I did that. And then today, was that today? Yes, it was today. The Avengers Doomsday trailer came out. So I made a reaction to that. And I just wanted to let y'all know that that's what I do over here on Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube. On Twitch, I'll usually play video games, sometimes watch videos while I'm playing video games. That's what most people do on Twitch now. But today, like, I'm done with all the politics. I'm working every single day this week, and it's just overwhelming, the amount of politics that I have to fucking be subjected to. So I wanted to take a break, and it's Christmas. It's Christmas. It's the holiday season. We just finished Hanukkah. Lit the menorah for this, my whole life. And happy Hanukkah to everyone who celebrates. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year coming up. Might appear on a New Year's show. We will be live over on this space all Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays this week and next week. The show never stops. But today I wanted to play games with y'all. So, like Kristina said, Jackbox is what we're playing today. I've only seen it played a little bit. I've never been to one to have it, but now I have it because of Epic Games and their free games that they give out. So we're going to play. And you all can play too. If you have a phone and you're watching right now, you can play. Let me know if it's too loud or quiet. But we're going to start out with Fibbage. And the rules will be explained to you. You'll be able to play. I got to open up Safari on my phone. But here we go. So you will go to jackbox.tv. Okay. I know this is on a delay, so I'm waiting. Have I done a reaction to Papoose? I enjoyed his latest. No, I have not, but I've heard of him. And so I will add that to the list. Thank you, Ethan. Okay, so you're going to go there, and then this is the room code. Okay, so I jumped in, and now I'm waiting for all y'all to jump in. We're going to see how many people are actually watching and actually want to participate. I'm waiting for you guys. And you can just keep jumping in. It doesn't have to only be 8 people. It can be more. The other people will join the audience. And you'll be able to participate in the game as well. I know. You can do both on your phone. You can have the window floating around while you play the game. And if no one comes in, I'll give it 10 minutes. I'll give it 10 minutes. And if we're not playing, then we're not playing, and I'll play something else. Oh, we got a reference frame in there. Okay, we got one other person. I'll still give it 10 minutes. The wife's in there. Joker's in there. All right, let's do. Oh, Nick's in there. Okay, I think 5 is good to start out, and we'll show you how this works, and we'll keep playing.
Hey there, I'm Cookie. I thought I was done hosting this game, but unfortunately, I didn't get cast as Wonder Woman. 3 players plus 2 players, so 5 players. Yeah, I think that all checks out. Oh, and anyone else who wants to get in can be in the audience. You can vote on decoy answers to trip up the players, and you get to take a shot at guessing the truth. Let's go. This is round 1, where you'll get 500 points for fooling the other players with your lies. And you'll get 1,000 for finding the truth. Select the category.
Okay, so it's my turn to select the category first. Here we go.
First question. If you live in Washoe County, Nevada, you may need a special permit to have more than 7 blank. Now, on your device, type out a good lie that you think other players might believe is true. If you're stumped, you can hit the lie for me button, but using it's only worth half the points. Do it now.
So you got to put in your fake answers and try to guess the real one.
Hurry, hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something.
Also, keep in mind that you're watching a delay. So
Okay,
just
here are
go your by what's on
choices.
your screen.
Find the truth and enter it on your device. All right, let's see what you guys picked. One of the documents you'll need is proof of being single.
Okay. Nick is in the lead.
Hey, let me show you something.
It's time to look at this.
This Chinese artifact from the Qing dynasty was used to store blank. Enter your lies now. Hurry up. Use a suggestion if you can't think of anything.
Is it loud enough? I can turn it up too.
Okay, look for the truth and pick it. Okay, let's take a look.
Frame is getting points.
And
See?
it was also
Pretty good.
Well, that was interesting.
Hey, I got it.
That thing could probably use a few air holes.
Am I moving up in the ranks? Yes, I am. Pro gamer.
Give me a category.
All right, friends choosing.
Or I'll just do it. Okay, here's your question. Before it went to Bruce Willis, the first actor to be offered the lead role in Die Hard was blank.
Ooh.
Okay, enter your
I
lies.
feel like this is a Christmas question. Oh. Actually, I knew the answer at one point in my life.
Write something quick or use the lie for me button. Okay, seek the truth.
It had to be.
Let's see what everybody selected.
Oh. See, that was a good lie. No, that's my lie.
Wow, that was very persuasive. Try this on for size.
Oh my God.
It was based on a novel, and the 73-year-old had acquired the rights of
We
first
watched this
refusal
in a
decades
fucking like
before.
Netflix
What a pity.
thingamabob. A behind the scenes thingamabob. I knew that answer.
This is round 2, which means all point values are doubled. Okay, pick a category. And the question is,
Kiss.
Claiming he'd made it popular in the 70s, Kiss bassist Gene Simmons briefly tried to trademark blank in 2017. Write your lies now.
He tries to copyright everything.
Finish quick, or just hit the lie for me button.
Yeah, right reference.
All right, where's the truth?
I wouldn't put it past him. Gene Simmons, famously litigious Gene Simmons.
All right, who
just got the Medal of Honor from Trump. Oh. See, I wouldn't put it past him, though.
Unfortunately, the devil sent him a cease and desist.
And I served it to him as his advocate.
Time to pick a category. Now listen up. If you think product unboxing videos are weird, then you clearly haven't checked out Vikram Yadav's YouTube page. He's known for uploading blank videos. All right, type in your lies.
See, even I'm playing this wrong. I'm trying to actually answer the question. That's not what I'm supposed to do.
Hurry, use the lie for me button if you're stuck. Okay, here are your choices.
I want to change my answer.
And what did people pick?
No, that's a common one. That's a common channel. Oh, you got us. See, that's what I was
How
going to
can
change it
people
to.
find that entertaining? Now, excuse me, there's a new Russian grandma escalator fails video I need to watch.
Okay, I'm still in the lead though, but not by much. Still
All right,
anybody's
choose the
game.
category. Yeah, that was difficult. Let me do it for you. Okay, here's the question. Due to his bizarre temporary home, Dr. Jeff Wilson of Houston Tillotson University in Austin, Texas, was nicknamed Professor Blank. Type in your lies now.
What could it be?
Finish quick. Just hit the lie for me button. Okay, which one is the truth? Okay, what did everyone pick?
See, I was thinking that kids are mean. Well, how do you live in a grocery bag? Could live in a hole like Chris Pratt on Parks and Rec. Dumpster.
Soon his graduate students will know what that's like.
Okay, we're into
This
the
is the
final
final
round.
fibbage. One question left for triple the points. Good luck. John W. Trimmer is the author of the 1982 book, How to Blank Huge Blank. Write your lies now. Okay, find the truth.
How to maybe that one.
I love this part.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I can believe it. Oh.
Here's something you might be interested in. Step 1, put that ship on a diet.
We all got it wrong. Everyone, give it up for my lovely, lovely off-screen wife. What is that? Okay, everyone. We're going to do another round. Everyone jump in. Oh, I got to do the room code again. All right, ready? Room code. Wands. So now you know how it's played. We'll do another round of this. Hang on, wait. Actually, let me turn up the volume a little bit. And there we go. Okay. There we go. All right, folks, that is the room code. Jackbox.tv is the website. When I get muted, I'll join. Joker again. Okay. I'll give it 2 minutes. What's going on Twitter? Craziness? Let's see. Chevy Chase feels snubbed at SNL 50th anniversary special. Old Dr. Oz clip on uninsured rights reference resurfaces. Nicki Minaj honored at Charlie Kirk Memorial amid past criticism that he had of her. Isn't it nice to play a game? All right. Let's go. Yeah, Fletcher's mad.
Welcome to Fibbage. I'm your host, Cookie Masterson. And after the game, I'd love to talk to you about the benefits of variable annuities. 4-player game, huh? I hope you're all uncomfortably squeezed onto one couch together. Oh, and if anybody else wants to join, they can get in the audience at any time. Audience members get to guess the truth and pick decoy lies to fool the players. Let's play.
That's right. You can still jump in at any time.
This is round 1. You'll get 500 points for everyone you fool, and you'll net 1,000 for finding the truth. Okay, pick a category. Okay, here's your first question. In a 2005 GQ article about Saddam Hussein, one of the soldiers who guarded his cell claimed Hussein could blank in 10 minutes. Okay, enter your lies. All right, pick the truth.
I like that 2 of them are have sex with Satan.
All right, let's see what everybody picked. But to be fair, a lot of it ended up in his beard.
Hey, I was right. I thought that was weird enough to be accurate.
Select a category. I see you can't be bothered. Here's a question for you.
And that's what we'll get on
Playing
you.
pool in the early 20th century had a particularly alarming feature. The cue balls blank. All right, type in your lies. up. Use a suggestion if you can't think of anything. Okay, where's the truth?
You know what's funny? It said that I couldn't put in my guess because it was too close.
Let's see how things shook out.
My fake lie. Tried to pick a new one. That's what I wrote.
After they stopped using ivory to make cue balls, the first plastic they tried was highly combustible.
Highly combustible plastic. That's hilarious.
Give me a category. Here's the question. Longview, Texas once paid Ted Nugent over $16,000 to blank at their 4th of July celebration. Enter your lies now.
Huh.
All right, find the truth.
Perform, not perform.
Okay, what did everyone pick? For true artists, doing nothing isn't about the money, it's about being lazy.
Groove Dragon, if you see in the corner there, you can go to jackbox.tv and put in the room code, and you can join as an audience member. Anyone can. The audience is unlimited. Players, they have a certain
where
amount.
all point values are doubled. Time to pick a category. Sorry to challenge you, I'll just pick this one. All right, here it is. Harold von Braunhut was a white supremacist who loaned thousands of dollars to hate groups. But weirdly, he also invented blank. Okay, enter your lies.
I think that's a good one.
Finish quick, or just hit the lie for me button. Okay, take a look and find the truth. I love this part.
Man. See, Mike.
Select a category.
How's that one?
Okay, focus up. In 1772, Benjamin Franklin wrote a letter to cheer up a grieving friend in which he said nice things about blank. Write your lies now.
I believe Benjamin Franklin would say this.
Hurry, use the lie for me button if you're stuck. Okay, which one's the truth? Let's see what everybody selected.
We got.
That was a complete miss. It began, alas, poor Mungo, and somehow had 0 nut-related puns. And now a fib from foreign lands. Want to get to know someone? As the Russians say, you'll know a person when you eat a bushel of blank with him. Type in your lies now.
How many things come in bushels that I can even guess?
Okay, here you go. Find the truth.
They knowing the Russians.
And what did people pick?
Ah, see, I played into my Russophobia.
Because then you can bond over hypertension. Welcome to the final fibbage. It's your last chance at points, and it's worth triple. Don't blow it. Here's an exciting new crime-fighting technique. In 2017, Dutch police started fighting blank with blank. All right, type in your lies. Okay, look for the truth and pick it.
Crime with thoughts and prayers. Gun violence with knife violence. That's fine.
All right, who picked what?
I got you. Okay, let's try another game. I'm gonna need at least 3 people, I think, for some of this. Okay, back. Yes. Oh. All right, we're gonna survive the internet. You're a monster. Let's try this one. Let's try this one. There's the room code, folks. IHAJ.
Hello.
Well, you can do a little try. Boom. Tried to do my logo. We're gonna need at least 2 more people.
Yellow.
I'll give it a minute. Okay. 3, 2, 1. I'm waiting for the delay. I'm waiting for the delay. I'm waiting for the delay. Okay, let's jump in.
3, 2, 1.
Hi. Welcome to Doodle Valley, the only city whose town charter was written by a goat on a goat. Thank you all for volunteering or being lightly bullied to participate in our town beautification initiative. Remember, non-volunteers can still make a difference by joining the audience. The mayor wants to turn all of the boring, blank walls in the town into wholesome community art projects. Isn't that right, Mr. Mayor?
That's right, Boniface.
This
That's
one can get a
not
little
my name,
spicy.
sir.
And I know just where to start. Right here.
We don't want to get demonetized before we get monetized.
As you can see, this piece has already been started. The local preschool was going to paint something here, but this is as far as they got before they declared it an exercise in futility. They're very advanced.
They just left us hanging there. Look at that.
We believe in a little thing called democracy around here. So I'll let 2 of you make additions to the drawing, and your fellow volunteers will vote on who made it better. Oh, and I'm keeping you on a short timer to make sure you don't overthink it.
Okay, volunteers. Ready, still ready, and ready. Let me go.
Okay, go.
While our doodlers doodle, the rest of you can react to each drawing with the buttons on your device.
I just love to jam on them.
Time's running out. Finish up quick. I never thought I'd say it, but I'm an undecided voter. You all are going to have to decide which one of these is better.
So vote already.
Here we go. Polls are closed.
Not so fast, Clementine. Each match, I'll choose a different emoticon, and I'll give out a bonus to the drawing that earned the most of them. This time, the bonus goes to the most confusing drawing, which to me is all of them.
Okay.
The people have spoken. Okay, let's see what you 2 can do. Go.
All right, I'm next.
Vote away.
We do really need Blooderhack for this one. See how well he can do with his
Let's
finger.
see how that shook out.
Hey, here's an idea. Let's reward confusion.
Fantastic. Now let's see what you two can add. Go. It's voting time.
Trying to make demons like it is the end. It's the apocalypse happening.
Okay, count them up. Add in the audience. Nobody move. I think our painting is complete, but it still needs a title. Use your device to suggest one. Find the title that speaks to you and vote.
I mean, that one really does speak to me.
Toss those audience votes in. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's take a step back and admire the finished product. It's the blank spaces between the lines I appreciate.
Oh.
Where's the next stop on our beautification tour?
How about here?
Put on your artist caps. Go. Time's running out. Hurry up and finish.
I mean,
it's voting time.
I think we all know.
I love this part. Next on deck. Go.
Oh,
Time to vote.
I was trying to make the TPUSA stage with the fireworks coming out.
Moment of truth.
That's my subtle Erica Kirk trutherism. Come on.
Next up. Go!
kind of fine tune it here.
Vote away. Rack up those votes. Audience. Oh, this masterpiece is ready for a title.
I think this is a good title for this piece.
Pick your favorite and vote. And the audience? Okay, let's take a look. Well, it's out in the universe now. We just have to own it.
I
love it.
think that sums up this weekend's events quite nicely.
What now, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I got a special treat for our budding artist, Dr. Zydeco.
That's not... Fine. What is it?
Your art has moved me to commission you to do a portrait. One that'll hang in the town hall.
Get ready, everyone, because you're all drawing at once this time.
I want to fill the town hall with portraits of our fine citizens. We'll just dust off the old Doodle Valley phone book here. And there you go, a fine subject for our portrait.
That's who we're drawing.
I have no idea who that is.
Oh, you remember them. They work at the water treatment place, and they kind of smell like eggs and hay. They kind of walked around.
I'm not really following this either, but tell you what, let's have everyone start by drawing eyes. Any eyes you want.
I got me some new pair of shoes. It's about 23 degrees outside, and I didn't hear the news.
So many good choices here. Let's vote on whose is best. What did the audience think?
Dude, are we gonna be able to finish this game by the time my hour ends?
Next, let's all do the nose.
I don't even know.
And vote.
Gotta go with number 3.
Plus the audience. Now the mouth. And vote. What did the audience think? Oh no, a tie! I'm not trained for this.
Now, Persephone. As mayor, I get to break all the ties. I pick this one.
Finally, finish this off in any way you want. I trust you all implicitly.
Oh, wow, I think that's pretty good.
Let's vote together. Oh, it's just like the last day of camp.
One day, this space will have enough
Toss
people
those audience votes in.
to fill up all of these games. There'll be a fight to get in.
Okay, time to take it all in.
Holy crap, that's good.
You all have taught me that, just like politics, art is about working together to make things better for everyone. Sorry, just kidding. It's all about winning.
Hey, perfect timing.
Oh, civic doodle.
That was fun. That was fun, guys. My time's almost up here on this space, but until then, let's just look at what's going on. Let's take a look, see what's going on. Comment on it. See chat. What's chat saying? Boco, you didn't miss it all. You were there. I saw you. You saw it. You saw it happen. What? I just move StreamYards back down like yeah. Yeah. And let me just take this time to say how much I've enjoyed this year on this space, this half a year. Because we started in June? What can I say? It's the real home of progressives online. We're only growing. We got plans. I'm sure they got plans. Ben Dixon's got plans. Matt the Letterhack's got plans. Andrea's got plans. All people trying to control their little worlds. It's a little Joker reference, folks. But yeah, I want to see. We'll look at Twitter here. Because, like, what's even happening today? I just see more talk of, like, these battleships that Trump wants to build. And fucking the Epstein files, Avengers, Doomsday, of course. Can we talk about that for a minute? Oh, my God. Did this actually happen? details leak. Leaked plot details surface for scrapped Avengers: The Kang Dynasty. Now, if you remember, folks, that was going to be the name of this next Avengers movie. But the person that they cast to play Kang, instead of just saying, "Oh, we'll recast," was Jonathan Majors, who got caught up in scandal. But this is apparently the inside scoop. In this film, the TVA, which is where Loki is, began gathering anchor beings from across the multiverse. Okay, so that's like what? Kamala Khan and whatnot. Believing they're the only ones powerful enough to defeat the Council of Kangs. Okay, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield were the anchors for their respective realities. Oh my God. Tom Holland's Spider-Man served as anchor for Earth 616. The movie was intended to be smaller in scope compared to Secret Wars, focusing more on Holland's Peter Parker, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, and other anchors like Nick Cage's Ghost Rider. All right. The plan was for all of them to ultimately fail, leading to the collapse of the multiverse and Kang's creation of Battleworld. This will then set the stage for Avengers: Secret Wars, where other MCU characters and additional multiverse figures would converge. Okay. First of all, my Santa hat's fallen off. But first of all, yes, he was, Boku, for like chasing his girlfriend through the street or some shit. And then he went to the BET Awards and they gave him like a Lifetime Achievement Award. And he was like, I'm just overcoming adversity. This is another black man that they want to take down. But this sounds like crap. And first of all, don't tell me or the audience what your plans are for your movie franchise. Let us be surprised. Also, this would just be No Way Home Part 2. Which I guess was their point, is like, hey, this is the biggest movie out right now. Spider-Man always seems to make money. Let's center it around Spider-Man. And then have Hugh Jackman's Wolverine come back, which he might. He probably will, because he's in the Deadpool movie. Nick Cage's Ghost Rider. They're going to have Deadpool show up, of course. This sounds terrible. That's funny, though. We dodged a bullet big time. Yeah, but like Doom's not going to be much better. Having Robert Downey Jr. as Doom, I'm sure there'll be an offhand line of like, "Oh, Kang, that was one of my other personalities. I was one of my other alternate selves." But yeah, that's lame. I mean, again, there's not much going on Twitter. They are the DOJ. I mean, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is a lot going on. And to tell you that, I have here, Carlos. What's going on, man?
Oh, yeah. Howdy.
Howdy.
How's it going?
What is going on today? I know the only thing I saw newsworthy is that Ben Sasse announced that he has cancer. And that is a former congressman, I think, Republican.
Yeah, he was a former Republican senator, I want to say.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a lot of stuff to talk about.
They are dumping files because they think no one's paying attention. I'm not paying attention. I'm playing video games.
Yeah, but I mean, how much information have we actually really learned? Not much, actually.
Not much.
And that's kind of like there's no winning with this, because if Trump overly redacts stuff like he did, 100 and whatever pages of just black bars, that doesn't look good.
No, it does not look good. And especially now that I'm seeing also today, it's done in like Adobe Acrobat. So now people are highlighting. You can like select the words on a computer underneath the black.
Oh, fantastic.
And then paste it into another document and you can see it.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, this is exactly the kind of stuff you would expect, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get a movie about like the heroic FBI agent who's doing this on purpose.
Yeah.
In a couple years, or it's just blatant incompetence.
I mean, it could be. It could be because this is like circus level. This is clown level stuff.
Could be a little from column A, a little from column B.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to say thank you very much, Carlos, for coming in.
Of course, thank
Difficult
you.
Truth is up next, and thank you, folks, for watching this space. Share it, spread it, get us around. Make sure that people are asking what's on this space, who's on this space. Where did I hear that? I think it was on this space.
The answer to that is yes.
All right, take care, folks, and Merry Christmas.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. It is just before the holidays, folks. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Alex, for Devil's Advocate production. Another round of applause. I will say this though before anything. I do have to say, Merry Christmas is no longer a thing. General Sam Cedar has declared victory on the war on Christmas. So if I may have to push back on that just a little bit. Okay, General Sam Cedar has declared victory on the war on Christmas. So that is no longer necessary, folks. Welcome everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. It is that time of year, folks. Thank you all for being here. It is the top of the hour. If you are enjoying the content and want to help the channel out, folks, please do all the things like share, comment, do the awesome little like emoji thing. Spread the word. Spread the word. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We have live content. We have syndicated content. We have all the things over here at this space. Appreciate all of you guys being here. Love the lights. Yeah, I might as well bring some festive stuff here. Johnny Too Late. Welcome. Boku, welcome. Hey, Heat, how's it going? Welcome. Thank you all for being here. The reference frame. Appreciate it. Yeah, worlds collide. I always enjoy like the little handoff, like passing off the baton. That is always awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you, Boku. Thank you. Where else can you get stuff like that, huh? Only on this space, folks. We definitely have a lot of stuff to go through here. We got a couple of articles. Folks, can everybody hear me okay? I am kind of working off something new, and I will be probably using this for the foreseeable future. So please let me know if you can hear me okay. Sounds great. Okay, that's all. That's great. Awesome. This is truly a community. See, that's the stuff. That's really what it is. When Worlds Collide, that's a Skillet song? I didn't know that. I'll be honest, I didn't really listen to too much Skillet. I've heard a couple of their songs. But not too much. All right, folks, we got quite the amount of stuff to go through. Let's get started. Used to be a panhead. So we're still doing the stuff in the sea, and that hasn't stopped at all. I think that every time we see it, we need to talk about it. So apparently we're still pursuing a oil tanker. And just to be clear, this does not belong to us. This is not our oil. This is a foreign country's oil. Trump says U.S. is still actively pursuing oil tanker linked to Venezuela that fled from the Coast Guard. President Trump said that on Monday, yesterday, that the U.S. is actively pursuing a sanctioned oil tanker linked to Venezuela, but that he's confident the vessel will be seized. It's moving along and we'll end up getting it, Trump said, while unveiling a new class of battleships, which we will talk about, because this is absolutely ridiculous. There's no really other word for it. It's just absurd. From Mar-a-Lago, the second White House in Florida. Yeah, we're actually pursuing it. Can you imagine? Yeah, because it came from the wrong location. It came out of Venezuela and it was sanctioned. First of all, none of our business whatsoever, because we don't know where this tanker is going, and if it's going to a other country that has nothing to do with us, then this really is none of our business at all. Ladybug, welcome. The U.S. Coast Guard over the weekend was in, quote, active pursuit of a sanctioned dark fleet vessel that is part of Venezuela's illegal sanction evasions. Hey, that's interesting. Why don't we do the same thing to Russia? Why aren't we pursuing Russian ships that are evading sanctions? Ladybug, welcome. It is flying a false flag under a judicial seize order. Yeah, okay. The tanker named Bella 1 was not filled with cargo and en route to get oil when U.S. authorities attempted to board it. So it didn't even have anything? Trump said the United States will keep the oil and ships after seizing sanctioned tankers. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also. So he's just stealing it. That's basically what he's doing. He's just stealing the ships. What about the dark fleet of white MAGA yachts in Monaco? That's a fantastic question. President Nicolas Maduro Trump said it would be smart for him to step down when asked if the administration's ultimate goal in Venezuela is to force him from power. So yeah, the answer is yes. He would like regime change. Oh, Monte Carlo, gotcha. Nadia, welcome. Maritime law is very mysterious. Yeah, you just make it up as we go. No. Well, I think it probably would. I can't tell him. That's up to him what he wants to do. I think it would be smart for him to do that. But again, we're going to find out. Trump said, though, the president also warned if he plays tough, if he plays tough, it'll be the last time he'll ever be. This is absurd. Like, what are we in 5th grade? Sorry, folks. What is this, like the playground? Like 5th grade politics? I defer to you. No, maritime law is actually very it's very extensive. You gotta know, like, maritime law is very complex. As someone who knows someone that works in the maritime industry, it's very complex. That is the time we are living in. That's true. The Bella 1 tanker fled into the Atlantic and was not flying a legitimate national flag, giving the Coast Guard the jurisdiction to attempt to seize it. These details were first reported by the New York Times. The action came after the Coast Guard seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela Saturday, just 10 days after the seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker. This is great. You're gonna love Arrested Development then. Oh, okay, so this all has to do with shipping? That's actually pretty cool. So on that note, apparently Donald Trump is attempting to make a golden company, so to speak, on the sea. How feasible is this going to be, and how this is going to play out is unclear. And the amount of money and time this is going to take, it's just not necessary. We have starving people. And no health care. We have no education, no guaranteed education. And yet now we're being told that apparently we're getting a new gold fleet. Of course, it's going to be the ships are Trump class. Okay, of course. Anytime Republicans point out that we have no money for Social Security or no money, well, let me rephrase that. Anytime Republicans tell you that there's no money for social safety nets like food stamps, you can point to this every single time. Okay, so we can dispense with this idea that we just don't have the money for something like food stamps or healthcare or anything like that. No, not that kind of class. No, not that kind of class, I'm afraid, Boku. No. This article from The Atlantic is actually pretty good. Imagine the CEO of a car company telling his engineers and designers that he wants them to make a new line of automobiles. He knows nothing about cars and has no interest in how they're produced, but he knows one thing for certain: the line will be named after himself. Everyone claps because of course they do, but no one really knows what comes next except the line needs to look sexy and sporty. This kind of reminds me of Elon Musk's Cybertruck. This reminds me of Elon Musk's Cybertruck, okay? Where no one stood up to Elon and said, "Hey, sir, Mr. Musk, sir, this is dumb." Instead, they all clapped and made a really bad vehicle. But anyways, that's pretty much what the president did today, and as he announced that a new class of ships named after him, of course, would be added to the, quote, Golden Fleet, his name for a new renewed U.S. Navy. You might wonder about the propriety of a sitting president naming naval vessels, among other things, after himself. Pardon the expression, but that ship has sailed. Cybertrucks are the moose's nose, not the bee's knees. That's pretty much what the president did today, and he announced the new class. Oh, yeah. Trump's press conference today was among the more haywire performance, as his slushy delivery and meandering answers will not halt speculation about his cognitive health. Yeah. About that, I think we can all see for ourselves that the cognitive health is not there. When asked for his endgame in the confrontation with Venezuela, for example, he launched into his usual lines about people being sent into the United States from prisons and mental hospitals, as if someone had hit the wrong button and played the wrong recording. Because that's all he has. I mean, that's all he's been talking about this entire time. He repeats the same nonsense, the same BS talking points over and over and over again. He also reiterated that he wanted the U.S. ships to be more, quote, attractive, noting that he would not be involved... that he would be involved in the design of the new vessel because I am a very aesthetic person. Yeah, no, Donald Trump the shipbuilder. Yeah, Donald Trump the ship designer. Impressive. Apparently, no one has ever explained to him that sharp design does not equal military value. The B-52 bomber, the mainstay of the U.S. bomber force for decades, was affectionately called the Buff by its crew. And the big, ugly, fat, the rest you can figure out. Trump and Navy Secretary John Pellon did make some news today. Secretary of State Little Marco and Defense Secretary Pete Drunk Hegseth were also on hand, but they limited themselves to some standard issue sycophancy. First, we learned that the President of the United States clearly has no idea what battleships are. Fantastic. Second, the United States is going to invest in a new class of naval vessel. Third, America is going to reverse more than 30 years of wise policy by putting nuclear weapons back on U.S. Navy surface vessels. Cool. Great stuff happening. We can't get healthcare and fund schools properly. We can't get SNAP funding. We can't get WIC funding. Arguing for Obama subsidies, Obamacare subsidies, is too much. We just don't have the money for that. But, you know, building these ridiculous new battleships, that we have plenty of money for. That we have plenty of money for. There's dollars galore for building battleships. No money for food, though. Pick yourselves up by the bootstraps. But they seem to be supersized versions of the existing workhorse of the Navy. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, the first ship called Defiant, will be about 3 times the size of a Burke. The Navy also announced the development of a new class of frigates. Destroyers and frigates, as the Navy knows, as the Commander-in-Chief should know, are not battleships. Battleships are huge and powerful and are meant to dish out and withstand serious punishment. Destroyers and frigates are less rugged and perform missions that require more speed and agility than battleships can muster. But none of that matters. The goal apparently was to give a childlike president a new toy named after himself in exchange for gobs of money that the Navy will figure out how to spend later. Fantastic. Hey, Groove Dragon, Global Solidarity, welcome. USAID would do more for national security. Yeah, it was. But that's all gone now. That's all done. Yeah, can't have Medicare for all or UBI or anything. But we can get new warships. That's always okay. We always have money for that. Isn't that fantastic? It's amazing how that happens, right? It's amazing how we're told constantly, time and time again, who's going to pay for it when we're talking about poor people getting healthcare, right? The healthcare subsidies. As poor as Obamacare is, giving subsidies to make sure that the poorest people get health care or able to get health care. That's a matter of debate, of how much it's going to cost. Is it even going to save anything? Why are we even doing this? But when the president goes around and wants a, quote, golden fleet and a new class of ships named after himself, oh, well, we got money for that. Freedom City, no federal regulation, is a plan to privatize city like Washington, D.C. I vaguely remember seeing something like this. This sounds... Freedom City sounds something like Curtis Yarvin. It sounds like a brainchild of Curtis Yarvin or Peter Thiel, of those folks. I feel like I've seen that concept, Freedom City, before. I'm surprised he called anything golden with the accusations against him via the bedroom. One rear admiral's salary equals 5,000 homeless people housed. Yeah, but we don't care about that. Indeed, defense investors cheered the announcement. Of course, man of the people here, giving the military-industrial complex the money. But spending will be likely come much later because the United States does not have the capacity to build vessels it hasn't even designed yet. Cool. Trump told a reporter today that he expects the first ship to arrive in 2.5 years, which is possible if the Navy slaps some gold paint on a Burke class, adds some missiles, and stencils USS Trump on the side. But the last time the Navy really tried to create a new kind of ship, the Zumwalt class destroyer, the process took years and ended in failure. As it turns out, building ships is a process. The biggest news today came when Pelin said that the new Trump class will carry nuclear weapons. Why? Perhaps Pelin, who had no experience in or with the Navy, figured that Trump would want the new ships to have the biggest and best of everything. Pelin did promise today that they would be the best-looking warships in the world, because that's what matters. But like everything else about this chaotic scheme, putting nuclear arms on destroyers or cruisers or battleships makes no sense in the 21st century, if it ever did. During the Cold War, U.S. surface vessels carried all kinds of nuclear munitions for use against other ships, submarines, and land targets, because such was the logic of the Soviet-American standoff. World War III would be a final confrontation between of two immense military forces, including nuclear duels at sea. In 1991, the Soviet Union on its last legs, President George Daddy Bush ordered the removal of all such weapons from the surface fleet. Many naval officers were relieved, knowing, I know from speaking with several at the time, that they regarded the nuclear weapons on their ships as a useless burden. Of course. And BH names don't need to be in government. Starving and dying in there's every reason to flee the country. I mean, I don't doubt. I'm not disputing that. Today's Navy is not going to get into a nuclear showdown with the Soviet fleet, nor, for that matter, is likely to trade mushroom clouds at sea with China or Russian fleets carrying nuclear weapons on surface-level vessels. Big, slow, exposed platforms is not only strategically pointless, but also a needless risk. George Daddy Bush, H.W. Bush, and Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney. Oh, no, wait, no, this is Bush Jr., I think, isn't it? Dick Cheney, both defense hawks, knew this more than 3 decades ago. As with all Trump vanity projects, no one seems to be asking what national purpose is served by these new plans. Oh, the national purpose of funneling more money into the military-industrial complex. What's more American than that? That is the most American thing that we can do. Does Navy need new ships? No. Not at all. What should it do with them if it gets them? Do they really need to be armed with nuclear weapons? Also no. The answer from the Trump administration clearly is who cares? As retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery told the Wall Street Journal, the Golden Fleet plan is exactly what we don't need, but he added no one is focused on American maritime needs because they're focused on the president's visual that a battleship is a cool-looking ship. I mean, this is literally like a child. This is a child. This is a man-child. That's what we're dealing with right now. I'm a few runs in, not gonna lie. Nice. Helen might not know much about the Navy, but he knows Trump. He promised that the new Trump class will inspire awe and reverence in any port they visit. When will that happen? Probably never. I have no idea. I don't know how this is gonna play out, honestly. In any port they visit, but strategy is more than giving lethal playthings to a president who has simplistic understanding of ships. It is the art of making a choice, an attempt to match means with ends. In a rational world, this would be thinking, driving the acquisition of weapons. Yeah, like, why are we doing any of this? When we can't even feed people at home. Only two things, racism and theocracy. Yep. I taught military officers for more than 2 decades at the Naval War College. One thing I learned from conversations with my students was that the Navy really needs to invest more in its officers and sailors and reduce the tempo of operations that are burning them out. The best ships in the world won't mean much if their crews are fatigued and poorly trained. As the defense analyst John Ferrari recently wrote, for years the Navy had been structurally compromised because its people are exhausted, its ships are aging faster than they could be repaired, and the fleet's readiness is declining. These are serious problems that require serious work, but Trump has found a way around all this irritating chatter by sticking his name on a new ship and telling the military to go build it. Yeah, death of an empire, folks. This is death of an empire stuff. Truly. I mean, we're spending all this we're spending all this resource, money and time into designing a ship that the president wants because it looks cool, because he was told that this would probably make him look strong. This is the mentality of like a 12-year-old. And that may be quite possibly insulting to 12-year-olds. This is the president of the United States being told that we need new battleships, and these battleships are going to make you look strong and make the United States look powerful with nuclear weapons and these huge ships that are 3 times the size of of the destroyer class that we already have. It screams of insecurity. Sea power is outdated. Long-range missiles have made Navy fleets obsolete. Yeah, it's not gonna do. It's not really like what are we doing here, really? Oh, that was my answer to what's more American than gigantic bloated military corruption? That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. The ships will be used in this country if they're ever even built. Who knows? This seems absurd. Groove Dragon, welcome. Trumpo, the fascist clown, and his circus of chaos. Yeah, it continues. At Mar-a-Lago today, Trump reiterated his demand that Greenland must become a part of the United States. His plan for a fleet of Trump-branded battleships is only slightly more likely to happen than a victory parade in Nuuk. Is it Nuuk? And neither is in the national interest of the United States. So that being said, Trump, for the umpteenth time, has threatened one way or another our ally Denmark by claiming that we have to have Greenland. We have no claim to any of that territory, nor do they want to be a part of the United States. I mean, who would? And yet here we are. This is the President of the United States, after appointing the Louisiana governor, who is apparently trying to push for this to happen. It's not going to happen, but he's certainly pushing for it, and that's why he's there. U.S. President Trump has insisted, quote, we have to have Greenland a day after appointing a special envoy to the vast Arctic island, a move that sparked outrage among his European allies. That's allies is using, we're stretching that word, because I don't know how much of that, of allies we have, really. I mean, would you want to be the ally of the United States? I wouldn't. Trump said his interest in the geopolitically crucial island of just 57,000 inhabitants, which is autonomous part of the Kingdom of Denmark and located in North America, was not down to its rare minerals and mining opportunities. If you take a look at Greenland up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need it for national security. We have to have it. This is delusional talk. Somebody forgot. Somebody forgot to put Grandpa for his nap. Some in Denmark and Greenland had hoped Trump's interest in taking over control of the island from Copenhagen would die down after he expressed it in his first term as president in 2019, and again after retaking the office at the start of this year. But those hopes were dashed this week when Trump named Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry as a special envoy, a role often reserved for conflicts such as those in the Ukraine and Middle East, for Greenland without discussing with either Nuuk or Copenhagen. I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm going to be honest. Or Copenhagen. Jens Friedrich Nielsen, Greenland's prime minister, said he was sad that his country was reduced by Trump to a question of security and power. He added, territorial integrity and right to self-determination are rooted in international law and cannot be ignored. European officials quickly rallied behind Denmark, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and the Foreign Minister of Germany, Norway, and Sweden. Territorial integrity and sovereignty are fundamental principles of international law. These principles are essential not only for the European Union, but for nations around the world. Von der Leyen adding that Arctic security was a big EU priority. Trump's assertion that there are many Russian and Chinese vessels close to Greenland is disputed by Greenlandic and Danish officials, who say ships from neither country have been visible in recent years. Chinese business interest in Greenland has waned after several attempts in the 2010s to participate in mining and tourism projects. Anyone else hear Biggie Smalls in the background? No, there shouldn't be. This is copyright free music. It's from it's from a specific creator that dedicates their entire music project to making music for streams. Yeah, turn off your radio. Why isn't Carlos and Sandy doing a festive collab? I'll never know. That's a good question. The U.S. will consist of 62 states, newly added the 10 provinces of Canada, Greenland, and Israel. Not gonna happen. Unless World War III starts. Not gonna happen. Trump again denigrated Denmark's governance of its semi-autonomous territory. Denmark has spent no money. They have no military protection, he said Monday evening. That's not true. Doesn't copyright expire? No. No, meaning that he created this music by himself and put it out there by himself. So essentially there's no label, there's no company behind it. It's just him and his studio. That's it. Like his whole jam, and I forget what his name is. Give me a second. It is Stream Beats. It is Stream Beats. It's an entire channel dedicated for this exact purpose. It's actually pretty cool. Anyways, this is not true. They obviously are part of the EU, and incidentally, they are also part of NATO. So to say that there's no military protection is just not true. It's just not true. The U.S. maintained the sole military base in Greenland, dating back to 1951, deal with Denmark to establish what is now known as the Pacific Space Base. But the U.S. presence on the island has dwindled in the decades from a peak about 15,000 military personnel to about 200. Denmark has responded to Trump's growing pressure by significantly increasing its own military commitment to Greenland, announcing in October that it would spend about $4.2 billion on military units in the polar region. A joint Arctic command headquarters in Greenland's capital of Nuuk. Again, I don't have no idea how to pronounce it. As well as ships, aircraft, drones, and radar. Trump has also continued to cast aspersions on Denmark's claim on Greenland. They say Denmark was there 300 years ago or something with a boat. Well, we were there with boats too, I'm sure. So we'll have to work it all out. No, this is just insane. This is insanity. This is insanity. Occasional polls have suggested a majority of Greenlanders want independence from Denmark, but only when their economy is stronger. A poll in January found that 85% of Greenlanders did not want to become part of the U.S. Yeah. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Who wants to be part of the United States? Certainly not me. If I had if I lived in a place where, at the very least, it seemed that the government, at least somewhat cares for the citizens by providing some basic needs, I would not want to be a part of the United States where all of that would go away. No healthcare? That's a non-starter for me. Some Albertans, I hear. Yeah. Alberta. Shifting gears here to Ohio. This is something that, folks, if you live in Ohio or know somebody that lives in Ohio, this is the kind of stuff that we need to start paying attention to now. Because this is the kind of stuff that they're trying to pull to make sure that your voice is not heard in the midterms. And if you know somebody in Ohio or live in Ohio, be prepared for this kind of stuff. Be prepared for this kind of stuff. If you do mail-in voting, or if you do mail-in ballots, make sure that you turn it in with time so that something like this doesn't happen. Ohio governor reluctantly signs bills eliminating grace period for late ballots. Yeah, reluctantly. Reluctantly. Okay. The number of states that will accept late arriving mail-in ballots during next year's critical midterm elections continue to dwindle as Ohio Governor Mike DeWine reluctantly signed new restrictions into law Friday, citing the uncertainty of pending litigation to ban counting of such ballots in his state. President Trump has also moved to eliminate the practice nationally. DeWine, a term-limited Republican, had warned Ohio's GOP-led legislature in 2023 that a sweeping package of election law changes he signed that year would likely be the last voting restrictions he would let pass his veto pen. Election integrity in the state said had been amply assured. So just to be clear, just to be clear, when these people talk about election integrity, okay, what they actually mean is reducing the amount of people that are able to vote. Okay, anytime any of these clowns talk about, quote, election integrity, okay, the immediate question should be, well, what is the evidence that there is a problem with election integrity? And does something like making sure that people's ballots don't get counted because, I don't know, the mail didn't get there in time, it got there a day late, or whatever. And incidentally, these people are also in favor of defunding the post service. But how, excuse me, how would this bill help with election integrity? Okay. What part of counting ballots after the fact, okay, because of I don't know, a delay in mail or whatever, how is that helping election integrity? Yeah, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense in the context of election integrity. That's right, because it's not about election integrity. It's about making sure that less ballots get counted. The constituents don't care, they believe the cult leaders. Exactly. Exactly. But despite having reservations, okay, sure, reservations. Sure, bud. DeWine on Friday signed the legislation eliminating Ohio's 4-day, grace period for absentee ballots, making other voting changes. I believe this 4-day grace period is reasonable, and I think for many reasons it makes a lot of sense. Therefore, I normally would veto or repeal this 4-day grace period, and frankly, that's what I wish I could do. So, yeah. I mean, so basically he's just saying, it's out of my hands, because I'm a coward. It's out of my hands because I'm a coward, and I don't want to fight for, the voices of Ohioans. DeWine, though, said his hands were forced given the uncertain outcome of a Mississippi case that the U.S. Supreme Court is expected to decide next summer. Justices have taken up the state's appeal after a panel of 3 judges nominated by Trump on the Fifth Circuit of Appeals ruled in 2024 that its law allowing ballots that arrived shortly after Election Day to be counted violated federal law. No one knows how the Supreme Court will rule, DeWine said. However, if the court in late June upholds the Fifth Circuit case and Ohio's grace period for counting ballots is still in effect, the election situation in Ohio would be chaotic. Such a ruling would create a one set of rules for state candidates and a different set of rules for federal candidates, the governor said. Ohio lawmakers would lack the time to square the two in time for November ballots to be prepared, causing confusion for voters. So yeah, this is weak sauce. Honestly, this is weak sauce, because like all of this could have been avoided if you guys didn't want to play games with people's ballots. Who forgot to remind me it was 420? It's 420 somewhere, right? Some really challenged individuals seem to have higher levels of loving nature that shines to what appears to be a low IQ. IQ is nonsense anyways. With his signature, the number of states accepting mail-in ballots received after Election Day, as long as the ballots are postmarked on or before that date, has fallen to 14, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures. Many states, including Ohio, continue to make exceptions for late-arriving ballots for certain eligible voters, such as overseas residents and U.S. service members and their families. So here's the thing. Folks, pay attention to this kind of stuff. It's not just Ohio. But as we get closer, to the midterms, pay attention to stuff like this, and be ready. Be ready to try to make sure that you send your mail-in ballot with ample amount of time. You don't even have to mail it. You can drop it off at the early voting section. If you want to circumvent all of this nonsense shenanigans altogether, you can fill out your mail-in ballot, make sure everything is good to go, and just drop it off. Drop it off at the voting center, at the polling place. You do have that option. Chat is really smart. You guys are the real MVPs. Democrats and voter advocacy groups in Ohio urged DeWine to follow through on his veto threat. They said the grace period bill also increases the number of sanctioned voter registration cancellations and forces more people to use provisional ballots. Of course, the outcome the desired outcome here is for less people to vote. Less people get counted. More ways of trying to throw out ballots. So am I. Yeah, that's what I like to see. No, I'm kidding. The bill puts thousands of voters at risk of having their ballots not counted simply because of mail issues, which exactly what I was saying earlier, and it would cancel registrations for many, including women who might have changed their last names or newly naturalized citizens, which is the point. Democratic State Representative Christine Cockley said in a statement, "Our efforts should be on making it easier for people to participate in our democracy, not harder." Correct. Republicans continue to amend Ohio's election law despite post-election audits that show the state's results are routinely tallied to near perfection, including after the 2020 election, whose result Trump still continues to dispute. Yeah. So there you have it, folks. I mean, that's it right there. That's it right there. How can you justify, like, what is the justification here for election integrity or election security, whatever you want to call it, when audit after audit shows, and Ohio's not, the only one, shows that really we had a pretty routine election. The Election Transparency Initiative, a conservative election reform partnership, thanked DeWine for signing the bill. Yeah, the Election Transparency Initiative. What transparency are we having here exactly? By passing SB 293, Ohio lawmakers stood with the majority of states nationwide in affirming that Election Day should be treated as Election Day, a common sense standard that strengthens our trust in elections. Of course, that's Ken Cuccinelli, known clown. The group's chairman said in a statement, no, of course not. We have early vote. Like, it doesn't have to be. Like, this is how you know this is all about reducing the amount of people voting. Like, why would you want to limit election day as one day and then expect all those results to be counted that same day? No, we have early voting for a reason. We have mail-in voting for a reason. It should be easier for people to vote. Always. And make no mistake, anytime these people talk about election integrity, election security, they're not talking about election security or integrity. It's the opposite. By doing things like this, you are implying that there's something wrong with our elections that need to be fixing. You are undermining the legitimacy of our elections by default. And that is the point. And that is the point. Every time they come up with this new election reform or whatever they want to call it, make no mistake about it, the real goal here is to make sure that less people vote. Point blank period. That is the purpose of any and every one of these election reform bills, election integrity bills, whatever nonsense BS name they want to call it. That's what this is about. You guys are too much. That's funny. Chat always does win. That's true. All right, folks, we got we got one more article, and we'll leave with the lowercase w today, I think, right? It's the holidays. The Supreme Court rules against Trump in the National Guard case, so yay. It's not often we get to hear those headlines. The Supreme Court ruled against the president on Tuesday, today, refusing to reinstate for now Trump's ability to send National Guard troops in Illinois over the objections of its governor. The administration argued in its appeal in October that it needed to federalize the National Guard to stop what Trump had said was unremitting violence against immigration and the Gestapo. At detention facilities, you mean concentration camps, in the Chicago area, but two lower courts ruled against Trump's claim that the protests in Chicago constituted a rebellion or danger of rebellion against the United States government, and that the president has the right to put it down. Bro case W. The USSC does not have enforcement power. That's true. That's true. The court's action is only one of a handful of emergency docket cases in which the conservative court has ruled against Trump since he began his second term as president almost a year ago. Many legal experts thought this emergency decision would take days or weeks, not months, as it ended up being the case. It's unclear why it took so long. At this preliminary stage, the government has failed to identify a source of authority that would allow the military to execute the law in Illinois, the majority wrote in its brief opinion. The court wrote that the president failed to explain why the situation in Illinois warranted an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act that limits the military's ability to execute law on U.S. soil. It is the first time the highest court has weighed in on the controversial deployments. While the decision does not set precedent, it brings some clarity about the president's power to deploy federal military resources. I mean, it's pretty. I would, if I may, I think it's obvious, right? Like the president doesn't have the unilateral authority to federalize the National Guard over the objection of the governors whenever he wants for whatever reason he wants. That's not how this works at all. That's not how that works at all. Now I hear the fuzziness of the old mic. The newer's crisper. It's still fine. We're here for you. Well, I'm glad it somehow ended up being a better, I guess, a better proposition at the end of the day. This is the type of microphone that I would use to record stuff. Not necessarily live stream. It's a bit much. But it works, I guess. So long as it works, that's all that really matters. Audio geeks, listen carefully. I am an audio geek. I'm really big on audio. In preliminarily rejecting the Trump's administration's arguments, the court majority accepted the fact-finding and views of both the trial court judge in the case and the views of a 3-judge appeals court panel composed of 1 Trump appointee, 1 Bush appointee, and 1 Obama appointing judge. Presumably, the case could return to the court after the Court of Appeals hears the full arguments in the case and renders a decision from months from now. But for all practical purposes, the president, for now at least, cannot send in National Guard troops in Illinois without the governor's permission. And like the longer it goes on, the more obvious it is that like that's not necessary. There's no like rebellion or insurrection happening, right? The longer that time frame goes, like the more obvious it's like, okay, well, what are we doing here exactly? There's no emergency that would require the president to go exceed, the governor's authority and federalize the National Guard. Imagine Dragons. I'm actually kind of a fan of Imagine Dragons. Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul praised the Tuesday's ruling. The extremely limited circumstances on which the federal government can call up the militia over a state's objection does not exist in Illinois, and I am pleased that the streets of Illinois will remain free of armed National Guard members as our litigation continues in court. The White House did not immediately respond for a request for comment from NPR. Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote his own concurring opinion. Dissenting from Monday's unsigned opinion were, of course, the usual suspects, folks. The usual suspects. Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito wrote that the court stepped beyond the bounds of its authority by opining on the underlying issue of National Guard's legal deployment and what Trump can use the military for, rather than the narrow question of the administration asked it to stay. Radioactive, that's one of the songs I'm pretty I'm about. I like that song. On top of all of that, the court fails to explain why the president's inherent constitutional authority to protect federal officers and property is not sufficient to justify the use of the National Guard members in the relevant area for precisely that purpose. So this is clown logic. Big fan of Nirvana too. Barbara, welcome. The problem is that there's no justification for it. That's why we're in this kerfuffle in the first place. There's no justification that would or that should allow the president to go above the governor and nationalize the National Guard. Like Alito here is by default giving the president the right of way, when in reality the question is there a reason why there was a right of way or not? Anyways, it's about 8 o'clock, so to the TLDR, folks, is that the TLDR is that he's stopped again by the courts. The lower courts seem to be doing the Lord's work in trying to rein in the administration wherever they can, and in this case, the Supreme Court ruled against them. So that's good. We got to take the small W's where they appear. Folks, it's time for me to get out of here. Movie Night Extravaganza is coming up next. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Folks, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and I hope you guys enjoy the time with your families and friends and whatnot. Please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And, yeah, hang out, folks. See ya.
Eddie, what's my motivation?
You're the file clerk. You're running into the next room when you bump into Janet.
Well, what is our relationship? Are we good friends or is she just a casual acquaintance?
Dolores, I have 5 days to complete this picture.
Tonight on our 4th Movies About Movies episode, we're talking about Tim Burton's 1994 anti-biopic, Ed Wood.
Beware. Beware of the big green dragon that sits on your doorstep. He eats little boys.
The anti-biopic is what the screenwriters Scott Alexander and Larry Karachevsky coined their specific type of biopics. At this point, the subgenre has branched out to include all kinds of non-standard biopics. But originally, the duo's anti-biopics were based around the type of cultural figures who would not usually get a biopic, lesser-known figures. Ed Wood was the first project they formulated in the style, but since then they've written The People vs. Larry Flint, The Man on the Moon, where Jim Carrey famously played Andy Kaufman, Big Eyes, and Dolomite Is My Name. The duo had attended USC with Michael Lehman, where they had come up with the idea for a film about Ed Wood, even considering a documentary they would have called The Man in the Angora Sweater. Ed Wood was a little-known filmmaker in his time, someone who had struggled against the Hollywood studio system in the 1950s, which wanted no part of him and his merry band of weirdos, being a friend of drug addicts, homosexuals, transvestites, and outcasts living in LA. This was long before even a filmmaker like John Waters was able to get his hands on film equipment and really lean into the weirdness of his surroundings and friends. In fact, it was John Waters who had shown Johnny Depp Glenn or Glenda and Plan 9 from Outer Space while they made Crybaby to help him understand outsider trash art. Eventually, Ed Wood settled into struggle with alcoholism and became a sexploitation director. But before that, in the 1950s, he was trying to be a mainstream filmmaker and failing badly. With the Hollywood studio system and even the B-movie and Z-movie studio system zealously guarding equipment and studio space away from upstarts.
So we're going to be working together? Really? Worst film you ever saw? Well, my next one will be better.
And yet still low budget and using badly designed sets and unknown actors, although a friendship with Bela Lugosi and later with Vampira gave him some known actors too. He managed to make Glenn or Glenda, originally the Christine Jorgensen story, but then adapted into a story about Ed Wood's own transvestitism and love of women's clothing. Bride of the Monster, Plan 9 from Outer Space, Night of the Ghouls, and The Sinister Urge. Using tightrope funding from various sources, including the Baptist Church of Beverly Hills. In 1980, 2 years after Ed Wood's death from a heart attack, he was voted worst director of all time, which got people interested in his movies again.
I have no home. Haunted. Despised. Living like an animal. The jungle is my home. But I shall show the world that I can be its master.
After USC, Scott Alexander and Larry Karachevsky had written 2 films, the family films Problem Child and Problem Child 2. They were very afraid they'd be permanently cast as family screenwriters. So they went to friend of show Michael Lehman, who was working on Heathers, and pitched the Ed Wood project. But he ended up leaving the project to do Airheads instead. Check out our 2 episodes with Michael Lehman on those movies. Lehman handed the treatment to his producer, Denise DeNovi, who had produced Edward Scissorhands, Batman Returns, and Nightmare Before Christmas. And she thought Tim Burton would be a great director for this film, too, which was correct.
You know, I mean, at least you're known for something, you know, and that beautiful passion that you have to have as a filmmaker, where you think, when he was making Plan 9, he thought he was making Star Wars. You know, it's like it's something where you just have that passion and that weird kind of family and the weird sort of delusion that you have when you're as a filmmaker, that the passion, the belief that what you're doing, and so I just completely. Except for the women's clothing angle, I completely relate to him, Yeah. But also, what you're saying, there was weird stuff on television at the time. And it was on Saturday afternoon, this was on television on Saturday afternoon, for God's sakes. Well, no, I loved it. I've been lucky to be able to because it's such a beautiful medium,
The treatment was based on the biography, The Nightmare of Ecstasy, The Life and Art of Edward D. Wood, Jr., which Tim Burton dove into, as well as Ed Wood's letters. He was already a fan of Ed Wood's work as someone who saw himself as a weird outsider, and he also saw Ed Wood's relationship with Bela Lugosi much like his own early relationship with Vincent Price. Tim Burton was having problems with Columbia over Mary Riley, And funny enough, their insistence on casting Julia Roberts.
Played by a movie star.
A movie star playing a television star.
Julia
In a major
Roberts
picture.
would be good. Dolly Parton, Lily.
Because of where Burton was in his career, a bidding war ensued with Columbia, Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Disney all wanting this project. Burton chose Disney, who had just done A Nightmare Before Christmas, and who put this under their Touchstone Pictures banner. That kind of bidding war was a problem Ed Wood would love to have. The film stars Johnny Depp as Ed Wood, Martin Landau as Bela Lugosi, Sarah Jessica Parker, Bill Murray, Jeffrey Jones, Patricia Arquette, Vincent D'Onofrio, Julia Landau, and Lisa Marie.
So I guess he interviewed a lot of young actresses, but I came in with an Angora sweater and he loved Angora. And I had a couple of jobs and a car. So anyway, we fell in love and we became actually a team. We worked together as a team. And the way the Ed Wood movie is, you'd never know that. They portrayed me sort of as an actress just out to get what I could get as a part. But I contributed all the wardrobe because I worked for some of the top manufacturers of clothing, Westwood Knitting Mills, Chic Lingerie, Evans Bacone.
It's been criticized for Sarah Jessica Parker's portrayal of Dolores Fuller, including by the actual Fuller, which is a shame. Her time as Ed Wood's girlfriend was a big part of Ed Wood's career trajectory. It actually was a small interlude in her own, where she started out as a child actress in Capers That Happened One Night, and ended up writing some of Elvis's biggest songs, including many for Elvis's film Blue Hawaii, Rockahula Baby, Stepping Out of Line, as well as Do the Clam, Spin Out, Cindy Cindy, among many others, as well as the song Someone Tell It To by Nat King Cole. The real Dolores Fuller enjoyed the movie, but felt like her portrayal was unfair. It didn't show the depth of love she really had for Ed Wood, and how hard she worked to get funding for him. Bela Lugosi's family also criticized the fact that Lugosi didn't sleep in a coffin, didn't curse, or own small dogs. Bela Lugosi is a person who is hard not to give a short shrift, though. The depth of his life is hard to put on film. He was a famed Hungarian stage actor whose career was cut short when he participated in the 1919 Hungarian Communist Revolution. Tim Burton has freely admitted that he was too sympathetic to Ed Wood and tried to film this through his eyes rather than the eyes of anyone around him. Although Ed Wood was not a huge commercial success at the time, it was critically acclaimed, including getting 2 Oscars, Best Makeup, and Best Supporting Actor for Martin Landau.
Don't you want to do another take, Ed? Looks like Big Baldy had a little trouble getting through the door.
No, it's fine. It's real. You know, in actuality, Lobo would have to struggle with that problem every day.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Daniel House, the host of the Creative Asylum podcast, the former owner and president of CZ Records, and before that, the director of sales and distribution at Sub Pop Records, and the former bassist for multiple bands, including Skinyard. I, of course, am your host and the guy from Poughkeepsie back east, small all-American town, Forrest Miller. I need transvestites.
You also could have gone with you people are insane. You're wasting your lives making shit. Nobody cares. These movies are terrible.
I'm just a sweet transvestite. Oh,
I just like I like when Bela Lugosi walks in and he's like supposed to be pitching the movie to him, and on the phone he's like, "Get me transvestites. I need transvestites." He goes, "Eddie, what kind of movie is this?"
so good. Daniel Haas, welcome to the show, man. It's good to have you on. We got you muted. Let's unmute that. Ed Wood, man.
There we go. So I rewatched Ed Wood again for, I don't know, like the 12th time today, just because, I should be prepared. And for the first time, I watched Glenn or Glenda this morning at like 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine.
It's worth it once. It's worth
watching
sure.
one time and one time only. Probably not much beyond that.
It's like watching. It's like when I watched like Pink. I remember being like 11 years old watching like Pink Flamingos for the first time, and I'm like, okay, maybe I should be watching this.
There's 100% like a very spiritual connection between John Waters and Ed Wood. Like,
for sure.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I mean, Ed Wood did die in '78.
Yeah. But especially learning the fact that Johnny Depp actually watched Glenn or Glenda and he watched Plan 9 from Outer Space for Crybaby. Like that was like John Waters was trying to slowly like introduce him to outsider art.
It was given that Crybaby, love Crybaby, was given that little like campier Grease, like a B, like definitely like a B movie type of vibe.
Well, and I think it's interesting too that Ed Wood coming out was 94, right? So MST3K already existed, Mr. Science Theater 3000, for people not in the know. It started around 88, but it wasn't like, I think it kind of was reaching its nadir in the like the late 90s, of which, some of at least it's not Plan 9, it's one before it.
Channel.
It's the God, had like 3 names, like the Atomic Bride of the whatever, you know what I'm talking about. But they featured, just going off of what was in the intro, the couple Ed Wood films featured in some of those episodes that became popular as well, which is that when there was this sort of rise of both ironically appreciating something and then having an earnest appreciation for at least the enthusiasm, if not the craft itself, of making the film. And therefore, when this movie came out, I think it's interesting that it really leaned into the act of creation, and that being the most important thing, and like basically doing things with, people you enjoy spending time with and doing things with, and like the craft, less important.
Yeah. I also,
some might say inessential.
Whatever,
like all the mystery science 3000 kind of stuff too. Like it feels like that kind of starts with like the vampire, which makes it like so fascinating that like Vampira is like a character in the Ed Wood universe. Like, I mean, it gets fired in the middle of it, and then obviously Elvira like copies the exact same bit and goes on TV, and there's that long lawsuit where
Pee Wee Herman, like all like it kind of all that. We gotta like give Ed Wood, his flowers for that, because I think without Ed Wood, we wouldn't have John Waters, we wouldn't have Paul Rubens, and obviously Tim Burton. Like we wouldn't have. It all really started with him because he was kind of like the early king of camp.
Yeah,
and, like Z movies, like beyond even.
Tim Burton talks about the fact that he and it has to be like mystery Science 2000, like it has to be shows like that, because he's talking about how on Saturday afternoons or whatever he would turn on the TV and like that like Ed Wood movies and like that kind of Z production.
People do that on Twitch now.
Bride of the Monster is what I was thinking of, by the way, is the one that was on.
That was the one that came out in between Glenn and Glenda and Plan 9.
Right, and it's depicted in the movie, and just real quick, kind of like tagging the
Bride of the Atom.
Bride of the Atom, Bride of the whatever it is. I love how Vampire is like, wait, you got another one? Wasn't that last one Bride of the Atom? Oh, it's the same movie. Okay. I have a real problem with I'll just call it the Sharknado of it all with movies today, where it's like there's like, no, this is a bad movie, and look, we're just celebrating that this is a piece of crap.
And let's make 10 more.
Yeah, well, but it's not just the fact that there's 1,000 of them that is annoying, but it's the fact that it's not coming from any place that's earnest. It's coming from a very cynical place, and it took me a long time to figure out like, why do I just despise these movies to the core of my being? And I think Ed Wood is great, and that's really what it comes down to, is the earnestness and like the heart the well-meaning attempt.
Well, I even wonder, like, when he was making these films, was he thinking at all in terms of this is camp? I mean, whatever the word might have been, or did he really think that he was making some quality cinema?
Yeah, I think there was like from my understanding of like the interviews that that I was watching that people have done from the time, he really did act like whatever he was making was going to be like the greatest movie of all time. Like he really had some of that optimism, I guess.
Citizens Kane, who, you know?
Well, and yeah, what's so funny, by the way, that we're kicking off 2026 with Citizen Kane now, because I forgot about the Orson Welles scene, because it actually been a while since I've seen this.
Yeah,
And I love that he, like, in the movie, and this is obviously a Burtonism, who knows if this actually happened or not, but it's addressing Orson Welles like as a peer. Oh yeah, and the studio heads want to hire their friends. Oh yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, it didn't,
you know, and
did not happen. But
doesn't matter. It's movie magic, right? But I love that he's engaging with Orson Welles, who's also engaging of like, look, they may not be in the same class, but like they're having like similar frustrations, which is doubly funny because just how difficult it was for Orson Welles to get movies made, especially after like, Ambersons and stuff like that.
Right.
But I think that as far as myth making goes, works well because there is like a deep sort of earnestness, and like in his mind he's making the greatest movie ever. He just, you know, is not interested in doing second takes of anything ever at any time, and that comes across very open-heartedly. And it's I'm sure we'll get into it when we should do the plot summary and whatnot, but for me the turnaround is like when they're at the theater and Plan 9 is premiering, and they're all kind of like watching for their parts and be like, oh, there you are, you know, there's, oh, cool. And it's such a like, it reminds me of any kind of creative act, like making a record or you know, anything that where if you're engaged with it and you're enjoying the journey itself being the destination, then I think it's something that will appeal to you.
Yeah. Well, the Wells thing is also, I mean, Wells like had long periods of extreme creative burnout, long periods of just the same kind of alcoholism, like creative alcoholism, I guess. That
yes, the French.
Yeah, but like,
remember those commercials?
They both ended up drinking themselves to death, essentially. Like, you know, by like a pretty young age, and they both kind of, you know, had like this outsider thing where it got harder and harder to make films because of that, like because you couldn't really rely on the studio system. So there is like a connection between, like, Citizen Kane should not have worked the way that it did, right? Like Citizen Kane is a movie that Orson Welles had complete creative freedom on, and somehow, like, miraculously, like, never having made a film before, never having touched a film camera before, like, ended up creating the greatest film.
Makes one of the greatest films of all time.
Right.
Which to this day people are learning the wrong lessons from. But anyway, we'll talk about that in 2 weeks.
Including kind of Orson Welles. Like, none of his other movies like are as impressive as Citizen Kane, and it led to like these long depressive episodes. It also lended itself to Orson Welles having to take on like these you know, kind of sad acting gigs in all these different places to try to even get movies made. Like, there is like a connection between Ed Wood's kind of like, you know, total collapse over the years and Orson Welles' kind of total collapse over the years. Like, you know, as to like characters, like by the end of things, and also Bela Lugosi, someone like that, right? Like, you can see them trading off of themselves as a character. Because they kind of have to, like, some form of celebrity, and it's like this hacky thing where it's like, you know, making appearances on, I think the appearance Bela Lugosi's that he messed up, and I watched it and I really couldn't tell like the mess up, but Milton Berle is actually where he was.
Yeah, and it's played for
like
more
Uncle Milty.
More extreme effect in the film, sure.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, Daniel House, your show Creative Asylum, which I've been lucky enough to be a guest on, and is great. It's a regular listen for me. If you check that out,
thank you.
Creative Asylum, and all the places. But that's a show that kind of focuses on like the nature of creativity and like the creative spark. And so it's interesting that we're covering this one with you, because it's sort of like, well, he's got that. You know, it's just like, well, there's certain other things that are maybe missing, but like that's absolutely there. And it's interesting that you said you've seen this a bunch. I've seen it, I think, 3 times over the years, one of which was in the theater, by the way. And I think I get way more out of it now than I ever did as a kid.
Sure, of course. Well, there's more subtle nuance and everything. I mean, in my mind too, I don't know where you all stand on Burton's entire filmography, but to me, this is his last great film.
It's the high water mark. I agree.
Mars Attacks was okay. Sleepy Hollow was okay, but already starting to slide pretty hard. And I've always felt pretty much from that point forward. Okay, I will say Frankenweenie. I will give an exception for that. But most of everything he's done since then has just been has paled compared to everything he did before, as far as I'm concerned.
Especially that run that he was on, right? I mean, you had Beetlejuice, you had the first Batman and the second Batman.
I mean, his first movie was Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yeah,
Holy
amazing.
Crap. Amazing. And then Beetlejuice was the second film.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
There's weird moments like
I still think
Big Fish,
I still
right,
think
where
he was
comes
the
back a
best
little
guy
bit
to
and-
direct Sweeney Todd, though, as to keep the
Sure.
aesthetics. I can't imagine,
agree.
especially since a lot of revivals of Sweeney Todd use the Tim Burton aesthetic now. It's that's
But
it
it's
couldn't
also
been anyone else.
he almost kind of becomes a parody of himself at a certain point. And we talked about this when he did the Beetlejuice 2 episode, which was this is the first glimpse of the old Tim Burton that we've seen in a while, even though it didn't quite hit maybe the way that it could have. But
Divorce Tim Burton.
Exactly. Cassie Monica Bellucci. Okay, well, who can blame him?
But yeah,
And they broke up too.
It's I don't know. To me, Tim Burton kind of did the same thing that Wes Anderson did. He became so high in his own supply that pretty soon he just
Too
started.
commercial too. I mean, a lot of people like to say Tim Burton did not direct Nightmare Before Christmas. He produced it. I'm like, yeah, but
And he wrote it.
it's
And he wrote it.
but he wrote it, but also too, it's his claymation vision. I'm like, it's his style. I get it, the guy, directed it, but also too, it's the most merchandise movie out of all of what is considered a Tim Burton brand. I mean, hello. I mean, I got my Jack Skeleton Nutcracker back here.
And it's great. It's great, but it is also kind of what Daniel's talking about, that it's like Tim Burton Co. at that point, right? It's sort of this is the things that were this crazy warped. His Batman movies were just nothing looked like that. Nothing had looked like that before.
Batman
And
Returns is a Christmas movie.
Batman Returns is actually underrated too, I feel like. And I think that the Wes Anderson comparison is a good one, because that's someone that I really like. Rushmore. I think Rushmore's a really great movie.
I think his first 3 movies are great.
Yeah, and then it's just kind of he found his thing, and it's all right, you're doing a Jacques Tati, you're doing a Powell and Pressburger, there's going to be.
But then you do Planet of the Apes, and it's this is not your
Planet of the Apes. Don't talk to me about Planet of the Apes.
I mean, that's where he met Helena Bonham Carter, and they fell in love and all that.
I thought he met before that. I thought he met Helena Bonham Carter during Sleepy Hollow.
No, she wasn't in Sleepy Hollow, was she? I don't remember.
No, it's Kristina. That's the movie that he was still doing with Kristina Ricci.
Right.
I just rewatched.
We regret the error.
Hollow. I think I watched it around the time that we watched Beetlejuice. I rewatched it for the first time since I was a lot younger, and I was like, this is kind of mid. This is not.
No, it's definitely at the B. The most shareable thing to be it's his B tier movie. But Planet of the Apes, I was furious when I saw that, because I was like, Tim Burton doing a Planet of the Apes reboot. Let's go. I'm there first weekend, and oh my god. Oof.
Yeah, I remember watching it on FX, and I was like, what is this?
I was the exact opposite.
I remember.
I'm like, there's no way I can go see that.
Because you just didn't think it would be good. I mean, it wasn't.
Well,
it was
I was already kind of an anti-Burton fan at that point. I just kind of lost my interest anyway. So
Yeah, that was the nail in the coffin for me. I sort of didn't pay much attention to what he did for about 15 years after that.
I remember renting the because they had the trilogy Planet of the Apes thing at the time. And I remember renting the Tim Burton one. And I remember the apes in armor on horses, but I don't remember anything. I don't remember a single.
Yeah, that's the
detail
whole thing that I remember too. And I forgot that what was Paul Giamatti was in it too. I was like, what?
And it was around the same time as around the same time as Lord of the Rings. And in my head, I take the Iroquois and I take the Iroquois on horseback and I take the apes on horseback. And in my mind, I just kind of mesh them up a little bit.
Well, and the Andy Serkis ones are actually good. The last one's sort of it's okay, but those, they're good. And I didn't even watch those because I was so put off and pissed off at that Burton Planet of the Apes. I'm like, I'm watching that. No way. I'm not watching anything involved with that. I was like, oh, why didn't anyone tell me these are actually good and like nothing to do with
I
the
remember the one
Yeah.
James Franco is like in a lab, like trapped in a lab with an ape for like a lot of the movie.
Yeah, was that was the
I
first
saw
one?
that
That's the
one.
first. That's the first one. That's the first
Yeah, I saw it in the theaters. I remember, and I was like, "Damn, James Franco really acted the fuck out of this ape ape collaboration."
Anyway, we're talking too much about Planet of the Apes. The point, the salient point is, and by the way, what the Burton movie I came back to after like 15 years of like not paying attention to his stuff was freaking Dark Shadows, which I was like, this is worse. This is worse.
Yeah,
Now
okay.
I'm
I'm
thinking
going
about
to go on a tangent. I'm going to go on a
now I'm
tangent.
thinking about
no
the,
one loves that
the-
soap
the-
opera more than I do. Okay, if they just stuck to like the campiness of the soap opera, like the bad CGI, the melodramatic acting, and the organ music, it would have been fine. But it didn't. The tone was not. The only thing good about that movie was Ava Green as Angelique, and that's about it.
I saw that one in theaters too. But Child
Garbage.
Nesting as an ape. Now
I
I'm
was like, I
thinking
love
about
this
Orson
soap
Welles
opera.
being
Oh,
like
this is not like it.
the Orson Welles scene, and he's like, "They're trying to make me make a movie where Charlton Heston plays an ape." And he goes,
It's instead of touching people.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're getting kind of far afield. I agree. I think Ed Wood's sort of like the high water mark, and then it's kind of downhill mostly after that.
Because it's so underrated. Like when people forget, like when people think of Tim Burton, they think gothic aesthetics. People don't. People like
was not a
biopics,
hit, by the way, at the time.
Yeah.
For movies that I saw in the theater, I like to point out which ones weren't hits. This was not a hit at all.
Right.
Yeah.
No, they didn't even make back their budget, right? Initially. I mean, I'm sure.
Well, and they
now,
originally were
$25.
given grief for even shooting in black and white. Like, we can't market this, we're gonna like they had problems with distributors because of it, which is just like, oh my god.
It would be a terrible movie had it been in color. Well, it wouldn't be terrible.
Oh yeah.
It would not
I can't
be.
imagine it in color.
No.
It wouldn't have been
the Siskel and Ebert of them like talking about this movie though. I've never seen Siskel so excited about a movie, and he goes on for like 6 minutes about how this is like his favorite movie that he saw in 1994, and he loves it. And then Ebert, like for the last minute, he's like, I also loved it, and it was like, I don't know, they were hyped for that. They seemed like they were this movie's biggest backers.
Yeah,
at the time.
Yeah, which is like, wow, surprise.
Well, I mean, they would get it right, historically, now and again.
I just feel like, if you wrote Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, you really shouldn't be a film critic, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
When Ebert got it wrong, he got it spectacularly wrong, and sometimes for absurd reasons that largely had to do with him being a horn dog. But I mean, look, like mostly a force for good.
Yeah,
exactly.
But I do, but it's interesting how again, like this movie focuses on the peak of like Edward's career, where he's making all these movies, and people forget like in the 60s and 70s before he died from alcoholism, he was doing like porn and like exploitation films.
Not just porn. He's doing monster on monster porn. A lot of it.
Yeah.
And so he started he was the first person to do it in this specific subgenre of porn where it's two monsters.
He was ahead of his time, actually. As it turns out. Yeah.
I mean, before the porno parodies, he might have been the Godfather. Oh my God, maybe he was.
I think I need to do some deeper digging, is what I need.
It's quite the rabbit hole being introduced.
I mean, yeah.
But I mean, he was very, despondent about, not having money and, him getting evicted. And a lot of his stuff was just sold when he and his the woman he was with, got evicted, and they just spent their time drinking. And of course that he was only 54 when he passed.
And he and
another corollary with Orson Welles, actually. They had a lot of that same crap happen to him too, But then he also comes up with like F for Fake, which is one of his best movies. Like, and that's like one of his last movies. And that's why it's talk about ahead of its time,
He and his wife ended up so poor they lived in the hood, and Edward would walk out of his house, get instantly like robbed pretty much every time. So he ended up starting to have them send the checks directly to the liquor store. So that's where he was going every time. Or he wouldn't have money on him. So they started just sending his porno checks to the liquor store, and then he and his wife would get drunk, beat the shit out of each other. Apparently, both of them. Like, it was like literally they would just knock each other around, and then they would pass out. And things got bad to the point where when he died, like his wife didn't notice for like 40 minutes because she was just so sick of him that he was like help, and she was like, I'm not gonna go in for whatever this is. She had like a friend go check on him.
Imagine if John Waters had like intervened, like, you know, because John Waters was still doing, you know, film, like, you know, he did Pink Flamingos, a few other films in the early 70s. So he was, you know, establishing a, you know, a career during like, you know, doing those types of movies. And of course he mainstream in the 80s with like Hairspray. Like nothing can, you know, top Hairspray, obviously. But like, imagine if he had, you know, been able to like reach out, help, you know, him get sober, you know, where,
but he's an outsider's outsider though. That's the thing. And then real quick, I wanted to mention that if they were to do an Ed Wood biopic, which please no more biopics ever. Like let's just stop. Let's just call the whole thing off. Like I'm over it.
Yeah, but
everyone's
Conan,
over
they're
it.
doing biopics about tribute bands now. Okay, that's the next.
We're gonna launch a full investigation, and once the results of that investigation are found, where there can be no more biopics. But if they did it today, you know that they would get into that salacious like latter-day stuff, and it'd be a drag, and it would be something where it's like, all right. Because we're
not honoring the art anymore.
Yeah,
you know?
well, because that's what people do is it's like the Jerry Springerization of content, which is I use my terms carefully when I say that abhorrent term. But I think like, and it was mentioned in the comments. Do you like the idea of a biopic in the line? He was terrible, but he didn't develop the idea of monster porn. Absolutely, that's the kind of like stuff that like they would focus on.
Get the recognition he deserves. I'm gonna ask my friends who work in the industry, like, you do realize that because porn spoofs are from Ed Wood, right? Like he's the reason why you do your porn spoofs.
But the thing is, it misses the point of what makes it interesting to me.
Yeah,
to me that like that. But
some of these titles, Necromania, Orgy of the Dead.
Oh, I've seen Necromania.
Massacre.
I think I've seen Orgy of the Dead.
He also wrote 80 crime and sex novels in the course of like 12 years. He
would have loved Law and Order,
literally
dude.
like he was, and that's where a lot of the money that he was having sent to the liquor store. That's where a lot of those checks would come from.
You know what? Bernsey makes a good point. What if Ed Wood is almost like a Dewey Cox situation, where it's like, you know, it's I mean, because a lot of the stuff in this movie did not happen or was very much like salacious and like exaggerated.
But it's telling a story, and that's sort of like the problem I have with most biopics is A, they are terrible and stop making them, but B, that like they it's usually done, as Forrest is fond of saying, you know, at the estate's permission. So you're never going to get anything that's gonna be other than painting them in a glowing light. This happens in documentaries too. Look at the Big Star documentary. At no point ever in that documentary does it ever say, oh yeah, you know the reason why he was so troubled? Because he was gay and came from a religious family. And like the family was like, yeah, we're not going to let you have any of this footage unless you like don't say that, because we like the Lord and the Lord.
Yeah,
hates
that's why I like the one because he was like, warts and all, people. Show it all. I don't care. Show me doing cocaine. Do it all.
I do really wish that he had made The Ghoul Goes West, because at the time he had Gene Autry lined up.
Oh man,
Gene Autry lined up to star.
That sounds rad.
Also, it would have starred Gene Autry, Bela Lugosi, Tor, you know, the big guy, Lon Chaney Jr. and John Carradine, and he had a whole script. He had a whole script written, and then Gene Autry, you know, for whatever, he was getting older, and he dropped out of, and then, you know, that the whole thing with this was happening while Bela Lugosi was going to rehab, and then he died like a year later.
See, I want to see a movie about him trying to get that made. That'd be great.
See, I feel like, again, like biopics can work if they're about like a specific, like, don't go through the whole fucking life story because it's all cliches. Focus on like a specific little period. Like that's why the Bruce Springsteen biopic, a lot.
Yeah, the Nebraska one. That's what they do
because they're like, oh, this is when he's so sad and depressed. I'm like, but that's a good thing though. You don't want Born in the USA. That's boring to me.
Yeah,
I would recommend though,
whatever, you know,
if people are interested in like Ed Wood stuff, go to his Wikipedia page, scroll down to unrealized projects. There's this long list of just ideas he had, scripts that he had that people have collected, I guess, in various places, and it links to a lot of them, you know, the way that Wikipedia does. But you can actually see like there's some like genuinely interesting stuff that if he had the money, like it makes me sad a little bit, because if he had, like, imagine today's like version of
A24 and Neon would be like, let's do it.
Well, it's not even talking about like studio wise, right? Like just with the technology that we have and how much cheaper and how much I'm not saying it's easier like creatively or anything, but how much easier it is with, you know, technology and with actually being able to like make films yourself. Like like Ed Wood today would just kind of be able to do, something like it would the gatekeeping.
Well, like Neil Breen or
yeah.
someone, right? Like he does like all that stuff, and it's like one of those things where it hits different just because having resources, now means something different than having in like the 50s. It's been something entirely different, and like you can get a cult following. Everybody gets their own little little circles, right? So the so bad it's good cult following is like a real thing. It didn't exist when Ed Wood was making movies, and it was starting to develop right when he's at the end of his career with that really depressing cinematic tableau of a domestic non-bliss you were reeling with this earlier.
Yeah. I mean, not like, not to I like that this movie stops in like a pretty optimistic time in his life. Like I would not want to see the rest of that story play out. I was just kind of digging into it because I was interested, like, to see what happened to him from there. But it's like
I don't want to end on a low note, like who wants that? Like who wants
it's done something triumphant, and it becomes more like almost about Tim Burton's ideas about creativity, which are good, and like using Ed Wood's life to sort of tell that story, which some people were like mad about. I'm like, well, that's what makes it a good movie, though.
Yeah,
but Conan
and he just his ideas about himself, right? Like his own relationship at the very end of Vincent Price's life. Tim Burton, right? Like he made Vincent.
That's right. They were like buddies, right? Yeah.
So but that's like, so he felt like he had this spiritual connection, I guess, to Ed Wood because Ed Wood and Bela Lugosi had this like end of life connection. Yeah. So at the same time, it's like Tim Burton thinking about his own relationship to Vincent Price and kind of channeling himself through the character of Ed Wood, which in some ways,
and the creativity too, because Conan, he was going to direct the third Batman movie, but they did not want to keep that aesthetic, even though it made perfect sense considering Batman the animated series had just debuted and it was dark and gritty, and they wanted something more like comic book and like bright and whatever. So we had
Get Val Kilmer in
Joel
there.
Schumacher with the bat nipples and all that, and I'm like,
bat nipples.
I'm like, and bat credit card. I'm like, no, man. And so like, with Ed Wood, he did the two Batman movies. He did Ed Wood, and then of course he was slated to direct, the next Batman movie. Creative differences. They're like, nah, let's not. And you know what? I mean, I wonder if Andy, who did the two It movies, when he does Batman: The Brave and the Bold, if he's gonna do like a Tim Burton-esque type of style.
Is he doing that? Man, okay.
Yeah.
That dude loves his crappy CGI and his crappy jump scares. It worked in Welcome to Derry. I thought the first It movie he did was like okay, and I really didn't like the second one. I like the performances and almost nothing else. But like it was redeemed by Welcome to Derry being very good. So I guess he can do it. Just I don't know.
Yeah,
that's some rotten CGI.
Like the Flash, and I'm like,
dude, it looks like Sci-Fi Channel CGI. I'm not even kidding. Like like we're just like, oh my god, did somebody like check
all this time, and what's the point of taking 3 years between whatever? But like what I'm saying is like Tim Burton was also having his own like creativity, being like and
also that dude seems real full of himself and he has no reason to be. But anyway, peace and love in my heart. Coming up next week, that guy. No, the guy who does the It movies. What's his name?
Okay,
Andy, something like that. I can't remember. But
Jetty?
No. What is his name?
I've seen none of those movies, so.
You can miss him.
That's why I have.
But
that's why I didn't watch Dark Shadows, because I'm like, I need to not see that.
Andy Muschietti, the Welcome to Derry show is very good. I was shocked. No, it's very good.
By the way, another thing Ed Wood tried to do. He tried to bring Karloff and Bela Lugosi back together for like a
Karloff.
he tried to bring them back together.
Some people don't realize this, but they didn't really have much of like a right. They were in so many projects together because they were known for playing like the OG Universal monsters.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was funny when it's like, I hate that, and I'm like, wait, what? No, I don't. I'm like, I don't think.
Yeah,
this
but
is
that
accurate.
makes it so much. That makes it so much
funny,
better when he's just drunk. When he's drunk and he's like, okay, I
Boris Karloff.
He's like, no, but like he realized it's not even about Boris Karloff. It's that he could have played Frankenstein. He turned it down because he thought he was better than that. So he goes like, so he's just drunk, and he's like, it's such a good scene. Like whether it's like true or not, like standing in front of the octopus just with a bunch of whiskey in his hand and like morphine out of his fucking mind. And he's like, I could have been
Yeah.
Frankenstein. He's
I
like,
mean, the
turned
one
it
thing
down.
that
And
is
and
true about
everyone
But the
tried to get
Universal-
was
Yeah.
buried in his Dracula.
Yeah, the
you
Universal
know,
Frankenstein's not a very interesting character, too. And it's not to say
No.
that the original character isn't.
No.
And the Guillermo del Toro movie that just came out is a lot closer to the book in that way. But
It
it's
is,
also
but
Yeah.
it's also pretty unfortunate.
yeah, it's got some
Maybe-
bad CGI.
maybe I'm
too. Everyone loves
popular, I
bad CGI. I don't know. It's
What's the point of waiting, taking years to make something when it's CGI? It's just
and Oscar
Anyway.
Isaac's in like a totally different movie. He's in like a 70s Hammer movie or something. It's like, and I was
yeah.
like, what's
I
happening?
noticed
What is
Actually,
this?
I'm wondering here, completely off topic, but regarding this the Del Toro Frankenstein movie, I've had a lot of debates with people about I couldn't stand Oscar Isaac, and then other people like I actually couldn't stand the monster. It's like Monster GQ, like it's just a little
I
little
did not. They
little
didn't make him ugly enough. They didn't make
little
him
too
like,
little too pretty.
Yeah.
And by the way, like he went from being this, lumbering pretty boy to
Right.
suddenly being able to read it with incredible eloquence, and you're just
Mhm.
like, huh, wait, what just happened? And how
I was watching this. I was like, this is the plot in Dark Shadows, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
but like, yeah, I'm like, they also too revealing what he looked like, as opposed to like what they did with Bill Skarsgård with Nosferatu. We didn't know what he looked like, barely even in the movie. So
Right,
it's like
yeah.
they should have like kept it, but with it released on theaters and in Netflix, they couldn't hide what he looked like.
What if Guillermo had given Frankenstein's monster a very surprising and unfortunate mustache?
Accurate to the time. No, just kidding.
I feel like 90% of the discourse about Nosferatu was about the mustache, by the way. But anyway, whatever. That's neither here nor there.
Mia Goth, though, perfect fit for. Oh my gosh, she should be in a Tim
Oh.
Burton thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's
Um,
not. She hasn't been yet.
She like her and Lily Rose Depp both got the perfect face for like gothic romantic horror or whatever. But like,
You know who doesn't
I
is
don't know.
Sarah Jessica Parker. We talked about that a little bit when we did.
yeah, well, I remember watching because she had just done Hocus Pocus and then she did Edward. So I'm watching this and I'm like,
She
oh,
doesn't
God,
look like
this
she's
is-
from the 1950s. Everyone, you know who does is Patricia Arquette.
Yeah.
She
Yes.
absolutely. It was like she's
Agreed.
got that look.
Yeah.
Even Johnny Depp and like the ways it's like you look era appropriate. But Sarah,
Yeah,
for
he
me,
doesn't
Sarah
just
Jessica-
the
Patricia Arquette
bumbling
always looks
British accent.
like with the blonde hair and like the black and white. She looks like someone who King Kong would like pick up and try to carry.
Yes. Faye Ray, who
Well, this is right before Lost Highway too, which obviously we've discussed that at length. And
No, really?
yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, it's
Yes, yes.
But yeah, it's but you know what's so funny though when it comes to like Johnny Depp as an actor, regardless of stuff, people are like, oh, he's very one note. I'm like, not really.
he
I'm
he
like, said-
became. I feel like. Do you think it was like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies that like he kind of?
Yes. I think that's what happened, and him living like in
Yeah.
London because a lot of people are like, "What the fuck is his accent?" I'm like, "It's Tennessee and British." I'm like, also the mother of his children he was with for like 20 years has a French accent, so he's very like ambiguous. But like he just became Jack Sparrow,
And
Like, people
it's
just-
he started doing like the thing Al Pacino did, where oh, you like that? Cool, I'll just keep doing that.
Yeah.
You seem to like it, and they seem to pay me for it. So
It seems to make me a lot of money.
I mean, it was a lot of people did not like his Willy Wonka, but I'm like, guys, this is very,
Oh.
very different from Johnny. I'm like, this is very like almost like Ed Wood. I'm like, he has some. I'm like, there are things that he can tap into. It's just we're
I
so
just
used
kept
to,
getting
like,
reminded of. I felt like it was too much like Michael Jackson. His Willy Wonka.
well,
Wow.
Guess what? He said Michael Jackson was the main inspo for his
Yeah.
Willy Wonka.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, it's just really weird.
In 1952, aspiring writer and director Ed
Okay.
Wood is struggling to break into the film industry. After learning that producer George Weiss, apparently a real guy, I wonder if he was as fat as he is in this movie.
I wonder if
is
he's
trying
really
to
into
purchase
Barry.
Christine Jorgensen's life story. Ed meets with Weiss to direct a now fictionalized film, I Changed My Sex, but is rejected. Ed then meets his longtime idol, horror film actor Bela Lugosi, whom he befriends. Ed persuades Weiss to let him direct by arguing that having a star in the film would sell tickets. They could sign the financially struggling Lugosi for a low price. I don't think he gets the whole Z movie thing, which is kind of hilarious. Like I don't think he gets how that business works at all.
No. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, like
and for
the
sport-
setup
yeah.
there's good, right? Like, because it's like he's trying to be a filmmaker, and like in any way, shape, and form, it's obviously this guy's a hack. He's like just gonna try to grind them out, get people, just get the movie out and play in certain cities, and you can make a profit if you play your cards right. That's the mindset.
Which I didn't like, because I saw this movie when I think I was like 10 or 11, so I was not like
Same.
well versed in anything the first time I saw it. Like I was pretty
Yeah,
young.
I was like, oh, a Johnny Depp movie? Cool. I'll watch it.
And I remember, and like I've always had like this fixation on trying to find out as much as I can about things that I get interested in with films, right? Like, so I number one, I got interested in Ed Wood because he's from like here, and he's
I was going to ask you if that had
like,
anything to do with why you chose this movie, because you're both from Poughkeepsie.
I mean, like, well, this is just one of the.
He's too busy
movies I had
picking
on,
his feet in
whatever,
Poughkeepsie,
but-
actually.
I'm gonna make it. I should start just making a letterbox list. It's just movies that reference Poughkeepsie. But I
Poughkeepsie reference.
I got very fascinated with Ed Wood, and then I got fascinated with John Waters, like kind of around the same time, like when I was like very, very young. And didn't see like the crazier John Waters movies at the time, but like movies like Hairspray and Crybaby and like the more I guess young friendly ones. And
they are that.
Yeah,
like,
not
I
the ones with Divine from the 70s where she's eating shit.
Well, I kept
whatever.
I kept trying to, and then my parents were like, "What are you watching over there?" And I'd be like,
Yeah, that's how I would be like up late because some of the movie channels would do like the midnight showings of like on the channels for Pink Flamingos and Rocky Horror. And my mom's like, "What?" But people are like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "Nothing."
But those
I've
kinds of
always-
things, I mean, Forrest and Christina, you're a little younger, but like those are the kind of things that like those are some of the first depictions of, cross-dressing, trans issues, so on and so on, that really were in the zeitgeist, successful or not.
You couldn't make those movies today though without
in a major way. Well, no, I'm trying to talk about how they were made then, but like it brought forth these ideas that were like kind of a big deal, like in Twin Peaks when the character that is David Duchovny's character comes out, who's a cross-dresser. And it's just not really like these were like huge things because it was the kind of thing where it's like the normalization of these like progressive ideas moving towards humanitarian empathy that I was like, I didn't know anything about anything. That's why I was in high school when I saw this. You know what I mean? Like, and it was a pretty short walk from that to like John Waters and the aforementioned poop eating and whatnot. And cool, but just having people have that first experience, that first exposure to something, it was not as common as it is today. And granted, Christina, you immediately focus on the backlash, which I get it, and I understand why you would mention that. But the thing is, it just was not even in the zeitgeist, let alone in the monoculture at the time.
Yeah, even when
this movie is like.
This was Don't Ask, Don't Tell. They literally asked a question of the military.
It's kind of crazy because when Christine came out as trans, they're like, GI becomes knockout blonde. I'm like, you can't, again, sorry to mention today, but like an article like that could not be written without someone going, oh my God, what the ew, what? Like,
but
crazy.
there are depictions of trans people, though, which like that is the significant difference.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying it's like the problem solved. It clearly is not.
People like it when men cross-dress and do drag. They don't like it when gay men do it.
Right.
But it was also like it's a big like tabloid thing at the time too, where it's like, wow, look at this, I mean, like not to whatever. There's like, look at this freak on a piece of paper. Like back then, I feel like that was you could just be like, hey, look at this freak person, and then everyone would be like, oh, like like they don't have it's completely dehumanizing, right? Like it's
You see it in the scene you just mentioned from the movie Forrest, where the Edward's, talking to the ladies in the secretarial pool, and they're like talking about that story, and like they're not especially empathetic or kind about it because there's no lexicon for it.
Wait. So Ed shows the film's completed script to his girlfriend Dolores Fuller and reveals that he is secretly a transvestite, having worn women's clothing for personal comfort since childhood. But Fuller struggles to accept this. The real story of it too. She did I guess he wanted to marry her, and she was like, "Look, I'll live with you. We could have this like creative partnership. I'm not gonna Like I don't trust that you're not like a gay guy. Like pretty much. Like I think she was like in love. She was like in love with him, but she was like the step of marriage for some reason was just like a little bit was the step I guess for her that was too far.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even, you know, I mean, Plan 9 was what, 59? But Glenn and Glenda was 52.
Yeah, this is like
Just
early.
a few years after the end of the Second World War. I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about. It's kind of crazy when you think about that film got made in 52 at all.
Yeah, this is like years before Dobie Gillis. You know, it's not exactly a progressive
it's
landscape.
Pretty wild.
It kind of reminds me. I don't know if you guys. I'm assuming you all watch Golden Girls, but Dorothy's brother Phil was a cross-dresser, and it kind of like confused Sophia, and they're like, you know, how can a 6'2", 300-pound old man, be married with 9 kids and still want to cross-dress and whatever, and the running gag was like, I love all my children except Phil, and then he died, and so that was like a little thing. But it's like,
I'm always
sometimes
I'm always
like
fascinated
a psychological
on
need that it just fulfills for people. Like I don't,
I'm always fascinated though by like the TV aspect of it, where it's like so many things, whether it's like people being gay, or whether it's civil rights even, or whether it's cross-dressing. Like they all sitcoms somehow have been like culturally how we've like at least introduced ourselves to sell ourselves to these ideas.
Like all the family. Remember Archie and this one friend who died in a hate crime? That was another thing that we had to come to grips with.
Well,
but during
and just to give a shout, by the way, Rob Reiner, such a tragedy. We've not had a show since that happened, which is terrible. But also, he thought he was only going to be remembered for Meathead. It's like, no, dude, you're being remembered for like one of the greatest runs of like mainstream filmmaking in like modern history, which it really is. If you look at like all of like you got Stand By Me, Spinal Tap, Few Good Men, you have like this incredible just multi-genre run of
Princess
just, like,
Bride.
killer movies. Princess
If
Bride.
only Ed Wood had the same success,
Right.
It's kind of
And
weird
then he
that
got
this is,
obsessed with politics, and all right, they became less good.
Yeah. But it kind of it's kind of weird that this is just like 3 months ago or something. But giant steamed ham in a suit, Piers Morgan had Rob Reiner on and literally asked him the question, like, if you could be remembered for one film. Like, I don't know like why that was the question that he asked him, but like that was like the main question. He's like, if you could be remembered for one film, and he said Stand By Me. And I was kind of fascinated by that, because that's like he feels like that's his like
It's one of my all-time favorites.
It's like a classic coming of age movie, and like
now if Ed would be one to be remembered for Glenn and Glenda, I'm just
Anyways, I didn't mean to thread Jack, but we've not addressed the Rob Reiner at all on this show yet.
Yeah. During production for Glenn and Glenda, which is now about a transvestite, Ed shoots only one take per scene, gives actors little direction, and uses stock footage to fill in gaps. The film was released to critical and commercial failure, preventing Ed from getting work at White Screen Classics
Yeah,
or
who knew?
making a partnership with Warner Brothers executive Feldman. On the advice of Fuller, Ed decides to finance his next film, Bride of the Atom, working title in progress, independently. He befriends Tor Johnson after a wrestling match and casts him. Meanwhile, Ed discovers that Lugosi has developed a morphine addiction. He's had a morphine addiction.
He's had morphine addiction.
Yeah.
Interesting. Real quick, Kristina, D'Onofrio as Tor Johnson, also D'Onofrio in The Player, almost unrecognizable. So another tie back for this month. Go ahead.
I love the scene where it's like he's, Edward's like talking, and you can see him getting like the drugs or in the background or whatever, and it's just like
suddenly he's in a good mood and he scares the kids. Or
I'm like,
he scares all the kids except the one, and then I love that. Like there's something about
he takes out the weird
Johnny,
pictures.
Yeah, there's something about Johnny Depp's voice in a lot of this that like at first was like hitting my ear with like this pitch, and then you realize like, oh no, it's the dent, like he's doing the dentures thing where he actually has something in his mouth, because it's like, why does he have like this almost click sound when he talks in the beginning of it, and you don't realize until he pulls out his teeth. It's like, oh, he's got dentures. He has like this, he's just like way of talking. He's like, thank you guys. So like, I don't know, like this. I just couldn't
Johnny
pick up what it was.
Wearing like
until,
big teeth in some of his movies because his teeth are so like tiny and like
Should've got,
you can tell he's from the south. Like he's from the south. You can tell.
You should have gotten.
You live in the South, so you can say that, but we can't.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You should have gotten the Dracula team. Like, put it in
That'd be good. Yeah, so that's where we're exposed to like the drug use, right? It's like, okay, that's why. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why he's like fallen out of grace. It's like he's, it's his wife left him. Like, house
well, and you get the judgmental, I don't know, security guard or trash guy or whatever at the studio where he's Edward is working at the. I think it's Paramount because there's the same buildings as the same kind of buildings as we're in Sunset Boulevard, but he's walking around with the plant and stuff. But he's like, oh, Lugosi, he's a junkie now or whatever. He's like, but he's made so much money for this. Or I guess it must be Universal because he says he's made so much money for the studio. Right. But but it's like he's made so much money for the studio, and he's like, yeah, but now he's a junkie, so he's nothing. And like you need a guy like that, I guess, to foreshadow for the big point of the movie. It was weird. It was
I just forget how many times Jeffrey Jones was in like a Tim Burton movie. It's like,
can we not?
Big jump scare. But no, it was very weird watching this after watching Nouvelle Vague, where I realized in my head that Godard's process in that movie, at least how Linklater shows it, and Ed Wood's process are like exactly the same.
Pretty close.
They're like there's a script supervisor. They don't even have like really a script supervisor in the Ed Wood movies. They can't afford that. But there's like essentially they're like, no, don't you want to fix the stuff in the background? And he's like, no, it's real. It's real. I'm trying to get real life.
And Ed Wood should have been French and born 10 years later.
Failed fundraising dinner at the Brown Derby. Conan, have you been to the Brown Derby?
Brown Derby's still there. Yeah, I have. I was going to mention that. I've totally been there.
It's not the Brown Derby anymore.
It's called something else, right? But it's still the shape is there.
Yes. When we moved to LA in 2003, the Brown Derby was still the Brown Derby.
Yeah.
And I know when we left, whatever it was, 7, 8 years ago, the building was still there, but it's under different ownership and a different name. I can't remember what it is, but I have been there. I have been there since it's been the new place.
So this is the Wilshire one, which is it was a chain, if I remember.
Oh, was it?
Right? Yeah. It was
I didn't know that.
They all were shaped like cats, but it was like the only one like left for like a really long time. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been there in years. I don't know. Maybe it's long gone, but.
Did you guys know who Johnny Depp studied for his portrayal of Ed Wood, like who he based Ed Wood off of?
I don't know.
Jack Haley as the Tin Man,
not Ed Wood,
in The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, right. I think I did.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. Which I'm like, when I was rewatching, I was like, you know what? Because I was like, why does this seem familiar? And he also watched a lot of like Ronald Reagan speeches and stuff like that. I'm like, well, yeah. If there's anyone who was a B movie actor who should have stayed that way, is Ronald Wilson.
I like making a biopic. I like making a biopic about someone who you can actually like. You can see like interview clips with them, at least occasional ones, and it's like I'll watch other people from around the same time.
Yeah. he could be a tender, gentle, awful, sentimental.
Ed meets Loretta King, who he mistakes for a wealthy heiress. And
it's Juliet Landau. It's Martin Landau's
daughter.
Who
also was in who also was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer as Drusilla.
Oh, great role. Drusilla, she's so good. I loved it.
Yeah, that was a good character, and that was a real good. She did that role for like years too. But I forgot I was like, oh yeah, because I think first time I had seen it. Well, I know first time I saw it, I had not seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer because it wasn't freaking out yet. The show anyway. But
I grew up on that show. I remember watching Buffy and Spike have hate sex for the first time, being like 8 years old. I'm like, I want that. Buffy forever. Bangle, no. Angel, no. Spike, yes. Angel, boring. Who wants
the guy who
vampire?
The guy who plays Spike is from the same town that I am, which is Modesto.
He's also
California.
not British.
George
I thought
Lucas.
he was American.
Yeah, well, that had nothing to do with me, but yeah, like I think it's notable that like they came from the same town because there's nothing from Modesto. There's me, George
Conan,
Lucas.
are you also British?
I hate for it to come out like this, good lad, but
is everyone here stoned?
It is.
There's nothing from Modesto except for high profile murderers.
Ben is Glory is Ben. What?
That's not
It
nothing.
would be pretty funny to hear a British person say Modesto, but they would have to do like I think they'd have to do it with a little like Modesto. Like they have to do it like faster than we do it.
Yeah. I lived in Oakland longer, to be clear, but that's where I grew up. So
so I'll start this over here because it was the middle of a sentence. But Ed meets Loretta King, who he mistakes for a wealthy heiress. He asks her to fund the film and casts her as the lead instead of Fuller, who is relegated to a smaller role, infuriating her. Filming
you get some great bitchy dialogue with that too, by the way, which I love.
Absolutely.
Just filming begins, but it's halted when it's revealed that Loretta is actually poor.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great scene.
I gave you $300.
Yeah. Oh, you better pay him. Oh yeah, I'm trying.
Well, because they're both doing the thing where it's they're trying to feel each other out, because it's like you realize at that moment like Ed Wood is an amateur, right? Like he's an amateur as maybe not as much as she's an amateur, but he still is, like he's still trying to figure this out. So he's like, how much does a movie cost? I don't know, $60,000. Oh, that seems very reasonable. And it's like just an assumption that means I will give you $60,000. Now you'd hope that you'd say, do you can you put up how much money can you put up? Is there money that you can put up? Any of those questions, but instead it's like, that sounds very reasonable. Oh, she said it was reasonable. That must mean she's gonna pay the whole thing.
Well, and that comes in like the clueless amateur of it all. He doesn't have any idea of what it's supposed to be or how you approach this or whatever. He just knows he needs to get the money. He senses blood in the water, and he thinks he's got like a wealthy heiress or something that and she does a great job of portraying that you would be led to believe that maybe that could be the case. It isn't, and that's a very Ed Wood reaction where the entire movie gets kicked out. That's a great scene. They're all outside the studio, with like the props.
It's interesting that I guess a more recent version of like a very similar movie, right? Disaster Artist, the James Franco playing Tommy Wiseau,
Mark.
but has the exact opposite problem where somehow in a secret bank account he has millions of dollars and can use it to just blow on whatever he wants, but he's trying he has no idea, just basic stuff about
don't know much about him too. Tommy was I'm like,
we still nobody knows where the money came from or anything still, there's no, but it's just it's fascinating that so much of this movie is about not having the funding and what they could
much of many movies is like that. Especially this month. But
John Waters right now he wants to do a movie with Aubrey Plaza. He can't get the David Lynch couldn't get the funding for his movie and it killed him. I mean the those fires did, but man, he died in January this year.
I mean, we talked to Alex Cox in last year or this year, whatever we did. Yeah. And he was doing the Kickstarter thing where he was trying to fund his movie. And we were like, hey, what's your movie?
Dude, it's crazy. It's like he did Repo Man. It's like that is when you think of cult classic, that's top 5.
Legendary directors. I mean, they don't want to do the mistake that Coppola did with Megalopolis,
Yeah. I like that the documentary about Megalopolis is streaming, but Megalopolis isn't.
What's it called? It's on Criterion.
Megadoc, I think, yeah. I'm sort of am I going to do the thing where I watch the documentary but don't watch the movie? I might. We'll see.
Have you not watched the movie?
I mean,
I watched it.
Is that good?
Go to the clue.
Yeah, it's a bloated mess, but it's a movie, it's a beautifully bloated mess, and it's a hot mess, but I enjoyed it regardless. I took it at face value. That was kind of the thing.
So it also came out around the same time that there was Coppola, was who by the way, remember we did the conversation? He was talking about union busting. And it was like, whoa, there.
Yeah, also the sexual misconduct.
Well, that's okay. That was the second sentence I was going to say, which that's one of the reasons why I decided, here's my line in the sand. I will watch it, but I won't pay money to watch it.
Fair enough.
So I'm not going to watch a VOD of it, but when it's streaming, I can assume on Criterion or Tubi, wherever, I'll freaking watch it.
I watched it and I didn't pay for it. So yes.
Yeah, that's exactly. Well,
I
that was
watched it
my
on an iPhone and didn't pay for it.
So that's my internal justifications. I will probably watch it, but I think it'd be funny to only watch the documentary and not watch the movie. But I'm not going to go that far for that.
I think it'd be funny to just keep putting different lines in the sand. So you're like, I'll watch it. It's got to be on an iPhone. I don't pay for it.
It's got to be an iPhone with a cracked screen on a bus.
It's like I will watch
No
a
headphones.
Polanski film up until a certain year, you know, like.
And it has to be an iPhone 12 or earlier.
Right, exactly.
Can't be an.
I will.
Has
watch
to
be on Winamp on a Windows 3.1 computer.
Now we're talking with visualization.
I will watch it. It has to be on a Palm Pilot. It has to be on library Wi-Fi, and it has to be between the hours of 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. on a Thursday.
Yeah,
and and I have to.
Then I'll watch it. Yeah,
I knew you were going to say Thursday. I don't know why.
It's the funniest day to mention.
It's a funny day. Thirsty Thursday. That's probably Coppola's favorite day. So Ed convinces meatpacking industry tycoon Don McCoy to continue funding the film. He agrees as long as his son, I'm trying to think of the right word for it. I guess slow. His mentally challenged son is cast as the lead, which I think is a funny. He's like, I think my boy would be. But like you can't even tell, like the guy, he's like trying to memorize the script and he's clearly like, but it's like it's interesting that they picked a guy that, like, you can't really tell what's wrong with him, right? Like you can tell something is, like, you tell his brain don't work.
Like he lost a lot of oxygen
when
being given birth to, like the kind of the Rose Kennedy thing. Yeah, I get it.
The umbilical cord wrapped around his neck for a second, and then
a little too thick. Yeah.
And cut. No.
At
the wrap party for the film, now retitled Bride of the Monster, Fuller breaks up with Ed due to his cross-dressing and the poor quality of his films. I imagine being broken up with due to your cross-dressing and the poor quality of your films. That would hurt.
Well,
I'd be like,
where's
can't just be
Dolores'
someone else?
biopic is what I'm wondering.
Well, first of all, stop making biopics, but I agree. But yeah, you people are insane. You're wasting your lives making shit. Nobody cares. These movies are terrible. Amazing. That's it. If you're gonna go out like with a line, there's much worse lines to go out.
Yeah. It's giving when Michelle Phillips got kicked out of the Mamas and the Papas. She was like, "I will bury you all." Well, guess who's still alive? Out of the band.
Well, but it's something where the contrast between the Sarah Jessica Parker character and the Patricia Arquette character could not be more noticeable, right?
Different.
Because and I guess we're gonna jump ahead like plot wise, but like the thing where they're in the freaking the scary ride with like the guillotine and whatnot, and he basically gets it out front. Like, hey, by the way, this is part of who I am. It's like, well, you still like girls, right? It's like, yeah, okay. Do you like having sex? Yeah, all right. I don't see what the problem is.
Like, you still lack sex with. I love that she's like, you still lack sex with girls. And he's like, I love sex with girls. And she just sits in silence for a second and then goes, okay.
But it makes you think that
supportive,
Well, they met like at a rehabilitation
at a rehab area, which is funny, yeah. And we'll get to that, but what I was thinking about is that the Dolores Fuller character really didn't, within the context of the film, really didn't get the chance to be accepting of him before he's just off on these insane money losing endeavors that are incredibly stressful for reasons that have nothing to do with what kind of clothes he's trying to wear, and so it's like but again, that's not. That'd be the minutia of the 9-part streaming miniseries on Hulu.
Yeah. Well, there's, like the actual story of the Dolores Fuller and his relationship, right? Like they met while he was casting Glenn or Glenda. So he was casting, so he was like casting around for it, and she was on. This is like very early in the in the scope of television. She was on 2 television shows as like 2 anthology kind of shows, I think, where she would just be brought in randomly. So she had like checks coming in, and she also was like she was a model and actress. So they would have her. She was getting a lot of women's clothing because she worked for all those women's clothing companies. So he was probably like, at first he's like, oh, this woman can model pretty well. She's, wait a second, she gets women's clothing by the
maybe a couple of these wouldn't get missed. Yeah,
because she's when I watched the interview with her, just fascinating interview, like a few minutes of it. and she's talking about all the clothing companies. She's like, I was like, I could get whatever.
Is that the
I
one
could
you
get
sent
anything
out
from any of
earlier?
these. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I had
I
like
wa- I watched it.
I had a part of it in the thing, but she was just listing off like these big clothing companies that she was modeling for. And it's like you can see Ed Wood, like his eyes just pop.
Well,
Like,
and then I can see where she'd be upset the depiction because you don't get any of that in the movie, right? It's just sort of like this is just like the now calcified trope of the woman partner who does not understand the genius of the great man, so on and so on. Although it's kind of turned out sad because he's not really a great man. But
I mean, because, you know, so,
like she's maybe
even though-
got a point.
Yeah, even though Dolores obviously didn't like how she was portrayed, she's like, you know, Johnny Depp did a really good job portraying Ed Wood. You know, really, you know, nailed, you know, the man that she once knew. Blah 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 blah. You know, I mean, I assume she would be a lot harsher. You know. But she's like,
well, and then the rest of her career, right? Like she's just banging out like Elvis songs,
Elvis
like
songs.
Or his really
yeah, like-
awesome, amazing, critically acclaimed movie musicals, right? Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, all right. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't find the best filmmakers to collaborate with. But.
Yeah. Girls. You know.
But yeah,
Play
like
bank.
she has
bank.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she's making money in the arts, which. Exactly. It's more than anything.
But you could probably see Ed Wood just kicking himself like fuck. Like,
yeah.
Seriously.
But then like Lisa Marie plays Vampira in this, and it's like
Yeah.
there's
She
that
was dating
crazy-
Tim Burton
crazy
at the
connection.
time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yeah.
she was still dating Tim Burton when he was on set
He
when
met-
he met Helena Bonham Carter.
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's right.
bad, whatever.
Yeah.
Bad luck.
Well, she's in Mars Attacks too, right? And Sleepy Hollow, and
I was really hoping for more Monica in future projects, but I guess she wasn't a muse, you know. He needs a female muse, and I'm willing to step up and take that mantle, you know.
Oh, you are? Well, that's
Yeah.
very generous of you. I'm you know, I know how precious your time is. After the government cuts off Lugosi's unemployment benefits, he checks himself into rehab to cure his drug addiction. It's like I remember, like as a kid, like it's such a fucked up scene when he's like, "Come with me," and he has a gun in Edward's face. He's like, "Why don't you come with me? We could do it together." And it's like I just imagining like somebody like saying that to me and being like, "We're both failures. Like we should just like, why don't we kill ourselves right now?" And
yeah, you don't like, quite get what he's it's very menacing. Well, then you also get even when he's getting admitted, right? You get that he's like casting the shadow over the admission nurse, and it's like oh, okay, no, he's just this is just played for cinematic effect. But it is funny, like it wasn't a thing that known people went into rehab.
Yeah.
For many years.
Yeah. Well, he was
like
the
people
first.
did, but
He
they
was-
did like it was a euphemism.
Yeah.
It was more like
He's on
open
vacation.
secret. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
he really there is
Palm
the famous picture. He really is the first celebrity rehab person that allowed
Yep.
themselves to be photographed. And he gets all weird in Norman Desmond about it, where he's like, "Look, the press is paying attention to me again. Paying
All
attention
press
to
is good
Bella."
press. All press is good press.
That's right.
You know what's interesting too?
I'm a star.
I remember when I was doing research, because when I years ago looked into Bela Lugosi, of course his son, Junior, still alive, and he felt that Ed Wood exploited his father when he really needed
Yeah.
money
Well,
to work. And I'm like, and I can see
Oh, the
that,
actual
but at the
Ed-
same
yeah,
time,
yeah,
yeah, I
Because
can
he-
see
because
that.
he
but also she was
underpaid
like,
him.
yeah,
Basically,
but
right.
yeah, but also I
But
can
he also
see,
didn't have
you work-
money.
Yeah, he's gonna say-
yeah, he didn't have
Yeah.
any money either. Like they're both poor, but like imagine being able to work with like an idol that has fallen, like someone that you watched growing up in movies, and you wouldn't want to pass on that opportunity.
Well, it's like Tarantino's done that on so many of his movies, like people
Yeah.
that you've kind of forgotten about, and suddenly he pulls them in, and of course they get
Yeah.
paid.
Ryan Murphy
They
does
get
that now with a lot of actresses in Hollywood, and I'm like, God, you had
Right.
to have a
We talked
Kardashian in
about
there.
it. We talked about it when we did freaking Jackie Brown, right? Like that he was
Yeah.
Tarantino was such a
Yeah.
a nerd for Robert Forster, and is like, you're gonna be the lead. And he's like, really? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
I've always admired that about him. That he does that.
I had something I wanted to add, but now I can't remember what it is. And oh, you don't get the feeling though that like this version of Bela Lugosi, he had kids. He had he wasn't alone the way that he is.
Yeah. But it's also
was
it's
he
a
alone?
movie.
Was he alone during that whole time? Because I was looking up some of Lugosi had a series of wives, like 4 different wives, I think.
Yeah, he had 4 wives.
And during the window that it looks like that was being made, at least on Wikipedia, it looks like he had a wife during that period, as opposed to being portrayed as just being sort of destitute and alone. And I was just wondering, was he in fact alone during that time?
Yeah. Well, in the movie, it says that he says that his wife has just left him. Then that's why he has like the small dogs. I'll look it up now and see
even when it came to portraying Bela Lugosi, Martin did not want to be bombastic or like portraying like a showman, but like someone who was near the end of his career, dealing with depression and addiction. He didn't want to play Bela Lugosi as Dracula, because I feel like that's what a lot of people would expect for someone to portray Bela Lugosi.
I mean, he won Best Actor for it, and justifiably so. He's amazing in this. Like it is like one of the great characters.
Yeah,
and he got a Grammy too. He got a lot of awards for that performance. Yeah. It's kind of his film.
So Lugosi's wife Lillian Arch, who he was with for 20 years, divorced him in 1953. So that's like at the beginning of this. And then his final wife, Hope Lininger, they get married in 1955. So there is a window at least where, but in this, I think they kind of just write out the last wife, which I mean, they were only married for a year in the end because he died.
But
it's interesting. He dies
Karloff outlives him because and besides Frankenstein, a lot of us know Boris Karloff for narrating.
Oh yes.
Yes. It's people forget. It's like as if Boris Karloff's legacy has outshined Bela Lugosi's in some respect, of course, because Boris Karloff had that very recognizable, often parried voice. Like people love doing their own spin on the Boris Karloff like British accent. Oscar Isaac has done it.
I think they're both pretty equally regarded at this point, which is to say that it happened before 10 years ago, so most people aren't aware of it. But but I think it's also all right. So we got way more plot to get through. We should get to it, but let's just say this is a great ensemble. It didn't need another character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, look, maybe it's not historically accurate. I get it. We got to cut something somewhere, right? I mean, Jesus. What are we doing
and it is a movie. It's what you do in movies a lot of the time.
It's just interesting to like in this, he's I think he feels a lot more alone. I think, which I mean, it's feelings, right? Like it's did he feel alone? He met his final wife a year before he died. I'm sure it wasn't like a
vampiric relationship. Is
super
what you're going
deep.
for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm sure. But I'm saying, I'm sure it wasn't.
Or...
I'm sure it wasn't like a super deep kind of thing that I'm like the loneliness would probably still have been there.
Stevie from the comments even got a Bauhaus song named after him. Yeah, good one that we talked about at length when we did the Hunger for Vampire Month, and then also I talked about to David J when he was on Protonic, which that was great. Loved hearing about that. It's awesome.
He was just here in San Diego last night.
David J, nice.
Yep, and I was going to try to go, and I'm like, I don't have the energy.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. But I hear he do that stuff. He's not.
So Lugosi checks himself into rehab to cure his drug addiction, and Ed meets Kathy O'Hara, who's visiting her father there. Interestingly, the actual place that he met at this time, but the actual place they met Kathy O'Hara, who ends up being Edward's wife for the rest of his life, was out drinking with Bela Lugosi. So it's kind of the
really?
Of, yeah.
That would have been pretty cool to leave in, actually.
Yeah. I just thought that was interesting because I was reading their like kind of timeline, and it was like, oh no, they met at the bar. And he was like, this is my friend Bela Lugosi.
Great.
So he takes her on a date and reveals his transvestitism to her. It's such an awkward word, transvestitism. Like it's hard to.
And we don't really say. We would just say cross-dressing now.
Like, what do you call that? What do you call that? what do you call that ride where it's like a haunted house, but like you're in like there's like a word for that kind of ride.
Haunted hayride?
No, like what they're in the movie. Come on, what are we talking about here? Pay attention.
It's like a haunted bumper car.
There's like a word for it. Yeah. The bumper cars are haunted.
I don't know. It's like not roller coaster.
It's not important. It doesn't matter. It's like the tunnel of love, but the tunnel of horror instead, right? It's like that.
Yeah.
But that's
House of Horrors.
Yeah, sure.
House of Horrors.
It's a Rob Zombie movie, right? Anyway.
It's that too. Haunted ride.
But I love that he mentions it, early on. Let's get it out of the way.
Yeah,
this is my
straight
authentic
up.
self. This is who I am. While like the guillotine is like right above them, so that's
Right.
like a cinematic thing, right? Yeah, I thought that was a really cool scene. Yeah,
It is a good scene. Yeah.
And I don't think anyone besides like Patricia Arquette could have done as well at the, because she just had like, there's just something about her, like almost not otherworldly, but like there's just something like about her, like she does this thing where she's able to like just pause and then say something like, okay. And she does it in this, she does it like in True Romance a lot when you can't really parse out what she's feeling for a lot of the movie. Like
Even in the Dream Warriors in the Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right? Sure.
Yeah. That was like her first movie.
When she steps to begin a relationship after Lugosi is checked out of rehab, because
he doesn't have insurance, basically, which is very tough.
Yeah,
28 days, the Minnesota model strikes again.
After Lugosi is checked out of rehab. Oh,
Rehab.
Okay.
They tried to make me go to rehab, and I said no.
You must go to rehab. Rehab? Oh, rehab. Okay. And shoot scenes for a new film outside his home. I really do like both in this movie and the actual footage, which is used in Plan 9 from Outer Space, which I rewatched today. That the Lugosi standing outside of his home, and like who knows, what they were saying back and forth to each other because the sound's not in it. But I love the line in this where he's like, "What if I am not in so much of a hurry? What if I want to walk around and smell the flowers?"
Yeah.
And like you can tell that this guy feels that he's going to pass away soon, and like
that he's near the end, right?
Yeah.
And then he's come to peace with it in some way, shape, and form. Largely due to
the only thing that's left
friendship
is
with
he has to think about his whole life before he plays.
He was 73 when he passed, which is like, damn, dude, really?
That's Bela Lugosi. He has to think about his whole life before he acts.
Dude, I hope they don't do this, but like I feel like a Bela Lugosi biopic, like that's how it would start, and he's like at the end of his life, and he's like on his porch or something, and it's like
reminiscing about his life on his deathbed. Like don't do that. So cliche.
This is why I must join the communist revolution.
Honestly, a biopic about the friendship of Karloff and Lugosi probably would be pretty cool because they came up around the same time. They had career setbacks at the same time, like the ins and outs.
Fuck you.
Karloff did some interesting things at the end too. I mean, he's in Targets, the Bogdanovich movie, more or less playing himself, and it's great. That's a great film. It's a great performance too, and he's more or less lampooning / celebrating his own career by doing it. So. Anyway,
I mean, it's like it's definitely like a emotional truth when you realize in this that it's not hating Karloff or anything. That is the jealousy of like I could have also been Frankenstein. I could have.
Yeah, that he had a career. The Karloff had a career that sustained and is more fondly remembered. And professional jealousy. I've said some catty stuff in the past. Don't get me wrong.
I mean,
not on this show ever.
I was rewatching the 90 Museum movies, and the second one I forgot. Hank Azaria played Rami Malek's brother, which can't do that now. But like he's like, do not cross this line. I'm like, is that a Karloff? Is that a way? I'm like, okay, I see it.
By the way, I like that.
It's the go-to fake British accent that people who try to do a bad British accent do, because Oscar Isaac did it for Moon Knight as well, and I was like, Karloff, right?
Written by Moorhead.
I like that.
Just like Loki season 2, but
Yeah.
I like
When are
that-
those
I
guys
like
going to
that
get to make a real
apparently-
movie? That's what I want to know. Please. You know,
I like that.
I like all the
I like
indie
that
stuff.
Apparently, Apu is so offensive that they had to like redact him to a black site. But Hank Azaria is still allowed to be a gay Guatemalan and a gay Cuban and do the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
it's
how
okay.
he can still play like racially ambiguous characters, and it's like, oh Jesus. Okay.
Well, 'cause I was watching him do that. He did the 12 Days of Christmas thing yesterday, and he plays
Yeah.
from the Birdcage. He plays the gay Guatemalan guy, and he was doing like
Yeah.
the full accent. I'm like, this feels more offensive than Apu, but all right. Yeah. So after Lugosi has checked out a rehab, outside of his home, and a company including horror host Vampira, a new member of the group, a new member of the clique, later attend the premiere of Bride of the Monster, where an angry mob chases them out of the theater. I like that's a crazy scene.
Well, and it's also the beginning phases of what later became like the cult movie experience, right? Like your Rocky Horror Picture Show and whatnot, where it's like they throwing stuff around and acting up and getting crazy is like part of the experience. Yeah, because you're sitting there seeing a movie with your friends that is not necessarily going to be, there's not going to be a Criterion edition of anytime soon, but it's a good time and you're having, and you can have the experience of being an audience together as a community and both engage with it in what they wouldn't have called at the time, but like an ironic manner as well as on the face of it as well. And so that's a wonderful scene because of that. Although when they rush out to like chase them down, well, first of all, you got to love when they go back outside and the car's like already been stripped for parts. That's
white guys.
I didn't fully understand. Was that just like, were they in the hoodlum part of town, or what was going on?
I unclear.
But honestly, I was like, wait, what? Wait,
but you do get a good.
I was just surprised to see like well-dressed white guys doing it. Like
you get that good scene where Patricia Arquette stops the taxi by basically like jumping on the hood, and that's you get a great like.
None of my wives would have done that for me.
But as to why they go from just like ripping the place apart and throwing popcorn around to like chasing them out of the theater, like that's not especially clear.
Right. It totally confused me. It also
it looks cool.
A tiny little window. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah,
mayhem. Run out of there. More mayhem. Car stripped. Oh shit.
Yeah.
What?
Hey, this movie sucks.
But they weren't even there long enough for the movie to suck.
Exactly.
They didn't watch the
You're
movie
not gonna be
yet.
that angry about a film.
The first 3 minutes,
Yeah.
like, we're gonna kill you.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
Get him.
what?
What? That escalated quickly.
God, imagine if Springtime for Hitler wasn't a success in the producers. Same thing probably would have happened. I mean, almost did, but then they're like, oh, this is actually kind of funny.
APAC comes after him.
By the way,
Anyway,
I like
Jonathan, APAC, everybody. We'd like to welcome our new sponsor.
Jonathan Greenblatt cancels the producer. No, I really like the speech. Home, I have no home. Haunted, despised, living like an animal. The jungle is my home, but I will show the world that I can be its master. I shall perfect my own race of people, a race of atomic supermen that will conquer the world. And I love that. I don't know. It reminds me of the die werewolf zombie bit in 30 Rock. Where because it's melodramatic.
But it kind of has precursors of that intensely melodramatic, purposeful, like to the point of being like a dark satire and whatnot. But it's also, this is a guy who's kind of out of time, right? He's out of time in multiple ways. He's out of time, meaning that he's not in the time period that he was most comfortable in. He's out of time that he's at the end of his life. So to have him have something where he's able to put this melodramatic, distinguished air behind these words, whether the movie's any good or not, it allows him to have this very profound experience to remember this thing that he's really good at and that people loved him for. And he finds that love in himself at the same time.
That's the clip. That's the short.
Clip it.
There's also just the I feel like a race of atomic supermen that will conquer the world is just so like because in your head you're like with the accent and everything.
Watch it.
It's like he's getting more and more intense, and he's like, I will show.
Actually, Hitler had some okay ideas. Whoa, Boris.
I shall perfect my own race of people, and then it's like,
okay. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, I mean,
anytime you mention Superman, it's a
loaded.
Man,
and then later Khrushchev, kind of ran the tanks through Hungary. Hungary's
Our new
been,
sponsor, APAC, may want to police this part of the show, by the way.
Hungary's gotten dragged. Like I like if I was Bela Lugosi, in my head I would be like, you know what? Maybe it's good that I am not in Hungary anymore.
Probably.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, could have been a very different set of outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
So these days,
and we would not have Dracula.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I'm sure he's still in Hungary somewhere,
Well-
but France will win.
You know that? Did you hear about
boy.
this? Look, I don't want to get off on a whole thing, but that Bresson just put out a Dracula movie like right now, like famous filmmaker and sex.
Yeah,
pest.
with that one guy from the X-Men movies or origin films, or
Yeah.
whatever. I was like, what a weird,
I haven't
pick.
seen it, but I want
Yeah.
to. Do you know anything about
Yeah, I meant it's called Dracula: A Love Tale.
Yes.
Has he crossed oceans of time to find?
Dracula.
Caleb
Dead
Landry
to love
Jones.
again.
That's right. Christoph Waltz is in it.
I really like him as a director, so I'm very curious to see it.
Well, I mean, I think that Femme Nikita, right? Professional,
yeah.
Fifth Element.
I love Fifth Element.
Fifth Element's great.
Awesome.
I mean, Professional
Well,
is
Professional's amazing.
it's a great movie. There are some questions about certain aspects of Natalie Portman's age and whatnot. I think that's like when people get creeped out by him is that he got some
fair
pretty
enough.
me too
Well,
stuff, right?
the greatest Dracula movie is celebrating its 25th anniversary, and I'm referring to Dracula 2000.
Okay,
Wait,
I want to take us off this
called. The X-Files called and wants Conan Neutron back.
Cute.
Bela
In
Lugosi's
2025,
drunk.
Bresson was announced as the director of The Last Man, a post-apocalyptic science fiction film starring rapper Snoop Dogg. So that's coming up next.
Did anybody here see Dogman a couple of years ago?
Oh, what's that?
That was a Bresson movie he made in 2023.
I haven't seen an Bresson movie in the last like 10 years.
Oh, well, he's done a few. He did June and John. Actually did 2 this year. June and John and Dracula Left Tail. And
This is Snoop Dogg Dracula. He's like, for shizzle, my nizzle. And he's like, it is nothing but a G thing, baby.
It could be a D thing too. That would also work.
Gin and juice,
I really did set you up for that, didn't I? Okay, but anyway,
I never drink 40s of Old English.
All right, what's next in the synopsis so we get to the one-liners?
All right. Lugosi dies, leaving Ed without a star. Ed's his own star. Don't let him get you down, buddy. After learning that his landlord's church, the phrase "landlord's church," by the way, is like if your landlord is like, hey, you want like, hey, I'm in a church group, maybe like just get a new apartment. Is struggling to produce a series of religious films about the 12 apostles. Ed convinces him to have his church fund a script for a science fiction film. The second he said Beverly Hills Baptist Church, I was like, no, get out of there.
But you gotta, but the hustle of it of like, well, a lot of times if you want to make a serious picture, you have to make a genre picture first so it can make money. Like he's got,
and then you can make 100 apostles.
That's right. He just mentioned that. Yeah, I love that.
And that actually really happened, did it not?
I believe so.
I believe it did.
100, but did it? Okay.
No. I think that's actually where he got the funding to make Planet.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
That's a real.
Which is just freaking wild, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. People talk about not being able to get funding. You're not trying hard enough.
Was going to be Grave Robbers from Outer Space, and then they really did change the name to Planet 9 from Outer Space. Right. Yeah, like in the movie. But Ed convinced him to have his church fund the script for a science fiction film, Grave Robbers from Outer Space, which could result in a box office success and generate enough money for the landlord's dream project. The same as the 12 apostles, the same as Mel Gibson's dream project, I think. But Ed hires Vampira, Tor, the amazing Criswell. By the way, real guy, obviously, the amazing Criswell, whose entire thing was he would get his predictions were all wrong.
I remember him
like the Long Island medium who's like, I think she was like JC Dugard, that one girl that got
This is before any of that. This is like he's on Carson and
Yeah.
stuff. Right?
I remember
like,
Criswell from my childhood on TV.
Yeah,
because I'm old. Yeah,
he does the he does the Elon Musk where he's like, I predicted we're going to colonize Mars by 1970. And now Elon Musk does that every 2 years. He's like, I predict by 2027 we're going to colonize Mars. It's like, all right, Criswell, back the fuck up. And Kathy's
a couple
chiropractor.
decades, not a couple of years.
Yeah, exactly.
Kathy's chiropractor, Dr. Tom Mason. Again, real guy.
Awesome.
I rewatched it because I did see it when I was a kid and at least tried to watch. Just a lot of it is like kind of hard to watch if you're just sitting there playing 9 from Outer Space.
You know who slept in a coffin?
They found a guy uniquely looks unlike Bela Lugosi in any way, shape, or form.
Nothing like him.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's
a great
the latter being a standard for Lugosi. He and all his friends partake in a baptism ceremony at the church. We haven't talked about Bill Murray being in this.
Oh, this
Bill
character's
Murray
great.
as like as his
that was in the previews, if I remember correctly, for the movie. Was that scene was like, do you accept Christ and blah 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 blah? Sure.
Yeah.
And by the way, worked. I was like, that looks awesome. I'm gonna see that movie.
Mm-hmm.
the real guy that his name is Bunny Breckenridge. I like that name. The drag queen, queen friend of Ed Wood. I like his. I don't know. Bill Murray plays him so good. But I love the line in this out of everything where he's like, "Goodbye, penis." Really loud.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting about The Amazing Criswell is that I remember watching the second Harry Potter movie and Kenneth Branagh was that one guy who always over exaggerated his stories and his talents and his gifts and all this stuff. And I'm like, and when I was rewatching, Edward, I was like, he has the same type of hair, the same type of like way of speaking almost, but with a British accent, the same. I'm like, is this based off? Did J.K. Rowling base this character off of The Amazing Criswell? Like, it was kind of giving that for me, and I think it was.
By the way, the line is, do you reject Satan and all his evils? Sure.
Sure.
You're actually, Kristina, you're actually kind of right. Like, like looking at his, like the hair that he has,
Yeah.
But
that
by the
does
way,
look like
Kenneth Branagh in the second Harry Potter movie.
Yeah,
it does. A little aside on Bunny Breckenridge here. He was the great grandchild of U.S. Attorney General John Breckinridge and the great grandchild of both U.S. Vice President and Confederate General John C. Breckinridge and Wells Fargo Bank founder Lloyd Tevis.
Wow. Wow.
John C. Breckinridge was the
thank you,
was the guy
Wikipedia.
he was the guy that ran he was the guy that ran against Abraham Lincoln. He was one of the big candidates that when the the country split into 4 sections pretty much and
I love that
kind
you
of
know
collapsed
that.
into the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the dome. All right.
Back
on track.
And Callie's chiropractor, Dr. Tom Mason, the star of the film, a latter being standing for Lugosi, just does not look like even the actor in the the actor in the movie looks more like Lugosi, I feel like, than the actual guy that they found.
Yeah,
they're not the same build, they're not the same height, like nothing about it. There's nothing close about it.
And he doesn't even he fully covers his face, and it's still like, dude, you're
amazing. And Vampire didn't want to talk, so it's great. You got Tor Johnson's got the lines. Awesome.
During filming, Ed clashes with the Baptists over the title, script content, and Ed's B-movie directing style, eventually renaming the film Plan 9 from Outer Space. Frustrated,
which
Ed
is the
goes
better
to the
title,
bar.
by the way.
It is.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have the damn song if it weren't for that title.
That's true.
So,
That's my favorite damn record.
Well,
Me
in
too.
the movie,
Me too.
He recognizes it like towards the end. He's like, I actually do kind of like that title.
Yeah. It's good.
Plan 9 from Outer Space. Worst UFOs in the movie, I think. Ever.
They're not. It's not great. No, it's not.
And you really could tell that it's just him dangling the like. There's parts of this like I think they over exaggerate how bad the little plane cockpit thing that they made is, because in the movie it's like, if I'm not like, I don't know, I could like kind of be like half paying attention to be like, hey, there's enough like a plane, because they keep on flashing back to like like stock footage of a plane, which is like very fun. They keep being like, so they're in the fake cockpit, which you could tell is like the fake like part of that, but it's like all right, that's good enough, like you kind of squint or whatever, but then you see the going past the where the plane is or whatever, like the UFOs, there's like yeah, I don't know, and there's nothing I can do for this. And then every character goes, ah,
yeah, oh
no. Yeah, frustrated, Ed goes to the nearest bar. He's going to be doing a lot of that as the time goes on, where he encounters filmmaker Orson Welles struggling with similar issues. He's also going to be doing a lot of that as time goes on, working on Don Quixote. Encourages Ed to assert his artistic. There is something really funny to me about how like the unfinished like great film project that Orson Welles tried to pour his life into was Don Quixote, and it's like,
yeah,
come on, man, this is so fucking on the nose.
Terry Gilliam did the same thing too. It's ironic.
They're you might say they're tilting at windmills when they
one might be compelled to say that. Yes.
Encourages Ed to assert his artistic vision and cites Citizen Kane. Never seen that movie. Never heard of that movie. Is that
what? What is that?
Citizen Kane.
Citizen Canine.
Is that an Air Bud sequel?
Yeah. I saw that one, but what's Citizen Kane?
I never heard of it. Yeah.
As the project where
it's the all dog parody of Citizen Kane. It's like all the Muppets,
Charles
but
Foster.
it's all dog.
He's Charles Foster Canine. As the project where he complete creative control. Filming concludes with Ed defying his producer's wishes. At the premiere of Plan 9 from Outer Space, Ed dedicates his film to Lugosi, and as the film plays, he quietly tells himself, "This is the one I'll be remembered for." Right. He's right about that. Afterwards,
accurate.
Ed and Kathy, head to Las Vegas to get married. A textual epilogue reveals that Ed failed to achieve mainstream success. He was so close, right? So close to achieving mainstream success.
So close, so far.
But he is. Everybody knows who Ed Wood is, though. That's the other thing too. It's like a different kind of fame. They really.
But it's very funny though. 1980, he gets he gets named worst director of all time, and people get very interested in his films. Yeah. So if his heart had hung on for like
he would have crushed the Golden Raspberry Awards year after year after year. They should have called them the Golden Wood Awards or something like that. The Eddies.
Oh, hey, phrasing.
The Eddies.
Wait, is it
the Woodbury Awards?
Oh wait,
we've got wood.
You get a Golden Woody. Although that honor eventually earned worldwide acclaim and a new generation.
Thing's really heavy.
Golden Woody also works for pornography.
Yeah.
Monster porn.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okay, I gotta leave now.
Exactly. Oh, but my Uber's here. The epilogues, are interesting and all, but again, what the most notable thing about that is you don't want to get in the plot synopsis. Is you see everyone watching the movie, but they're not focused on the art itself. They're focused on remembering all the parts of what they did when they did that. Oh yeah, there's your monologue. Oh, there's your scene where you get killed, so on and so on. And you get to see in the camera, instead of focusing on the movie, it's focused on all of them and their reactions and the communitarian nature of what they just did together. And to me, that's something I found very profound, because that's sort of like the act of creativity with others, where small parts become part of a larger whole. And the experience of creation itself is such a powerful act that brings people together.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of when we're doing Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Sharon Tate, seeing herself on the screen, she's laid back, watching, all excited, like I feel like, a lot of films do that, where it's like focus on the person's reacting to their work, because that, the pride that they have.
They do, but it's rare that the work be objectively terrible.
Yes.
And have it not matter. And that's what makes this movie special. Because it really focuses on all these people's lives were enriched not by money, but by experience, by doing this stuff. Yeah. And it became
power
part
of friendship.
Right, exactly. The friends we made along the way. That's what it really is.
The friends we made along the way, and some of them that we accidentally probably killed along the way.
Yeah, well,
because crippling drug addiction and
alcoholism and abuse. I mean, it's kind of crazy how they seem like they have like the perfect marriage, relationship, the two of them, and then it's like, we got drunk and just beat the shit out of each other from time to time, and it's like, what?
Well, because it makes a lot more sense when they meet at the rehab place. And it's like, oh, my dad's in rehab, blah blah. But like the real version is like, oh no, they met out drinking, and it's like Ed Wood and Ed Wood and Bela Lugosi really liked drinking, and they said, oh look, a woman that really likes drinking, and then they're like, we should go drinking together, and it's like,
but that's less.
I can see how this evolved into alcoholism.
That's less pure, right? That's sort of like
I'm not saying I don't want to see a movie of it. I'm just
I see
saying,
why that change was made. Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, Letterboxd, of course, is a place for friends, whether they're movies together or not, to talk with and to each other about the films they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films where they just quote various Martin Landau's Bela Lugosi lines over and over again. That's the review, because they're good lines, really. Pull the strings, pull the strings. And of course, it's not the Siskel's and Eberts of the world, mentioned even earlier in the show. They get to have their say. It's a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to chime in, opine, and talk about the movies. This is best done succinctly, unlike this episode, where they're collected weekly by yours truly for us and the panel to react to on air, which is what we're doing right now. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Ed Wood. Let's go. Once upon a time in Hollywood.
By the way, I was really thinking of what to choose for this, and I like that they're reading the reviews. Like in that one scene
they're the actual reviews of their, we can only assume, horrible show at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, you see the one. You see the one. You see. Not only is it community theater, it's raining, and like just the rain is falling through the theater. So they're like, and you can hear the plop, like plop, plop of just drops. I hear the.
Yep. Yeah, it's the equivalent of playing like Monday in rural Kansas or something.
Drop top.
He's on the spectrum, the gender spectrum.
Oh my God, yes, he would have thrived in today's world.
One of the spectrums that Ed Wood was on, I'm sure.
Wow, yes, that's exactly. Vagina priest is that user, by the way.
There's something like when you look at the actual like the guy, right? Like the actual Ed Wood. There's something so like almost disarmingly and like off-puttingly wholesome about like the way he dressed, the way his face is, like the way that like I don't know. There's something that just
I think that's why Johnny Depp thought of Jack Haley as a tip man when it came to portraying him in the movie.
Yeah, it makes sense.
There's something almost sincere about it,
Yeah.
The movies are magic, even when they're tragic.
Hey, yeah.
Yep.
Well,
that's
and and spastic.
Also spastic. Yes, that'd be the tag. Go comment on that. Yeah. Tor Johnson just eating an entire chicken as if it were an apple.
Yes.
I've eaten the apple.
While getting
I would love.
Right.
I would have loved to see. I would have loved to see like that guy interact with Andre the Giant.
Oh man, yeah, that's right.
I'm eating an apple. I'm also eating an apple.
Where's that fighting game secret character unlock?
Hey, you'll finish with that rotisserie chicken? No,
yeah,
not
it's a
yet.
fighting game, but they're both eating. Yeah, exactly.
I think there's a Costco commercial coming up on this.
Exactly. We'd like to welcome our new sponsor, Costco, everybody. Yeah.
And our lost leading chicken.
Yeah.
I thought you were supposed to share. I thought you were supposed to share the rotisserie chicken with me. No, I'm not going to. I cannot. I must eat it myself. Okay, you can finish it.
Brought to you by AI. I too would convince my friends to get baptized if it meant we got to make an infamously bad movie.
Yeah, I like Bill Murray just kind of Bill Murray just kind of splashing around in the water too, like clearly can't swim.
Yeah,
and he's like, he gets there and he's like, only you could convince us to get baptized to do this. I feel like getting baptized, like you should get some like you got baptized, like you should get some creative control if you're willing to go that far.
Well, because he says like, how do you do it? How do you get your friends to get baptized so you can make a monster movie?
Yeah.
And here's the best part. It's not a monster movie. It's a supernatural thriller. Amazing.
Yeah,
the fact that he feels the need to like make the distinction is so Ed Wood, right?
Well, no, but also because he doesn't want to say it's a monster movie in front of the Baptists. Don't cry in front of the Baptists.
Exactly.
not to go once upon a time in Hollywood. But no, I like it's hilarious because it's like I don't know, supernatural thriller sounds like something that a Baptist could maybe like grudgingly get behind, whereas like let's make a monster movie. They're like, oh whoa, monsters. That's not in the Bible. There aren't any monsters in the Bible. It was a mash. It was a monster mash.
You did that, Matt?
Definitely a hit for the quiet kids in the back of the class. Must have been wild at Hot Topic after a showing of this.
Oh.
Can't confirm. Wasn't my scene, but can confirm.
That was my scene. I grew up at the peak of Hot Topic when it was still cool and dark and dingy, like freaking Hollister or whatever.
Welcome to Hot Topic.
Poor Johnson's Hot Topic.
Do you have a rotisserie chicken for me? Oh.
Do you have a studded belt and a rotisserie chicken?
The one moment though where it does seem like so much fucking fun. They have the band playing, and they have he's dressed up with the figure, like he's drunk as fuck, dressed up with a thing, like he's wearing women's clothing, and he's dancing for everybody with the like thing over his face, like he's doing like he's doing like almost like a gypsy dance, and that's the moment where that's the moment where his girlfriend finally flips out.
He
and goes,
became
like,
president.
What the fuck are you people doing? They're like, you guys are weird, like real weirdos, and like, but it's like I don't know, it seems pretty fun to hang out with those weirdos in that moment, right? Like,
it's a good time.
Totally. Yep.
Ed Wood calling Vampira was the first documented occurrence of the simp phoning the e-girl.
Yeah.
And I can't quite tell, like in that scene, because he's finally single. It's like he's trying to like fuck Vampira, but then a couple scenes later, he's like, "You just want to be in the movie? You want to hang out? You want to do this thing? I'm free. Like, you want to get dinner? Like,
hey,
she's just,
I did,
bro. She's just not that into you."
I did get to see Vampira's grave at Hollywood Forever when we played in LA for my birthday with Watt, and it was pretty cool. There was a lot of ephemera around, including a glow in the dark like hockey mask. Okay, that's not Vampira, but okay.
No. What year did she die?
You know.
Well, she sued Elvira, right?
Right.
So, yeah. So I mean, 2008. Okay.
Yeah.
Elvira. Her real name is.
She tried to sue and she failed.
Yeah. I mean, and also like whatever happened to women elevating each other? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Her real name is like well, at least her stage name is Mila Nurmi. She's Finnish.
That's
like,
right. Yeah.
Her clean cut, like her earlier clean cut look is actually like, she's very pretty, but like it's a very different look, I think, than the
well, it's like when you see Cassandra Peterson not in her Elvira makeup, just like a totally different woman.
I'm like, what? No, you're not a real person. You're Elvira. You're not someone else.
My heart's on fire, Elvira.
I wonder if she felt the same thing that Paul Rubens felt when it came to being Pee Wee Herman 24/7. You know.
How is Sarah Jessica Parker screaming, "These movies are terrible"? Not a meme.
Yeah.
Good question.
Huh. Let's you know what? Let's make it happen.
I'm gonna do my part.
Yeah.
It's a meme. These movies are terrible. These are iPhone movies.
Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Ed Wood. Please follow the show at our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where you have all the great stuff from the show, as well as short-form content, attendant, supplemental material, et cetera, all available on there. Your host over there, at Always Flacco, for Bela Lugosi is a hero. And you can follow him
in this house.
Bela
Lugosi.
He's a hero.
He played Dracula is what he did. And in this house, Bela Lugosi's a hero. End of story.
Follow him for all the stuff he's logging for this show and many more things other than that. I, of course, am at Conan Neutron. We don't have a permit. Run! Great scene, by the way.
literally be in college trying to make films yeah, like
I'll get into in final thoughts,
with,
but hard
with like an assortment of drag queens and transvestites, like
hard relatable. Follow me at Letterboxd for the highbrow, the midbrow, populous fare. Criterion Challenge 2026 underway. I started early. I usually do that, but follow me along with that. You can do the Criterion Challenge with me as well if you feel so inclined. I've been logging stuff like
Did the
crazy.
Criterion Channel is what you did. The Criterion Channel is what you did. In this house, Conan Neutron's your hero. End of story.
I don't have the touring's done for the year, as I'll mention the plugs, but it's I'm going to be watching a lot of movies, so follow me if you want to follow along for that. Galinda or Glinda, Adam, Kristina Oaks down there is on Letterboxd. She is logging stuff from the show as well as many others. Follow along for that. Daniel Huss, I don't believe you have a Letterboxd account. This is not peer pressure. I just want to make sure.
I actually do, but I don't offhand remember my handle because I haven't logged in for quite a while.
Well, we have the plugs to get through, so if you can remember by that time, then you can do it then. Let's hit it with the plugs. It looks better when it usually goes. But
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
So this week, the Tim Sodi episode of Who from Fucking Champs has just dropped into the main feed. So great. You don't hear a lot from that guy ever. And this now means that if I'm trying to do my Fucking Champs collector set, then I would only need one more because I've had, of course, Phil Manley as well as Tim Green both on the show in the past. The Top Records of the Year episode, where I list my favorite records from the year 2025, that is dropping tomorrow at the time of this recording at noon. So you can find that out. It's a lot of work to put together. I bitch about it every year, but I still do it. And then people say they find a lot of good music that way, and that is why I do it. So ProtonicVersal.com, Patreon.com/ProtonicVersal, $1 a month for advance access. So continue joining as a patron if you haven't already. I think there's going to be 1 or 2 episodes dropping next week as well. We'll see. This is always kind of a weird time of year, so I try not to make too many promises, but lots of good stuff coming up in January as well. Conan Neutron, the Secret Friends, as mentioned, done touring for the year. The LA show and the Doll Hunt show in Anaheim were the last shows of the year. I'll have some stuff to announce coming up in March. Fairly soon, probably by the time we're like well away in January. NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com, Way of the Neutron. You can purchase CD, vinyl, as well as leftover tour t-shirts, things like that, digital, available on all the streaming services. Check it out. We have, I think, 2 more videos coming before we do the next tour date drop, and Caterwaul news coming up as well. We're going to start doing pre-order sales for Caterwaul proper sometime in the next 3 weeks. So more about that when that comes in. They will not be discounted this time, though. They will be full price. So miss the boat otherwise. But again, the like limited pre-sale was like seriously like 20 minutes or something. It was like pretty impressive, frankly, if you ask me. As far as giving us money, it was pretty impressive. And then, yeah, I think that's it. Kristina, what do you have?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be once we're done with the after party, I'm at like midnight or whatever. I'm gonna start my 24-hour Christmas stream with the K. We're gonna watch holiday classics like both Home Alones, because those are the only two that matter. Richie Rich's Christmas Wish, which is basically A Wonderful Life, but for the kids. It really is. It really is like that. We're gonna watch.
You gotta call like another name for a future Christmas stream, AMK. You know, like AMC, like the channel, because they do the 24-hour Christmas movie thing. Do the AM Christmas.
Yeah.
There you go.
And and watch classic Christmas themed episodes and Christmas sketches. That one on SNL they did with the random the Peacock random Christmas duets had me laughing so hard, because whoever played Benson Boone, are you okay? You did 2 backflips, and then that shit was funny. I'm gonna miss Bowen. I'm gonna miss Bowen Yang, because I'm like, who really is there left on SNL? But, whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing that and hoping to raise funds to get my car fixed. And
so you're doing this show, which is over 2 hours now.
Yeah.
And the after party, and then doing a 24-hour stream. Correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who's your
And
drug
we're not
supplier?
doing
What's their number?
Wow.
Well,
And we're not doing
our
we're not doing our show tomorrow, because I got to get in the car in the morning and go to Long Island. Long
Absurdity Space is going to be back next
Island.
week, though, right? That's
Absurdity Space is going to be back on New Year's Eve. We're gonna
New Year's Eve.
We're trying to think of lists of if you do your end of year music list, you can come on if you want and do some end of year music stuff. I'm trying to make a movies list, and
we already established I ain't doing anything. So what am I gonna say? I'm busy. I'm real busy. Rewatching The Never Ending Story. Okay.
It's an hour, so it goes by faster than maybe not faster than you think. Because we've tried doing stuff in an hour, and it really does go by fast. But
but it depends on what you're talking about. But I'd be happy.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun. We do the Christmas, Anyway.
Oh, so
sounds like a dance craze.
Apparently, like I was just scrolling around on Wikipedia. Scrolling around on the old Wikipedia. Where Vampira actually met Bela Lugosi, and I guess probably by extension Ed Wood. They were on the Red Skeleton show doing doing skits.
Red Skeleton.
And so they had Lon Chaney, Bela Lugosi, and Vampira doing skits together.
That makes more sense.
I'm gonna look that up in the after party.
See what's on YouTube. Yeah. I do love where they're watching one of Bella's old movies, and Vampira comes on. Oh, I just hate when she interrupts the movie like that. I think she's a honey. Great. That's
I love. He goes,
good
look.
stuff.
He goes, look at those jugs.
And then it's casting. It's great. And then they start both.
He's also doing. He does the hand thing, and then you could really tell. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what the real fucking Ed Wood was kind of like. You could tell how much Johnny Depp's character is like a sponge in this.
Kind of imprinting on him.
Because he's trying to do the same thing. And he's like, you must be double jointed. You must be Hungarian.
The must be double jointed is good, and the must be Hungarian is great.
Yeah, but there's the thing that he does every time with his own lines, where he's mouthing his lines in the background or whatever, whenever he writes a speech or something like that. It's like genuinely in a real life an annoying habit when I see people doing that, but in this movie it's endearing.
It's charming.
Yeah,
it's a sweet movie.
It is.
But the house, yeah.
Yes.
What
do you got for plugs?
You got anything you want to plug?
Well, I mean, the main thing I'm plugging these days is the new Creative Asylum podcast. It's only 3 months old at this point. A new episode just dropped today with Dave Markey to sort of semi-promote his soon-to-release film, which is probably his best film. It hasn't out yet, but it's called The Secret Lives of Bill Bartell. But I'm really just kind of getting ready for the next season. I've got, half a dozen episodes already recorded and in the queue, and the first 4 starting in January are pretty cool. Moon Zappa, and then Joe Lally, and then JD Picus, who I know was just recently on Protonic as well.
That's right. Yep.
And then Kira Rossler. And I
Friend of the show, Kira Rossler. That's right.
Have you to thank for connecting the two of us.
Yeah,
and
great. Can't
that
wait to hear that one.
conversation was just like, it felt like I'd known her for years,
Yeah, she's a badass.
And I was gonna be going up to LA for some Christmas plans, but here in Southern California, we are about to get hit with one of the wettest winters in literally decades. So our plans of going up and staying at our friend's place and taking our dog and all that is just like out the window.
So a few years ago, when there was one of those super wet winters, we played with McCluskey. That was one of the West Coast tours we did with them, and it was crazy because driving through the Central Valley, it looked like Ireland because everything was so green because there had been so much rain over the winter.
Yeah,
I was like, and I was telling, I don't remember who I was telling, but someone that like is not native to California. I was like, yeah, it's never like this, by the way.
Yeah,
it's normally very brown and kind of looks like of mice and men, but
yeah.
Today it looks like Ireland. Okay,
so I'm kind of bummed about that, but it is what it is. I don't feel like a 5.5 hour drive between San Diego and LA, risking life and limb. So I guess it's going to be a few days of intense movie watching while it's pouring. Something like they're saying like an inch an hour.
Ooh, boy, that's flooding territory.
That's a lot of wet.
Yeah.
An inch an hour, of course, is Ed Wood's monster porno.
There you go. I got
it's the working time.
I got some deep dives to do. I got some deep dives. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me on. Sorry I wasn't more engaged.
Well, you can engage right now because it's time for you to give final thoughts, Daniel House. How about that?
Oh shit. Well,
it's okay not to have any. But
Ed Wood is probably one of my two favorite Tim Burton movies. I've watched it many times over the years. I probably watch it religiously every like 3 to 4 years, pretty reliably. It's one of my favorite Johnny Depp performances. I think that Martin Landau is just astounding in his performance and his, it really is, as far as I'm concerned, it really is his movie, by far and away. And I don't know. Wes Anderson and Tim Burton need to go back to their roots and start making some good movies again. What were you gonna say?
Have you ever? I know Conan's seen it. Have you ever watched Dolomite Is My Name? The Eddie Murphy movie on about Dolomite. That movie on Netflix.
I started to watch it when it came out, and then I kind of got distracted, and I never went back.
That's good. That's good. It's a good
same screenwriter. Yeah, same screenwriters, and it's like a very similar.
Right. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they've done it's like their, I think latest version of like this anti-biopic thing that they do, where it's like a person that like isn't like a great man of history, but is like somebody that you probably should know in the culture, but like don't necessarily know,
right?
That you wouldn't think was going to get their own biopic, and they've done it with like a bunch of different.
Make more of those,
people,
perhaps. Maybe that'll inspire people to make.
I really liked Dolomite Is My Name. I haven't seen it since it came out, but I
loved it.
I got fascinated by his stuff and watched a bunch of his movies after that.
Well, I have the original Dolomite movie from '75 on my digital server here.
I watched.
It's another like putting a team together, ragged band of misfits, kind of similar vibe.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go on a blaxploitation kick over the next few days. That could be fun. That'd be a lot of fun.
I mean, it's interesting. Like Tim Burton's definitely got like shit for all his people being like all his movies being extremely white, pretty much. And it's like then there's a very similar version of a movie where it's like the entire cast
let's go on the soul
the blackest comedian cast you've seen in like in a while. That's like not at least for like a mainstream project like that. It's kind of fascinating. But Kristina, final thoughts.
Probably the most underrated Tim Burton Johnny Depp collaboration. It gets overshadowed often by Edward Scissorhands, even Sleepy Hollow. It's fascinating to me that Tim Burton thought, let me make a movie about this director that no one really knows much about. And let me fib a little, but it works. I mean, it's one
Edward
of many
Camera
great
Hands.
Yeah, exactly. Oh wow, make that the exploitation spoof. But no, like I feel like it is an underrated Johnny Depp performance in general. You know, we all still see Jack Sparrow, but like when he's given something, he puts his all into it, and that's something I can respect because unfortunately Johnny Depp doesn't really get that chance much anymore. But you could really see him shine through, and also Martin's Oscar was well deserved. And pretty good all-star cast. Bunch of misfits thrown together, and they made something magical.
Also got best hair and makeup.
Yeah,
That's
for
right.
that Bela Lugosi, probably.
Yeah, it was prosthetics. Yeah, makeup. Yeah, after 4 years, we did finally cover it. Yeah. And it's for movies about movies month. What better time to freaking cover Ed Wood? Come on. What are we doing?
Yeah.
We must talk about movies about movies. This is certainly a movie about movies, or a movie about.
Maybe not the best movies, but movies nonetheless.
We didn't specify they had to be good.
Yeah. Conan?
movies about some of the worst movies.
I think a lot of this can be summed up with the conversation he has with Orson Welles in film. The visions are worth fighting for. Why spend your life making someone else's dreams? That is a great tagline for the movie. Because this one is for the dreamers, the creators, people full of heart. Like I said, figure out the craft along the way, right? You surround yourself with other freaks, nerds, and weirdos, outcasts, and people just open heart enough to see the dream. And it is one of the best movies about making movies because of that. I saw this right after high school, and friends and I had already been making these kind of short comedic skits and parodies for like this public access TV show. And some of it was good, and some of it was, we'll say, made by very eager high schoolers who were learning on the job, right? And I spent a lot of time afterwards kind of denigrating that art and the experiences as being slipshod and amateur, unprofessional, and essential, especially as I moved on to do other quote unquote real things with art. But I had missed at that point the art of creation, the act of expression, the idea of making cool stuff with your friends is one of the bravest, most powerful things you can do. And it's worth celebrating and protecting. And so screw the naysayers, because it was never about them anyway. And this movie is about found family. It's about making cool stuff with your friends with no illusions about fortune and fame, maybe a few illusions, but it's a powerful movie. And I'm not sure I gave enough credit at the time. It rocks. Revisiting is wonderful, and I had a great time talking about it.
Word.
Thank you.
And so we'll be over in the old after party in a few minutes here. And good times, movies about movies. The last one we're going to be doing Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's going to be
directed by a guy who apparently, I don't know, we haven't heard much about him recently.
Paul Dano Stan account runner, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Daniel Haas, thanks so much for coming on, man. Appreciate you.
Oh